Hello everybody and welcome! My name is Ketchup, joined on commentary as always by Mustard, and this is week number 4 of the European qualifiers for the Quake World Championships. Now, this is really the be-all end-all. This is the final chance for every player that we have left in our 1v1 duel qualifier. Sacrifice has already been decided a couple of weeks ago at this point to find out the teams that are making it to regionals. But on the subject of regionals, there are 8 more players in our duel 1v1 that are lying in wait to see who's going to qualify for those regionals. Now, before we get started, let's quickly show you guys the journey that these players have had up until this point.
So as you can see, these dates that have all been and gone already. We've had our 4 individual duel qualifiers, and just to sort of refresh the memories of any of you guys watching at home, every Thursday we'd play down to our top 16, and then on the weekend we'll play down through to our final 8, which means that today, for the final time for EU, we'll be having 8 games back to back. Every single winner of these matches, it's do or die. You win, you make it through to the regional finals as the last match, and if you lose, that is it. Your journey in the Quake World Championships in Duel is over already 4 weeks in. I say already, but it's been a fast 4 weeks. And it's been a busy 4 weeks.
It's been a very quick turnaround. It's gone from, in the span of essentially just a month, and Quake Champions in itself is a really new, sort of like hot off the press game in itself.
It's in its early stages for sure, but that hasn't stopped people from putting in ridiculous amounts of time. Like some of these players, we'll actually list some of the players we've got today momentarily, but a lot of these players and names that you'll be hearing are obviously established Quake players that have been around for a very, very long time. But at the very least, they have been playing constantly in both Sacrifice and Duel. A lot of these names have already qualified for Sacrifice and have yet to do so for Duel. For example, you know, Zoot and a few players like that that are in this top 16 today that have come close to getting to that sort of final top 8, but have unfortunately sort of fallen that final hurdle. This is their last opportunity to do so after all that time.
Quite a few of these players have been in this top 16 situation before, so they really need to they're clearly skilled enough to be at the stage where top 16 is a possibility, but now is their chance to really step up the game and try and take it even further, because as we said earlier on, there is no other opportunity past this. If you don't make it today, your journey is going to be done, and that's all she wrote for the Quake World Championships. So the players that we have coming up today, I'm going to list some of these matches and you'll see them throughout the course of the day, but our first match is going to be Zoot versus Gaia. So Zoot is going to be back in this top 16. He was actually top 16 in week number 1, commentating week number 3, so he wasn't able to enter every single week, but he's back here in week number 4, looking to try and take this one. Some of our other matches, we have Buckster versus Chronic, Evil versus Pavel. That's going to be a match I'm really excited to, because Pavel clutched out at the last possible moment, and Evil in himself, this is his first week entering the World Championships for Quake. You know, he hasn't really entered the other 3 weeks as far as we're aware, so that's going to be interesting to see if he can...
This is going to be a big week for Evil. I'm sure this is about exactly what you're about to say.
Exactly, yeah, for sure.
But this was his only week. This is the only time in the 4 weeks that Evil was able to actually enter the qualifiers. And we actually saw a match from him before in sort of the later stages of the event on Thursday, where he was looking as dominant as ever. So I thoroughly expect him to do well today. I'm pretty sure that's a safe assumption. I'm pretty sure the majority of the people watching will kind of expect Evil to take that. But Pavel by himself had a really close game, but I believe so on Thursday as well, which sort of really went down to the absolute wire.
It was last minute. It really was last map.
So that's going to be a good one to watch for sure. But who else do we have playing?
So, yeah, Evil versus Pavel, Memphis versus Luke, i.e. Luminous versus Latromi, Cephas versus Hell. Hell is back. He's been in this top 16 quite a few times.
And also looked really good on Thursday.
Yeah, but he hasn't, again, he still hasn't been able to quite make that next stage into the top 8. We have Proximo versus Backstein and Karwick versus Jox. So quite a few faces here that are consistent, and that's pretty much what we expected at this stage, where there are players that have been trying week after week after week. They've not quite been able to get it, and this is their chance to really try and get it for the final chance. You know, that's what we're going to be focusing on today. Now, Zoot in particular, he's got a very distinct playstyle. It's very hit and run heavy. The team is always Anarchy, Nyx, and Ranger without fail. He seems to sort of be able to take that team across all 4 of the maps, and that team does work well on every single map. There really is no map where it feels like he has a disadvantage, right? Because you can go Nyx, or all 3 of those champions you can go first, and they'll all work really well. So if you're on something like Blood Covenant, for example, all 3 of those champions can move around. On something like Sarnath, You have a lot of freedom to sort of play that defensive game, like Anarchy in particular, where if Anarchy manages to get that really early frag and he's got the champion advantage, it's quite easy for him to run around. The question is, Gaia's champion pool has been a little bit more diverse as we've been watching him play in both Sacrifice and Duel.
So we expect Zoot to pick that sort of tried and true 3 that we've seen before, Ranger being the first. We kind of expect Anarchy and Nyx to follow, but ultimately Ranger and Nyx was, I believe, the most popular pair we saw on Thursday. These two champions by themselves being very popular, and Gaia has been running that Sorlag before as well, so definitely a comfortable champion for him. And it looks like Blood Run is, considering these are all the same round games, I predict that Blood Run is going to be the first map for all of these today. Correct.
As the map process is a predetermined map, depending on the stage of the tournament, and because this is round of 16, every match that we are going to see.
Hang on a minute. Zoot foregoing the Anarchy for Galena this time. Okay, that's interesting.
That's the first time I've seen Zoot in a competitive setting. That is the first time I've seen Zoot pick a team composition that isn't that. But it's also his Anarchy is not on the team. And Anarchy really has been kind of like his premier champion. It's the champion he's done the most work with.
This could simply be a map thing, because Galena on Blood Run, we have seen do, I would say, the most success on this map, particularly.
Pavel on Thursday.
Of course, and Pavel was just one player that has been putting Galena to amazing use on Blood Run specifically. And I think a big part of it could be the general use of teleporters. There's 2 teleporters, both are very prominent for getting around sort of to that sort of center area where a lot of the fighting happens. But both of them will get you near heavy armor. Both of them will sort of get you near that upper floor of that center stage, right? And if you've got totems in place on these teleporters that you basically have to take just to get around quickly and be able to keep up with the power-up control, all of a sudden totems now kind of stop you from doing that.
But at the same time, it's also, without even, in some ways, you might not even need a totem to enforce the threat. If you know the totem is likely to be somewhere, it's quite a risk.
Well, even playing as Galena, right? Even if you don't have a totem there, just playing as Galena makes that threat. And wow, we're fighting straight away. 5 seconds, we can have our first frag. Wow, Zoot with the aggression immediately.
That was a fantastic start. They both really fought for that mega health. Zoot coming off better in that exchange. And already Zoot's got himself a railgun. Has got really good accuracy with that rail, but he's took a lot of damage already.
Oh, this is actually a very explosive start. I kind of expected this to be a bit more calm today, but Zoot really bringing it to Gaia, and just less than a minute into this first round, we already find ourselves with Zoot with the champion advantage.
Not going to be a huge amount Zoot can do to contest that mega health, so he's going to have to give it up. Unfortunately, with the low amount he had versus a Sorlag, it kind of just creates that divide even bigger, really. But using the die roll to try and be a little bit safer. Does manage to get away, and a nice use of the rocket jump to get away there. Minimal damage because of the passive on Ranger. Ooh, swapping to the rocket launcher right as he peeked his face. You know that was a rail that Zoot definitely would have taken.
Once again, you can hear him. You can definitely hear him going around. Definitely heard that armor getting picked up. The question is, where is he going to go? I think Zoot just trying to control his power-ups. There we go. Oh no, unfortunately he misses a rocket, and Gaia gets the mega health for free. Heavy armor going to be up in just a few seconds though. Does Zoot try and go straight for it, or does he can just control here? You know, just there. Always have to be so careful going for this heavy armor, because you never know when these rockets going, or rails even going to start flying in.
It was definitely much safer to go for it there, because Zoot clearly, you know, he heard that he was quite far away, so it's going to be quite a safe pickup. But already Zoot is going to be able to play that defensive game. He's got a champion advantage, Ranger. Very fast champion, even though he's kind of got like those sort of default stats. He's got good speed.
Makes you wonder if Zoot's actually like almost like happy for that mega health to go to Gaia in that situation, so he can get that damage down, almost like nullify that additional health it's going to give him.
Oh, nice catch.
Oh, that was a big direct one. He's going to see that. He goes straight in with the lightning gun, and Gaia falls down too. Oh, there we go. That armor pickup and the health pool. Yes, Zoot is able to just ever so slightly survive that. Ticking damage, very threatening, but Zoot able to get a few pickups to keep himself alive.
It's been a very good start for Zoot so far. Now Gaia's down to the visor. He's going to have that piercing sight, but
the problem is though, visor against this champion lineup, I'm not quite sure this comeback's going to be difficult. I mean, I kind of never want to say it's not impossible considering how many full comebacks we actually have seen over the past 4 weeks, but visor definitely one of those more difficult champions to make it happen.
This is quite a good call from Zoot, actually. Deny the rocket launcher from Gaia, because he's going to have a rail at the stage, of course, but when you're an individual champion, unless you're a champion that really thrives off a certain weapon, like Clutch with a rocket, for example, you kind of need that trinity of LG, you know, railgun and rocket together if you're by yourself. If Zoot can take those away, he's in a great position.
Very quickly able to get himself back up to 100 health, though. That's super important.
3
oh,
minutes.
wow, he had the jump on him, Gaia. Wasn't quite looking at him.
Surprised he actually didn't catch him, because he was looking straight ahead at that point. But we have 2 minutes left of this round. Zoot can definitely control this if he wants to do it, but trying to stay alive for 2 minutes is definitely a little bit of a...
Yeah, Gaia really favouring kind of just trying to be careful and staying up there at this point, it seems.
Oh, he missed the teleport, so unfortunately he doesn't manage to get the Mega. Doesn't matter too much. Gaia doesn't run towards it. Probably thought moving towards it would have given him a free rail, because it would have been a bit too obvious, but could have been quite costly, missing the Dire Orb.
Great start from Zoot, though. Thoroughly in control of that match the entire time. I think really all spanned off the 5-second frag, right? That immediate advantage he gave himself. Basically meant that Zoot could afford to play the game exactly how he wanted to. As long as he didn't lose his champion in the process, he was going to be okay to do that.
Well, you know that guy is going to look to try and rectify that a little bit. Doesn't want another bad start. Going out with losing one of your champions already is... It's always a horrendous way to start a round because it's such a disadvantage.
But it wasn't even just that. Zoot wasn't even, didn't even come close really to being knocked off his Ranger. So we haven't even had a chance to see his Nyx or the Galena yet.
It's quite good that he's gone for Ranger first as well because of this map in particular. Blood Run is such an... And that was a really good rocket.
He's going to know he's done a lot of damage here too, trying to chase him down. Oh, wow. That must jump from Guy saves him away from a lot of trouble. Oh no, Zoot in a bit of a predicament here. Ooh.
That missed rail. Quite a costly mistake, but Guy actually with a nice capitalization. A couple of missed shots there from Zoot. Tried to really use the passive of less self-damage to safely get away from that heavy armor, but wasn't quite enough.
The attempt, but Guy just came off better in that. The Ghost Walk is forced out of Zoot, otherwise he was going to take a lot of damage there. Oh no, mistimed the power up and it's going to go towards Gaia, and Zoot very low now. He's getting chased down. Wow, that was actually really smart from Gaia. Literally just moves into one escape option and then just covers the other option with rockets, kind of just making sure both are covered at the same time. And that's exactly what he needed. And a quick turnaround, Guy, looking to quickly tie things up.
Oh, the tide can change if you don't have a horrendous start, but Zoot down to his Galena. Now, having Galena as the final pick can be a bit tough because when you take her first, for example, she kind of has that small amount of free space before everyone gets their weapons and they get completely stacked, where you can set up those totems in weird places. And right there, if you catch her on a spawn and she's not really able to set up, you're kind of forced to having to use the totem as extra damage rather than any kind of traps, which she thrives on this map for sure. But there we go.
I mean, we have seen Galena comebacks before, but it really stems off just getting that successful first frag and having a little bit of downtime to kind of get yourself set up where you need to be. And unfortunately, he just wasn't able to do that there. Guy a little bit too on top of things.
And missed rail is going to give Gaia a little bit of free LG as well. Trying to really match him. Doesn't quite get the Dire Orb though, hits the platform.
We're actually seeing both players fumble quite a few of those Dire Orbs at this point. Maybe there's a little bit of nerves showing through. Let's not forget, this is both these guys' last opportunity to qualify.
It's quite
going to be quite punished.
It's quite an underestimated element. Is the amount of stress that some players can feel.
Especially if you're playing first. You know, I mean, we've got some players that are kind of waiting in line and won't play for some hours yet, but these guys getting it done right immediately first thing in the morning. But yeah, we got to see Gaia trying to stop him from teleporting to that heavy armor.
He also keep him away. Doesn't want to risk teleporting to it and taking an unnecessary frag. Losing the Ranger early is what cost him that first round. So
and it was in a similar setting too, because he went for the heavy armor and sort of lost it in the same situation.
If he can avoid being in that situation, all the better. Wasn't able to quite stop that. Zoot's going to safely get away with that heavy armor. Stacking up is one thing though, but catching a good position to take the fight is another. It's almost like stacking up is the initial stage, and you still got to be able to sort of engage in that fight and come off better. Yeah, no doubt Gaia heard that teleport. Not going to chase him, but...
Oh wow, nice quick shot. Oh, follow-up missed.
Oh, there you go. Zoot didn't miss that one though. So if you miss your rail, but then eat another, got to get out of that situation. Trying to run away, but...
Zoot able to get that heavy armor. Mega Health coming up soon. Well, fight's breaking out.
They're both
the missing rail.
Yeah, relatively even damage, but Mega Health is going to see to that. Zoot tried to go in for the steal. The rail connects. Zoot loses Ranger again. That's Nyx. So I wonder if he's going to consistently go for Galena as that third pick. I'm not sure with Nyx and Ranger on hand, he's ever going to go with her first instead.
Oh my lord. Wow, Guy with that prediction. immediately knowing he was going to get the rail. I mean, let's not forget, Zoot is really a big fan of that rail generally. He usually is very much on the mark when it comes to hitting those in those clutch situations. And Gaia, I suppose, recognizing that that's what Zoot really wants to go for. And another big hit on that rocket. Zoot is in trouble now.
He's making a lot of good decisions on what power-up Zoot's going to try and collect, but he comes off better in that rocket exchange.
But that's that kind of essential situation that you need to start off with Galena. Zoot is able to get that immediate frag now, has access to a full health and now overstacked armor. And versus Sorlag too, the heal from Galena's totem is going to do a great job of just stopping that acid damage, if he can obviously have it at the time.
I feel like we're going to see Zoot save it for that reason, though. If he gets caught off guard, and actually, no, going in for a little bit of area denial, but here comes the LG. Gaia actually pressing the advantage completely. Misses the rail. He no doubt would have got the frag there, but I love that denial totem, actually, not allowing Gaia to press too far ahead, because if you walk right into that, it's a true 50 damage.
But here's one of those strengths of Galena. We saw how much damage Zoot took there, but was able to immediately get himself back up to full health, but because she gets that cooldown on those pickups,
definitely didn't see him behind that wall at all. Now he's going to have to retreat. There's the heal on the totem again. Stands there for quite a while, does the totem, so...
Well, especially when you put it next to existing pickups, you're almost getting yourself back up to full health no matter what you collect. Again, it all just comes down to making sure those totems stay alive. In this 1v1 situation, if Gaia opts to destroy them on site, he's going to let Zoot know where he is.
It's going to be quite an ask at this stage to actually he might be able to take up the Sorlag at this point because he caught a really nice mid-air rocket.
Oh, but the defensive rocket from Gaia.
I felt that was just a good decision to go for that defensive rocket there because I understand why Zoot pressed the advantage because he got a bunch of damage there. He got a grounded rocket, managed to combine that with a totem as well. If he was going to let Gaia run away, there was only a minute and a half left of the round. So if you let Gaia run away and stack back up in any degree, having a situation that good where you can fight was unlikely. So he kind of had to go in there. But Gaia with the prediction, no reason really not to spray that rocket just to cover his base, and Zoot unfortunately running straight into it. But almost a lose-lose there.
I mean, what's the cost of wasting a few rockets at the sort of reward of maybe winning the round? And that's exactly what we saw. Definitely worth a try at very least. Oh, but Zoot makes a good read on where Gaia is going to be, but quite close to health here, so it isn't going to matter too much. Has lost quite a lot of his armor though. Heavy armor coming up soon. You can see Zoot really doesn't want Gaia to pick this up.
Doesn't teleport to it. Doesn't want to overextend. That's the thing. It's quite a all or nothing when you teleport to a dire orb when an opponent is right there because you've lost your escape option. So if it doesn't go right and you've teleported into death, you can't really get away from it. So you've got to be committed to that decision.
You really want to, I suppose, see over this health, but there we go. Another fight starting here. LG trades. No teleport. Yeah, Zoot being careful.
At this stage, you take no chances, but here we go again. 36 health. Wasn't going to be enough to tank that rocket. Zoot has managed to get the Ranger off Gaia again.
Oh, wow, yeah, Zoot gets the spawn. He knows that Gaia isn't going to have many weapons here. Is he going to chase this down? Brady's going to pick up the rail to deny it from Gaia for a little while, but looks like Gaia's quite content to just avoid until he can get some more equipment.
Another good start for Zoot. He was able to win that first round because he got the Ranger out of Gaia really early, so you wonder if he can repeat it again. That grounded rocket's going to be a good start, and a triple combo as well. 2 rockets and a rail. Great way to take out a Sorlag, especially if you've got that much health.
Zoot plays a lot more comfortably when he gets a good start. Seems to, I don't want to say struggle to make a comeback, but definitely sort of plays a bit more confidently when you know he has sort of that lead. And especially when he does it early. Like, Zoot seems to be good at getting the snowball rolling early on in the round and keeping it going for the whole time. Because we're not even halfway through this round, and Zoot is already one champion away from tying things up. And this is very similar to how he took the first round, too.
Well, it's not that Zoot is incapable of making comebacks by any degree. He did make a fantastic comeback in his final round of qualifying on Thursday, and yeah, that was very clean execution right there. So it's 2-2. Our first map of the day is going to go down to the final round.
Or maybe this is
foreshadowing, I think.
Maybe this is generally how Zoot likes to play, though. Because let's not forget, he has Galena here, but his team normally is Ranger, Nyx, and Anarchy. And Anarchy very much being one of those champions that you stick in front of your team, and you can just start to become a big problem very fast if you're not sort of kept in check. He's kind of playing Ranger in a similar style.
That high mobility, trying to sort of heavily defensive game when you've got the advantage of champions. It's definitely a game plan that Ranger can play too. And he's going to be less suspect to, or subject to, getting railed on spawn because he has 100 health, 75 armor, higher stats in general.
Oh wow, a clean direct though.
Yeah, that was a fantastic rocket bait. He was catching those rockets as well. Die rob just get, and that's a huge element there too, is the fact that you can die rob to be great. Something that really only he can do. So it's an element of mobility that he gets exclusively.
It's just a way to safely pick it up. I mean, I say safely, in a more safe fashion, safer at the very least. Especially if you can tell that Guy's used his orb and cannot chase him down immediately. But a lot of damage coming out here. Guy misses that rail. That would have been death. And the die rob doesn't quite connect, but 10 health.
He commits, but there we go. They go for the 2 dire orbs. Guy is a big commitment, but it paid off.
That would have been an amazing turnaround if Zoot was able to get that frag, but Gaia just able to keep himself just a little bit better in that situation.
That looked like it didn't miss at all.
I mean, Zoot's going to have to be careful now, because this is very much not the way his other rounds have gone, and he peeked around the corner instantly.
That was such a shot. That was a really good shot. Even Zoot giving him the props. Understandable, but
yeah, good
unfortunately Zoot is down to his final champion. So he's going to have to be really careful here that he has to make that 3 straight comeback.
He has the time to do it, but uh-oh, Guy getting a lot of damage here, but there we go, a massive amount of damage coming through from Zoot.
No!
Oh boy.
Just walked around the corner, face first. But I think in that stage, because the other 2 rounds were when Zoot had a good start, but when he was on the back foot, wasn't quite able to recover. So in that final round where he lost those 2 champions and was down to his Galena, it's almost like a matter of history repeating itself, where he wasn't able to recover from that as well. So Blood Run was the map we saw Galena. No doubt, so far, Sarnath seems to be the map that he picks quite a lot. So I'd be surprised if we didn't see him go with Sarnath. And if he does go on Sarnath, he's likely to bring out the Anarchy, I would say.
I kind of expect him to see him go back to the Anarchy choice, because even though his Galena didn't really look bad, like he clearly had put some time into it to get it ready for that. And like I said before, we've already seen how impactful Galena can be on Blood Run. The fact that Ruins is something that he's had so much success on with Anarchy particularly is, I kind of expect him to go back to it. And it not even just like a map champion combination. Like you said, Anarchy is just the champion that has been crucial and core to his team for the longest time. And when he effectively has 1 map left to go, potentially just to keep him still in the tournament, it makes you wonder if he's going to be willing to bet that without going for his tried and true composition.
Now, this situation that Zoot finds himself in right now, and this will be a running theme throughout the day, basically, with every player that finds himself down that first map. It's quite a stressful situation because you're down a map and you've got to win this next one to try and make it 2-1 in your favor, because then it will go down to a game 3. But there's 1 map and potentially 3 rounds that decides whether you are still in the Quake World Championship or whether you're gone for good. That is a lot to take in a short space of time.
They're going to have to use this downtime in between maps well, let me tell you, because we've already seen how fast the champion draft can sort of just go by when they're really just deciding what to go with, and obviously the order and the way it goes. And Ruins of Sarnath is going to be Zoot's choice, so kind of expected to see that. And we're predicting Zoot to go back to his sort of, again, tried and true 3. Yeah, starting off with Anarchy. Whether or not we'll see the other 2, I guess we'll find out soon. But Gaia also returning with Anarchy as well. Let's not forget, Anarchy is powerful on this map for sure. I mean, that's one of his strongest runaway style for sure, and has a lot of space to move.
Really is one of his strongest maps in Duel, I think. But Gaia going back in for Visor. Also, Zoot sticking with that really traditional composition. Ooh. Now we see Galena picked again, but Ruins is another good map for Galena because, once more, jump pads, teleporters, lots of areas where she can deny. And I was actually going to say this before we went into Blood Run. Knowing that you're against a Galena can make you doubt going for a teleporter, even if you don't know that there is a totem there. So the fact that by just being Galena, your opponent's mobility options in terms of how they're going to move around the map has now become a bit more limited, because it's 75 damage when you stand on a totem. So if you're someone like Anarchy who's just spawned, or Nyx who's just spawned, and you use a teleporter, you're dead immediately if you've got no armor. So that's quite a risk. You risk your entire life by using that 1 teleporter. Is it worth it? Probably not. Let's move on and take a more traditional route. That in itself is going to just deny how they can move around the map, even without you doing anything.
I think it depends at what point the Galena is played. Because if Galena is played last, by the time Galena spawns, you're probably gonna have control of the map at the time. You're gonna be aware of what the times are.
That only really applies when she's first, I think.
If she's first and can get that first frag and start to really become a threat, then that's definitely the case. And I can't imagine we'll be seeing much of her.
Round 1, fight.
I'm sorry if Gaia is late to work. Well, man's playing for a $1 million pot. Understandable.
Also, Gaia sort of foregoing the Sorlag pick this time, so not going to have access to that sort of larger health pool, but whether he can put Galena to similar use.
The larger health pool really helped him out. And on Blood Run specifically, she has that amazing ability to take the middle of the map and just spray acid everywhere. So if you're within the middle of the map, you're probably going to start taking that and taking damage regardless. But this time they've both gone with Anarchy first. Not really surprised to see this at all. It is one of his strongest maps. When you pick him first, he can get that early lead. Going in for the injection, unfortunately, doesn't manage to get anything off of it. When you're point blank and you try and use the injection to just stay alive, you are still majorly at risk because you just can't fire while you're in the middle of that animation. So if you're taking rockets for days, you're probably going to die anyway. And the surprise! No, they trade it out. But, I mean, that was an interesting exchange right there, but beneficial for Gaia. He still has that champion advantage.
Trade certainly in Gaia's favor. Gone in for the visor too, knowing that Zoot only had Nyx left. And that piercing sight obviously going to be tracking that Ghost to Walk as soon as Zoot pops it, so it's not going to be as useful as escape option. Oh my lord, or a quick direct rocket to just one-shot Nyx. Damn, how about that?
He didn't even need to do damage and then keep the piercing sight to track the initial movement. He just got that midair, saw around the corner, and that was all he needed.
I'm sure the rocket hit Nyx and not the stairs. I'm just going to say, it definitely looked like it connected to Nyx on our screen.
Unless it hit her foot, which was on the floor.
Maybe the foot was on the stairs. Maybe we're both right.
Well, they've both gone in for Anarchy again. I'd be surprised if we see this start change up.
I mean, Zoot has to be careful from this point on, though. I mean, very much on the back foot now. 1 round down already, just a couple minutes in that first round, and Zoot now 2 rounds away from being eliminated.
That's a lot to factor in. You've got to have good mental composure in this state. The problem is, if you're really nervous, or are nervous in any degree because of the pressure, it will affect your accuracy. Here comes Gaia.
I have to be careful now, though. 75 health, no armor.
Oh, wow. Rocket almost connected.
Oh, see the little pillar in the middle sort of sponging that rail.
The Anarchy rocket duels are always going to be such an interesting exchange because of that ground immobility, and there we go. Even though he had the injection, that will still not save you from a rail. Even a rail that isn't charged will do 80 damage. And because it takes a while for you to use enough injections to get 81, if you've got no armor, you will get one shot by a rail, whether you like it or not.
So almost having to kill Anarchy twice in that situation. Land the first one, getting him down to low, but another fight breaking out straight away. Lightning gun damage coming through. Oh, Gaia tries to get tricky with the gauntlet, but not going to work this time. Zoot not going to fall for it 2 rounds back to back.
I feel like because he caught Gaia so early, Gaia kind of had to try and do that because I don't think he had any other weapons on deck that could have done the damage required because it's taken so much LG damage. If he gets a gauntlet, that will just almost undo a lot of that or trade it off.
But also, it's Gauntlet versus Anarchy, who does not have a lot of health naturally anyway, so the Gauntlet does a lot of damage versus champions like Anarchy, like Nyx.
If you surprise him, you can one-shot him. Simple as that. Guy's down to his visor, but again, a good start from Zoot. Whenever he gets a good start, he's almost able to take all 3 champions without losing a single one of his. He just needs to get that start first.
Well, this is how he took both of his rounds in Blood Run. So he's almost, at this point, maybe safely taking his first round here too.
He's going to be able to deny that mega health, even with those rockets on deck. It's going to be a lot harder to keep Anarchy in check. Unfortunately, misses the rail.
Wow.
Zoot isn't going to miss his, though, and that's 3 straight champions. And once more, shades of what we saw on the previous map. If he can start well, he can end well.
A big thing is when he's in the lead, Zoot's rail accuracy is incredible. But 9 times out of 10, it is when he has that comfort, right? That the pressure is sort of alleviated. So perhaps it could be the less champions he has left, the more pressure starts to add up, the less confident he is in the rails themselves. But
I actually feel like it's actually like they have very similar playstyles. Gaia is, in many ways, doing exactly the same things. He himself, when he is down, kind of struggles to get that going. But when he gets a good start, it's exactly the same thing, just switched around. Zoot with that early rail. If you can get an early rail on these guys, and a nice prediction there. Yeah, knows he's going to go through the teleporter. And again, nice. Good catch. Another good start for Zoot. If he can keep this for 2 more rounds, he will be alive in the tournament. And a great spawn.
Immediate death. Wow, Zoot is not messing around. And once again, guy finds himself with that lone visor, just keeping himself alive. As Zoot got a spawn again.
She's going to have that totem for the health if she needs it, but at the end of the day, if you catch Galena on a bad spawn and she only has a starter weapon, she can't really do anything to escape.
I think Zoot was standing still, and unfortunately Gaia is going to miss that shot. Zoot going to get a return one. So we know Gaia hasn't got any armor anymore.
The good thing for Zoot here is that he's got over more than enough health, and he's just picked up that heavy armor, Anarchy with heavy armor is, I feel like in some ways, one of the more dangerous champions in the game to have lots of armor, because now he can tank a lot more of those wayward rails that would otherwise force him to run away from a fight. Now he can start tanking a lot more high damage shots in general. He can stick to you like glue in many ways.
It also means if you're defending against Anarchy, and he has all that armor, and he has that sort of overcharged health, you have to be a lot more accurate with those heavy hitting weaponry, right? Like,
well, there's less room for error
more rails. Yeah, you have to hit him with way more rockets. You have to lightning gun him for a lot longer.
Oops. Or if he just accidentally shoots the wall and takes away some of his armor, that will help as well. But minimal armor coming through Gaia. All Zoot needs to do really is land one good rail and he will still be in control of the situation. Guy's trying to sort of deny the area rather than do damage, just try and keep him at bay with the rockets, but there we go, there's the piercing sight. Zoot knows he's now been spotted. And unfortunately another missed rail.
Doesn't look like Guy was able to do much with that piercing sight. Makes you wonder if Guy was just using it to make sure he didn't get picked off by Zoot there. Because to be fair, it did make Zoot hesitate from committing to that rail.
The dangerous thing is that now Zoot knows that it's going to be down for a long time. Piercing Sight has one of the longest cooldowns in the game next to, you know, Nick's Ghost Walk or Blazkovic Dual Wield. It's gone for a long time, so if you're Anarchy, you pretty much have free reign to go wherever you want, as long as you're not making noise. But there we go, it's back. That means Gaia must have had really good hourglass sort of collection. But yeah,
wow, Zoot with that massive read.
I think it's because he didn't see him move. Like, if he was trying to wait around the corner, if you saw him run around the corner, that would have made sense, but it's just good vision. You know, Zoot kind of had his eyes kept on that door frame, didn't see Visor go from right to left, so he could only have possibly been around that corner.
It's not really read, I suppose, as much as just generally good awareness, but Guy now starting off with Galena.
Yeah, he's gone for a different start, almost trying to sort of switch it up. Hasn't really been able to sort of compete with that Anarchy mirror, so...
Oh, hang on. Speaking of which, though, the armor immediately gone away. Zoot taking all that damage.
I think that was just a brain fart. I really do, because that was glowing red. I'm positive Zoot saw it. He just must have wanted the rail that much.
It was smart, though. Like, Zoot is getting the majority of his damage here with the rail, and Gaia put his totem on the rail straight away.
Did some of the damage, but unfortunately, Gaia unable to capitalize. At this point, Zoot has got access to a rail, and now heavy armor. That's a good rail if he just needs a couple more. But Galena herself, deceivingly tanky when she's got a lot of armor on deck.
Still though, two rails are two rails. Guy running away, Zoot keeping himself alive too. I think both players just trying to reset that situation, both knowing they were very low.
One of Galena's, I guess, underrated strengths as a champion is when she's got a lot of armor and a lot of health, she can tank quite a lot of damage. And
Zoot just took some totem damage there. Yeah, but luckily he had a lot of armor to sponge it.
Oh, missed the rail though. If you're going to hit a rail, you kind of really need to trade it as Anarchy and Gaia. Not even wasting time, not even risking missing a rail. He's got an LG and a rocket launcher, and at close range, that really is all he needs.
I think though, Zoot taking the damage from that totem on re-entry, letting Gaia know where he was able to let him get to him so quickly.
It didn't allow him to get a good start either. If you get a good start, that's because you got a lot of armor, you can survive a lot of these fights. If you lose it straight away, Zoot kind of had to reset that back to the absolute beginning, and he's taken a lot of damage, but speaking of damage, Zoot taking his fair share. Teleporting onto his own totems, that's not only going to be a good trap for the opponent, but that teleporter in itself is going to be a free health pickup because you land on it.
Oh, but a lot of cooldown reduction coming off of that mega health pickup.
He's going to have to be so careful about using that jump pad. There's a totem nearby. One around the corner as well. And if Gaia needs, he can place another one, but there we go. That is why the totem on this map is unbelievably useful.
Right, this is that sort of like momentum game that Galena can play. When you start getting your totems on deck, I mean, we can already see the guy has two out, but they're in very effective positions.
Here comes Zoot
already.
Again. He's going to have to be really careful actually going by near the entryway towards Mega. Obviously hasn't decided to go this time, but is he being aggressive? I think he is.
He's trying, miss the rail though. Heavy armor coming up any second. We know that Gaia has access to that totem for that sort of self-sustain if he wants to.
Two more on the map. I wonder if he's going to plant it on. Yeah, he is. Now, Zoot has been consistently going for that. I don't know whether he heard the totem be activated, so then if he survives this fight, the next time Zoot goes for a teleporter, I'm not sure he's ready for it to be on the other side.
If he goes through, he might die again. He has to be very careful now. The thing is, how do you get up there? Use a jump pad and get hit by a free rail, or you make the risk of the teleporter.
Does manage to catch one. And obviously, Gaia knows he's up there anyway, but just the knowledge of him being in that position at that time, important. But more importantly, Zoot has denied those 2 totems. He's got rid of them. That was a sneaky one round the corner. I like how unpredictably Gaia is actually placing these totems as well. They're not just in key locations. They're in certain locations where if you just try and run around a corner and you're not ready, you will eat that damage.
I'm going to have to watch out though. He's going to know that Zoot has Ghost Walk available. You see another totem's coming up soon, but his existing one already been destroyed. Fight for heavy armor.
That rocket was actually on target, but it hit the wall, unfortunately. So with 2 HP left, Zoot does manage to get the frag. He's got a lot of work to do, but Nyx is absolutely one of those champions that can make these comebacks.
Last time we saw this matchup, though, Guy was able to take it straight away with a direct rocket.
The problem is it's a 1 minute, he just took a rail too, so now he's going to have to get that Mega. Fortunately, with the Mega right next to him, it does mean he can get almost straight back into the action, but no doubt we're going to see him be aggressive here. Here comes the Ghost Walk. He's gone in for the pissing sight, so now he knows where he is, but it doesn't matter anyway. Taken out from the shadows, 1-1. They're down to 1 last champion each. Really good frag from Zoot.
Heavy armor though, yeah, if Zoot picks this up, he's going to put himself in a very good situation, and Gaia now finds himself down on armor. 30 seconds left to go though. I mean, Gaia had such a commanding lead, but Zoot's Nyx is just doing a great job of turning this around completely. Zoot wins this round. The series is going to be tied up 2. Wow.
Absolutely fantastic shot. Here comes the Ghost Walk. I'm not sure if Gaia saw it activated, but he's trying to sort of run safely behind a corner. Unfortunately, the Ghost Walk didn't really achieve anything, so he's not going to be able to use it if he wants to use it defensively, but Gaia, yeah, just wasting no time, getting out of there as fast as possible.
Also pick up the Mega Health too. Is Zoot going to be able to get this heavy armor? No, Gaia gets it too. Wow, Gaia ran away just to get both pickups. That was very smart.
Sudden death.
So, sudden death, but
warning.
to be honest, doesn't really matter too much because regardless, because they're down to their final champion, 1 frag is going to decide the round no matter what happens. So, sudden death may as well not exist.
Oh, but you see them take this fight. Zoot is maxed out on his natural values. Gaia probably still sitting on a little bit of overcharge. Oh, hang on, he gets shot. Ghost Walk is popped. He's still alive.
Ah, Gaia with the prediction that he's going to use the jump pad. Unfortunately, he wasn't successful, so really good read from Zoot to actually stay put. Expecting Gaia to try and chase him down, and he did just that. Zoot gets away safely, but for how long? He hasn't got a lot of health or armor left, to be honest. 75 health, even though it's max. It ain't a whole lot if your opponent's got a rail and a rocket.
Oh, Zoot being very slippery here. Gaia desperately looking around for him. I think Gaia happy to take that Mega Health at the time. And the heavy armor. I mean, Zoot is doing a very good job of just staying alive, but Gaia is still controlling these big pickups.
It makes a lot of sense for Zoot to play extremely passively until he had the Ghost Walk available. If you get caught without it as Nyx, you're pretty much dead. So being careful until you've got that vital survivability tool left makes a lot of sense. Gaia's up behind him. I don't think Zoot quite heard him behind there, but Gaia again being sort of patient in this middle ground. A little bit of free damage. Make that 2 bits of free damage. There goes the injection, but he's got no more armor. If Zoot lands these rails, which he doesn't do, if he got those rails, that would have been fantastic.
On Zoot, I mean, I think Gaia is just making Zoot very frustrated right now. He's just being so hard to pin down. And just as Zoot gets those situations to maybe pin his health down, Gaia is just always there to pick up both those big pickups. And now Gaia brings himself to match point. Zoot still 1 round away from tying up the series, but if Gaia wins this, that is it. Finished.
That's going to be all she wrote for Zoot, unless he wins this round. Now, easier said than done, but...
Oh, Gaia went back to Anarchy.
I was just about to say, I think he almost went for that first Gaia, that first Galena, sorry, as an element of unpredictability, but these starts have been very beneficial for Zoot before, when they've had that Anarchy mirror. So has Gaia made a mistake going for the mirror again?
Depends how this fight goes. Looks like Zoot's committed to it. He can let him get away.
Unfortunately, he got...
trying. Oh, he hits a rail, though. Oh, and Zoot, there we go. LG, more than enough damage to finish off the 6 that Gaia had left, and he loses Anarchy immediately.
Now he's gone in for Galena. They are quite far apart in terms of spawn, so it's going to give Galena that small element of setup on the totems, but here he comes with the LG. Catches rail as well. He's got an injection if things go sour. Gets another one.
Totem save him.
Yeah, it did actually save him completely. That guaranteed 50 health can be the difference between life and death, and right there, Gaia using it really well. Coming in with the chase.
Zoot missed the clutch rail. That would have been it for Galena. Double step up once again with a totem. Now, every time we've seen Zoot get this first frag, he has been able to ride the momentum and take the round immediately because of it in quite swift fashion. But Gaia, using this Galena now, kind of, I suppose, trying to slow things down. Those totems have already saved him twice.
That's one element too, is that you can see when your totem gets destroyed on the UI. So in some ways, the totem acts almost like a UAV. If you're not quite sure where the enemy is and then they destroy a totem, you now know exactly where they are, or roughly. Nice rockets there just to keep him at bay. Is it going to be enough to deny? Doesn't want to overextend, and I agree with the decision. Don't push too hard. You've got the champion lead.
Those guys going to become a lot harder to kill with all that armor. So we're able to at very least take the mega health in return.
Gaia's still going to tank an extra rail even before he gets some health.
Oh wow, and you see just how quickly that health got melted down when you haven't got armor to sponge it. So he was in a lot of trouble there, but able to get away. This is kind of that Anarchy special on Ruins, just that runaway, hit and run game plan.
Stopwatch.
He's got lots of space to do so. That really is the key element on this map. Couple of good rockets, really good damage, just switching straight to the LG. Doesn't even need to risk using the rail. And Gaia almost running into the totem. That's one interesting little thing about Galena, is that the totems actually, they don't disappear until you spawn. So after you've died, you actually kind of stay there for a little bit just to see if your totem does the job, and then you switch away afterwards. But Gaia down to his final champion. He, just like Zoot has when he's been on the back foot, has not been able to recover if he goes a couple of champions down. Now, he can make a comeback. You can never count anyone out with the sheer amount of damage you can output in this game if your accuracy is on point. But throughout this entire match, neither player has been able to recover from a 3 straight. And if Zoot can do the same thing, he's in a great position. He's going to tie things up 1-1. They're going to go down to the final map.
Oh yeah, we've been talking already all afternoon about the pressure. What a way to alleviate that, and knowing you now have to start again. You're evened out, and just like that, Zoot is able to easily take that frag. So we're going to be going down to our map 3, and this is just the first season of the season? The first series of the evening, I should be saying.
You can see why he picked that map, though, for sure. It just complements the way he played his team. He was very confident in the mirror, because I think if you're going to play Ruins of Sarnath, that's going to be a matchup you're going to start with quite often, is Anarchy versus Anarchy.
But I think Ruins of Sarnath is just far and away his best map. You know, we see Zoot pick that almost every single time when we see him sort of lose down and he gets to choose, and he always plays well on it. And not a big surprise to see him go back to Anarchy as well. Made a huge difference, I think. The Galena from Gaia was doing really well. It makes you sort of think why he opted not to go for Galena first in the final round 2. I think maybe things could have been a little bit different, considering how quickly he took down Zoot's Anarchy in that next round where he started off with the Galena. But like you said, maybe he was going for that unfamiliarity, maybe trying to catch him off guard, because he spawned with Galena and then put that totem straight on rail. And Zoot, unfortunately, ran straight into it, hook, line, and sinker. Well, I think he kind of just really wanted that rail desperately.
In some ways, it was good because he was going to survive it anyway, and he got the rail. It did mean that in that round in particular, he wasn't able to get started straight away. And because he got the heavy armor and then immediately jumped into it, kind of wasted that 25-second time he had to play passively until the heavy armor came back. So that 25 seconds really was all he needed to just run around and start positioning those totems again, because you're going to be collecting health, you're going to be collecting those hourglasses, they're all going to get the totems back much faster than the default cooldown time. And it was a round where when Galena can get going and she can get set up, it shows you why she's so effective on some of these maps. And I guess the champion composition will depend entirely on the map that we see, because already Gaia has been changing his team quite drastically depending on the map that we saw. And Zoot did that himself, but I feel like the Galena on Blood Run was just because we saw Blood Run. Now, Corrupted Keep. Is this where Gaia goes back to Sorlag? Will he go for more chunky champions? Does Zoot change, or does he go back to his classic?
Or they're going to be both running the Anarchy to start off with at the very least. Like I said, Gaia definitely runs that Sorlag quite often, and there we go, goes straight into it again. Corrupted Keep, we've already seen how powerful these big body champions can be. Corrupted Keep, let's not forget, Corrupted Keep doesn't have a rail, which is a weapon that Zoot has been lethal with thus far, and now obviously that's been taken away, and big body champions just have that sheer overwhelming intimidation, I think, just on small maps like this.
Corrupted Keep is a big boy map, and I think it's just a map that benefits those real tanky champions. But I feel like Zoot is really thinking, and I think he was really thinking about a last-minute pick. Why else would he have stayed there? If not to give himself a little bit of time to think about the matchup, was he thinking about a last-minute change to go away from his regular team? And he's done that with Clutch.
But then as soon as Zoot picked Clutch, we saw Gaia go for the Blaskovich pick. So do you think maybe that was Gaia's answer to if we see that? Because I think Clutch on Corrupted Keep is one of the better champion to map combinations that we've seen so far. Because Clutch just has that barrier, that chase down potential using that sort of strafe dodge, and is a nightmare with a rocket launcher, which is the most contested for weapon on this map, because with there being no rail, the rocket launcher is really that sort of go-to big burst damage weapon by itself. It very much seems to come down to rocket launcher, lightning gun. We actually see a bit of super shotgun on this map too, considering how close quarters
Particularly
it is.
with Anarchy, I think, as
Yeah.
well. Like, it benefits him really, because it's so easy for Anarchy to, around the corner, be point blank really fast.
Round begins
And super
in
shotgun with the amount of damage it can
3,
do definitely
2,
helps him. Now,
1.
when it's Clutch, did we
Round
see Clutch
1,
first? No, he
fight.
has gone for Anarchy first regardless. When you fight Clutch first, it almost forces a specific start. You kind of need to fight for that rocket launcher, because if Clutch gets the rocket first and you don't have one, and then he starts to fight you, it is very, very intimidating, because he's got this amazing weapon and he only needs the rocket launcher to start with. He doesn't need anything else. If you haven't got that, you can't compete with his damage when the shield is down. But there's the rocket. They've both got one now.
Gaia now knows he has access to it. Zoot was trying desperately to sort of just zone him away from that rocket launcher, but can only do so for so long without throwing all your own rockets away, I think. It makes sense, though, how both players keep consistently starting off with Anarchy, though, because they both seem very momentum-based, very snowball playstyle-wise, you know what I mean? As soon as they can get that first frag, they can really start it off. Oh, wow, Zoot taking a lot of damage here, but so is Gaia.
Minimal rocket damage, 40 and then 16. That's not going to be enough to really tickle Anarchy when you just pop this injection.
This is about as much of a mirror match as I think it gets. Oh, is he going to chase him? Oh, a quick defending rocket once again from Gaia.
Wow, what a commitment. I think that was, in some ways, incredibly risky for Zoot to chase that, because if he took one extra damage rocket, he would have gone down easily, but he's caught an amazing spawn on Gaia. Even though he's going to spawn with lots of health, he's going to be quite vulnerable to that
That's
LG.
what I mean, though. Even though Zoot did so much damage to Gaia in that situation, it is Sorlag. He already has more health and armor immediately. Even though Zoot definitely won that sort of trade-off, Gaia still was just that sheer health number.
Stopwatch.
Another good factor for Corrupted Keep, I think, is these tanky champions, if you catch them on a bad spawn, at the end of the day, they just have more health. So they're not going to be as sort of it's not dangerous for them, but Gaia, nice awareness there to just immediately pepper that mega health with the acid. But 100 damage rocket, Zoot with a big chunk of damage down already in the fight.
Oh, yeah, there's rocket zipping past Zoot's head. Gaia close, but no cigar.
There's that heavy armor. A great exchange for Zoot. There's quite a while until mega health's up, so Gaia really isn't strong enough that if he tries to challenge, Zoot can't punish that heavily. Now he's got the mega as well.
I mean, this is a great situation for Zoot to be in. He seems to be controlling both of these pickups so far. But Gaia trying to keep him off the rocket, but isn't going to work. Gaia taking a lot of damage in that situation.
And to be honest, minimal damage on Zoot. Doesn't really need to worry too much. This has been another fantastic start. You wonder if history's going to repeat itself. Can Gaia recover when he loses the first champion?
I need MC to do it if he can. He needs to do it right now. Don't be losing that first round.
This is looking really good. A nice trail. Yeah, that's it. That's all we needed. A really good trail there with the LG. And even though they got hit by the acid, just look at the fact that Zoot still has his injection. There was no way that acid was going to take him
Zoot had
out.
injection, mega health pickup. I mean, even though Zoot took full damage from it, it wasn't ever going to matter. Catches Blaskovich. Has a dual wield. Is he going to use it? Injection pop, so Zoot is kept alive again.
The dual wield to try and deny. He's going to commit him with the 2 nail guns. Still not taking a huge amount of damage. Zoot very comfortable.
I mean,
in that first
ultimately,
round.
though, the nail gun, just not an ideal weapon to be stuck with when doing the dual wield, but I just don't think he had anything better in the situation. Zoot did catch him very early. Zoot has actually been good with that all morning, though, catching spawns and making those predictions on when they get or where they're going to be. And Zoot's consistently doing well in that situation, but Gaia was put down with just the nail gun, and that's not really what you want with the Blaskovich. Super shotgun comes through, Zoot with the brave play here.
Going in for the injection, and really good catch on the mid-air. Gaia kind of steering straight into that one, but really good exchange there from Zoot. Went into the super shotgun a little bit to try and take that early damage, changed his
Zoot
mind.
just really laid on the pressure there, and it all came from a super shotgun of anything too.
A big part of that, I think, was great awareness, and that was a good shot too, but just good awareness of the lack of weaponry that Gaia actually had at the time.
Wow, Zoot able to secure... No. Yeah, I think he did get the pickup.
Wonder how much it's going to matter, though, because he has no armor. Yeah, he's got to get out of there. Guy almost beat him to it, too, when he had that really good, really nice sort of rocket jump to get that initial boost of speed. Did beat him to it, but wasn't quite able to collect it at the last possible second. Because I think if he got Mega Health, that would have been a frag, like outright. Zoot would have been 2 champions down. We are yet to actually see Zoot's clutch as well. Really interested to see how he performs with this champion. We haven't seen him use it before, at least in a competitive sense.
Truthfully, though, Nick's definitely not a particularly... I don't want to say damaging champion outside of like the normal stuff, right? Obviously, like neither her passive or ability are sort of built for damage. It's going to take Zoot quite a while to chip down Gaia if he stacks himself up properly. But he caught him on a good read on where he's going to be going. The acid is forced out of Gaia already. It connected though. Is that going to be it?
Oh! I hadn't really seen Zoot go for his Ghost Walk. So I wondered if he was saving it for when he got hit by the acid, but I think he might have used it to try and just sort of safely get away from that lightning gun situation when he was kind of stuck by the wall. So often you see Nick's players save it, but Zoot, look at how stacked Zoot is at this stage. So much health, so much armor, and I'm yet to see him use a shield wall as well. There it is, it comes out. He's being aggressive, he's going in for the chase. Minimal damage for Gaia, and he gets fragged. That is why Clutch is dangerous on Corrupted Keep.
Indeed, but now we can see Gaia with that Blaskovich left, and Gaia did pick this immediately upon seeing Zoot go for Clutch, so Gaia must be confident in this.
He's going to have to be careful, because the dual wield will shred Clutch, but only when the shield wall is down. So he's going to have to force Zoot to get rid of the shield wall first, and then afterwards go in for that dual wield for the big damage.
Yeah, it's almost like a game of chicken, right? So whoever activates that ability first is going to be in that situation to fight.
And then he goes in for the LG, doesn't even need the rocket. Really well played from Zoot, and just a good awareness of when to go in. It's something he's done this whole time. He's on match point now. If he can ride this momentum, yeah, I agree, Guy. This is 100% crunch time, and he knows it more than anyone.
But this is it, though. Zoot needs one more round. I mean, we've already seen players unable to make full, like, 3 champion comebacks. When
but
they're on the
again,
back foot,
Zoot is able to deny the rocket. He gets it first, and Guy gets fragged already. That is 3 rounds in a row. He has been unable to get that rocket, and it's been so unfortunate for him.
I actually love the change of pace from Zoot, though. I mean, we don't usually see him go for that aggressive first frag, but in this situation, he could tell, Gaia realized what was on the line, and Zoot determined to just lay on that pressure as thick as possible right away to put Gaia in that stressful situation, and that's exactly what he's done.
Well, many of these players, they've been competing in Quake for many, many years across many different titles of Quake in particular, and
oh dear,
they've been in this situation. He's going in, commits to it, but Gaia with the answer back. That might have been the lifeline that he needs.
It was. I mean, if Zoot got that frag, that by itself could have been GG by itself, but Gaia once again able to get that defensive rocket return frag, and Zoot walks straight into another one. This could be what Gaia needs to make the full comeback.
I almost saw maybe Gaia was a little bit tilted after getting that early frag. He said GG in chat. He did not think that the win was possible after losing Anarchy so early, but look at this, 2-2. They've both got 2 champions left.
He was able to take out Zoot's Nyx last time just with the acid spit by itself, so Gaia can definitely get this frag.
I definitely reckon we're going to see Zoot saving his Ghost Walk for if he gets hit by the acid spray. Definitely doesn't want to lose to acid ticking again, especially with this much on the line.
Now though, Zoot back to the wall, nowhere to run now.
We're back here, but Gaia trying to use the wall as cover this time. He took a lot of damage in that last round trying to do this situation. Right now you can see Gaia doesn't even want to try and challenge that long range. Instead, he's just going to try and get stacked back up. And stacked he is. Look at how much he's got. Wow, I think if Zoot didn't Ghost Walk there, he might have just killed himself, but he was alive. And Gaia, a lot of health to go. Is he going to chase? We see Zoot very low. He
Zoot
could
must be on
not
less than 5 health right now.
Yeah, he could not be any weaker. He's got to be so careful now, but look how close they are. And just a single trail of LG won't do it. But
oh no,
he's in the lava!
Gaia almost killing himself there, melting himself in the little feet.
That would have been a horrendous way to die. But he does manage to get away. The problem is, though, minimal health. He does get mega health, but it's too risky. He's opting to go for the small pickups instead. That is going to allow Zoot to pick up the mega, though.
I'm so happy Gaia didn't accidentally kill himself there. Can you imagine how hard it would have been to bring yourself out of that situation?
With 3 health to spare, he is going to be all the way back up to healthy. And it's very important that he survived that exchange. I mean, he was half a second away from going out there. He would have been down to just his Blaskovich.
Yeah, Gaia saw him fall down, expected him to use a teleporter, but Zoot just intelligently not going to be going for it, keeping himself as safe as possible. Guy once again gets the mega health.
There's no reason for him to overextend. That really is the important thing. If you can stay out of range of Sorlag to avoid the assist bit, but hang on. Here comes Zoot. Has he got Ghost Walk available to soak it? He has. He goes in for the attack. Can he get him before? Going in for the gauntlet in case. He got 2 health pickups, but it's not going to be enough. Zoot gets the LG, and now Gaia. This is do or die. His last chance. He has to make this comeback.
This is Gaia's last life. Blazkowicz has to take out Clutch and Nyx. He has the damage to do it, but has to be very careful. If he uses his dual wield to take out Nyx, he will not have it for Clutch.
If he takes out Zoot's Nyx, he must get a good spawn on the Clutch. He cannot allow Clutch to get going. He can't let Clutch get any form of health item. He cannot let him get a rocket launcher.
But he has to take out Nyx first. Well, we can tell Guy really wants this frag. 11 health. There we go. This is really crunch time now. How does Guy deal with this Clutch? This champion that's been such a problem.
He's caught him on spawn.
But looks like, yeah, Zoot already very healthy. Heavy armor coming up soon. If Zoot picks up this heavy armor, it's going to be very difficult, and he does get it.
We can see a guy is going to be sort of really commanding. I think the next call to action is going to be to look at that rocket launcher. Unfortunately, by collecting Mega,
for sure.
Yeah, by collecting that Mega, he has actually allowed Zoot to get the rocket launcher completely uncontested. But in some ways, you feel like it was a good trade. He's now going to be nice and healthy, but he's going to have to be so careful. If he gets point blank, he will have the advantage with that shield wall and rocket combined. Well, it's so hard to deal with.
Zoot has just become the final boss for Gaia. Oh, wow. The fight was forced out, but wasn't able to commit. Oh, wow, 100 damage. This is what he needs. The barrier is popped.
Oh, no, he got heavy armor. That might have been game over. He allowed him to pick up the armor, and that might be enough.
No, he gets away. Zoot lets him escape. Once again, Zoot stacking up. And like I was saying before they so rudely interrupted me with the fight, this is final boss situation. Zoot has a rocket launcher. He has loads of health. He has loads of armor. Gaia, this is absolutely as hard as it's going to get. Dual wield, the barrier is up too.
It's a direct counter. He's going straight through. He's just waiting out the time completely, and here comes Zoot. 27 HP. He is in so much danger right now, but look at how weak both of them are. Neither of them can fight.
But Gaia immediately gets the heavy armor.
I think that heavy armor.
Oh, mega health goes to Zoot too. This is a nail-biting end. He catches him out. Zoot losing actually only 34 damage from those rockets though.
That was such a close last-minute situation.
But you look at the cooldown time. Dual wield still so far away from being up.
On the flip side, though, I'm willing to bet Zoot's got his shield wall ready. So if he can catch Gaia without that, might be all right. But he's in danger now. Forced to use his shield wall defensively, but he is not in a great situation. It's going to be quite difficult for Zoot to get away from that, but Gaia trying to reset that situation back, get the mega health instead.
I mean, if anything, though, Gaia is going to know that Zoot used the barrier to secure the heavy armor.
And now he's
he
got
has
dual
double wield. If he can get a fight now and doesn't give Zoot room to escape, he will probably quite, I don't want to say simply take the frag, but be in a better case to do so than he has had the opportunity to do so far.
And the longer it takes for him to get this fight, at this stage, Zoot might have it, and he does indeed. Does he push? Not too heavy. Going in for the rocket jump to try and survive, and no! Does damage to himself with 16 health left and 5 armor. I think that rocket jump was a mistake.
That really was a clutch, like instant final time to make that decision. Rocket jump, because rocket jumping when you're playing as most of the champions in the game does a lot of damage to yourself, and when you have that fight and Zoot was there with the barrier up ready to hurt him and you make the decision, do I stay on the floor and be an easier target to get hit here from above, because Zoot was shooting down onto him, so it was the decision of, do I stay down here and be an easier target and maybe get taken out easier, or do I make this ballsy decision and rocket jump up, hurt myself in the process, but be a bit more unpredictable? But Zoot just did not let him get away with it at all.
At the last possible minute, I think you understand why he would have done it, because as you just said, right, it's, if I'm going to commit to this fight and I'm in a fight that I might not be able to get away from, because I guess on one hand he might have been able to try and get away or just try and sort of go towards Mega Health Room, just to have that sort of cover behind him, but Clutch will chase that down, especially when he had that shield all up top. At the end of the day, I just think the damage he did to himself almost sealed his fate, because he rocket jumped and had basically 40 HP left. And if you're on Corrupted Keep and you're that close with a rocket launcher, a 40 damage rocket is unbelievably likely. But that does mean that Zoot will be moving on to the EU Regionals. He was here in week 1 in top 16, lost to Vu, unfortunately. wasn't able, as far as I'm aware, wasn't really able to play or was commentating in week 3, so he was at least not able to play in the top 16. So he sort of had that final week to play, and he did manage to get it, and he's qualified among the rest of the EU talent that will be playing in the regionals to decide who makes it to QuakeCon. So huge congratulations to him. Gaia, we've seen you every week, mate. Thank you for getting as far as you did, and you had such a good fight. You made Zoot work for it, but unfortunately this is where the Quake World Championship ends.
I think it very much has come full circle for Zoot. Let's not forget, he did make top 16 in week 1, all the way back. I say all the way back, 4 weeks ago during the first.
Still quite a while ago in hindsight,
yeah,
with a new
course,
game.
Of course, especially for these guys. But Zoot able to get top 16 week 1. Unfortunately, that's where it ended for him at the time. And here, you know, fast forward the clock to a few weeks, and here we are in the final week. And Zoot once again playing first match of the morning, afternoon, whatever time it is,
Definitely
wherever
first,
you may be.
It's first match of the morning for us, and it's first match of the morning for Zoot. So it's early games, boys. But that does mean that our first series of the night, be it was a long one, is now over, and we have the rest of our matches good to go. We have 7 more to determine who's going to qualify for the EU regionals for this final week. And while we prepare the match, we're going to go for a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. This is the 4th and final week of the EU qualifier for the Quake World Championship. And our next series of the evening is going to be Buckster versus Chronic. Now, we just saw Zoot go up against Gaia in a very sort of last-minute situation. You know, there's the last round, almost, and
went down to map 3.
It was down to the wire, really. But Zoot ultimately did come off better in that exchange. For the first time, we really saw him differ away from his traditional team of Ranger, Nyx, and Anarchy, and he went with Clutch in the final map. We saw him go with Galena at the start as well. And I think it's a testament to show that being able to play multiple champions is a really, really important thing.
I think Zoot is, this week particularly, kind of like the sole example of why it's important to make sure that you have more than just one team to play. And it seems very map dependent, and Blood Run once again will be the first map of the day. And this is, I think it's gonna be an interesting way to start things off all the time.
I think we're gonna see Galena so much today, because Blood Run being that predetermined map that everyone will play first means that we are more than likely to see her, because this really is a map where she can thrive. So even though we may not see her every single time, seeing her way more than we normally do is almost guaranteed, I think.
Well, this week particularly, Galena and Clutch, their popularity this week has skyrocketed in terms of what we've seen on stream. Clutch especially. Clutch has very much gone from zero to hero, from like the start of when we started this season, all the way to now, when in week 1 or just before week 1, admittedly, before we started, like, I actually think he got his buff that sort of, you know, gave him that sort of dash mobility. He got that a few days before our very first qualifier, before the very first Thursday. So in week 1, admittedly, didn't really see much of him whatsoever. Week 2 started to see a little bit more, and as the weeks have gone on, it's been a little bit more and more and more, to the point that he is now picked on Corrupted Keep almost every single time. Whereas now, on other maps, he's still getting picked, maybe not as much as Corrupted Keep, but he is very much now getting picked a lot more than we used to see.
Now, statistically as well, Clutch is picked among the top 5 of champions. As far as I'm aware, the sort of top 5 picked champions tends to be Nyx, Ranger, Visor, Clutch, and Anarchy, all respectively across different maps. But you wouldn't have seen that before. You know, it really is these changes to this champion. And just like that, we have quite an interesting matchup to start off. Galena versus Clutch. Now, Clutch is going to be the totems. If he catches a totem, it's not really going to help him on the shield wall there. So it's going to be another ability that can go through the shield and do guaranteed damage to Clutch, which sometimes you can't really do.
Also, another 2 champions with just a lot of momentum potential, right? If Clutch can get those early frags and start to really stack himself up, he becomes very hard to deal with. And Galena, if she can get those early frags and start setting up that network of totems, can be a nightmare herself.
He needs to get a rocket launcher. That's going to be the difficult thing. Chronic could not have spawned further away from a rocket launcher if he wanted to. Going in for the rail instead, but trying to go through and get the rocket instead. Does get the rail, though. That was a very bold decision. Was to just sort of almost bully his way in. Buckster really tried to stand his ground there, but at the end of the day, Clutch, he gets where he wants to go if he's got a shield wall in front of you.
Opting to go for a rail with a barrier up, though, is a bit of a more... I think it's a bit more of a heavy commitment, right? Because if you miss those shots, you're doing like no damage. Or is he going to take it down? Yes, he is. But if you use the sort of railgun when you've got the barrier up, you're almost like investing, right? Because if you get those hits, your barrier uptime is going to be maximized because you're firing for a very little amount of time because you're shooting a single shot weapon. But if you miss, that damage is just being completely wasted.
Good catch on the rail again. Buckster trying to change his momentum.
Really want to get hold of this mega health, but Chronic tries to chase him down, isn't able to stop him getting it in time, so now Chronic finds himself lower on health. Oh wow, nice. What a read. Buckster knew exactly where he was going to go.
It was also a fantastic decision, was to like ignore the heavy armor, commit to that read, get the frag first. It did work out this time. Now Chronic's down to his Nyx. Haven't seen a huge amount of Nyx today in terms of how well she's been performing. Really has come down to other champions. And that's just going to further increase that lead for Buckster at this stage. He's got a lot more health, currently more armor as well, and the heavy armor hasn't even spawned yet.
Just getting the pickups, yeah, he's going to know she's towards the left there. It's a good situation for Buckster to be in, though.
We're definitely going to see this patience continue throughout the evening, I think. So much is on the line in this 4th and final week.
Let's not forget, every single set that you guys see tonight is going to be the winner moves on to regionals as one of the last match, and the loser, that's it. If there is no more qualification opportunities, this is the final opportunity. So it makes complete sense for these guys to be playing patiently to really try and give themselves the best chance they can.
Oh. Yeah, no doubt. He forced the Ghost Walk out, which means if he gets caught off guard here, he's not going to have that defensive mechanism. And even though he's picking up health, he is still so weak in comparison to Buckster. At this point, I think Buckster, again, just going to time that Mega. As long as he can deny these important pickups, it really is going to be so difficult for Chronic to make any form of a comeback. If he's not stacked, he can't win these fights, unless he hits really good shots and Buckster misses lots. But so far, Buckster's accuracy has been really impressive.
Oh, gets the heavy armor. Oh, doesn't get by the rail in return, though. That's like a free pickup, and now, once again, Chronic finds himself on the brink of death. Buckster trying to chase him down.
Oh, he heard the armor, so he definitely knew he was down there, but because of the teleporter, there really wasn't much he could do about it. Here comes that Mega again. Consistently, Buckster taking these heavy items instead.
Tries to sort of sneak through in between the rockets. Oh, 20 health left.
I wonder if it's enough, and that isn't. Even though he got the heavy armor, he still didn't have the health to take it.
Wow, dying just on the brink of the 1 minute warning too, so now we're going to find ourselves going down to the wire on what is just round 1.
This is... this is next.
Oh, there's the telefrag. That's one way to end the first round.
I mean, so we saw one Ghost Walk, and then we saw another, but he just stayed where he was, and because of that, I guess it's just... Maybe it was just a slip of the mind. Maybe he forgot about the telefrag possibility, or just thought that he wouldn't have committed to it. Maybe he considered it too risky of a decision, but even risky decisions, when they pay off and the reward is going to be making it to regionals, it's always going to be worthwhile.
Well, the reason it's going to work is because, you know, you want to reappear right as the mega health is there, so you pick it up. If the opponent wants to be picking it up too, you're going to appear on them and then just get that insta-kill.
Buckster's been able to top himself up, so actually committed to the fight. On one hand, you might have almost gone, why is he committed to that? But with the totem giving him that guaranteed 50 back, compared to the amount of damage he'd done to Clutch, then it definitely made sense. Oh. There's the denial. Clutch is going to be quite vulnerable to those sort of spacing-based rockets because he's got that big hitbox.
But still, look how beefy he is. Already stacked up, getting a lot of rockets here. Still has 75 health, but there we go. Buckster going to get the follow-up.
Great start for Buckster so far during that. You can already see actually 2 totems already in play. And in 10 seconds, he's going to have another one.
Just wonder how much Chronic's going to be walking into them, though. So now he seems to be playing around them quite well. Mega health picked up.
It's going to be quite risky for Chronic in some ways to delete some of those totems because he's now giving himself away, but Buckster incredibly stacked up here.
On a map like this, it seems like both players are so aware of where they are at all times anyway, then almost having them destroyed. And if it's like certain totems isn't as much of a problem. I mean, especially when it's someone like Ranger, for example, that the Dire Orb just can move you from point A to point B so quickly. Oh, missing that rail. Seems to be a running theme potentially today.
Big damage because Chronic was able to get that mega health. Very defensive. Galena can afford to be defensive if she's going to be sort of peppering those totems down in really strange places. It's going to give her good eyes on where the opponent's going to be, which means if she's trying to establish distance and not overextend too much, a totem going down is going to give you that eyes, or give you those eyes on screen, I should say.
Oh, trading rail for rail, exactly. Totem's going to keep him alive, though.
Unfortunately, using the health of the totem a little bit too early just because he shot the wall, but with the distance between him and Chronic, it's really not the end of the world at this stage. But 2.5 minutes. The round is now halfway through. Buckster with that champion
He
lead.
really wants to get this armor for sure. There it is. Have to be very careful going to fight at all without any armor, because obviously let's not forget, even if you've got 100 health with no armor, that's like a single direct rocket, or the Dire Orb, which is more likely going to be connecting that situation.
Especially at point blank, it can be quite hard to dodge that Dire Orb at close range because it's not just the Dire Orb itself, but it's the aura that surrounds it. I feel like as long as Buckster is nice and healthy, as long as he's got totems on the screen, so if they go down, he can see where they've been destroyed, so he can almost decide how far away the opponent is. Like right there, like he knows he's going to be within the range of the totem because he went for the rocket launcher, so now he can plan his next advance quite carefully.
Really just trying to stop picking up the mega health. It isn't quite able to. Just don't forget, if you shoot this rocket as fast as possible, you can almost like thread the needle in between them to try and squeeze in the time between the rockets hitting.
Oh, you can definitely time it for sure. You can definitely time it to make it a little bit easier to collect, but not the easiest thing to do. You can see there, Buckster actually, I think he can see the totem, but he's not destroying it. I think he doesn't want to give himself away. And because he's not destroyed it, he thinks he's ran the other way, and there we go, it gave him a free rail. We can see the awareness, the adaptation.
Chronic's super low though. Oh, but even having 100 armor will not matter if you don't have the health to sponge it.
And you know why that works? We'll talk about it in a sec after this fight.
It's because he let the totem live. He used the totem against him.
And because of it, Buckster was just looking in the opposite direction.
Galena betrayed by that which she loves the most.
Definitely not the first time we've seen it though. Definitely not the first time. That higher level mind game.
Chronic's taking a lot of damage from those rockets, but right now, as long as you get that heavy armor, as long as you've got some health, it doesn't seem to be the worst thing in the world. Already 30 seconds away from the end of the round though, so next frag most likely going to decide who takes the second round.
Looking likely to go into sudden death here, so it's going to be a Ranger mirror to determine who wins the round. I mean, we could see an exchange in 20 seconds, but with how slow these guys have been playing, it seems a bit unlikely. However, catches him on the teleporter, this could be it. There's the teleport, the read. Neither player teleports to their dire orb. They both stand true to it. Because of that, Chronic, let's get the frag, and I mean, yeah. 3
After
seconds,
such a strong lead for Buckster too, he was in the lead for like the vast majority of that round, but in the last minute, it just all fell apart. And now Chronic finds himself 1 round away from winning the map. I mean, this is a weird situation, right? Because these rounds have both been so back and forth between them. And I don't want to say drawn out, because it makes it sound like they're basically stalling for it, but they're being very patient. But ultimately now, 2 rounds in the favor of Chronic. Chronic starting again with Clutch once again.
We haven't seen Clutch be able to do a whole lot yet, but part of that on the other 2 rounds is that Chronic was unable to spawn near the rocket launcher, because the rocket launcher really is what Clutch thrives on, with those up-close confrontations. And if you don't spawn near a rocket, but the opponent keeps you at bay, and by the way, nice catch there, trying to go for the railgun. But if you don't spawn near a rocket, at the end of the day, you're not going to be as effective, and Chronic hasn't been able to do that for 2 rounds.
I actually think Buckster's been playing this matchup specifically very well. Galena versus Clutch isn't something we get to see often, but it seems very slow. As I can say that though, Chronic getting aggressive. Has a lot of health to go with this, and there's a rail going to connect, and Buckster loses Galena straight away, and Chronic now, the commanding lead, gets the spawn too.
I feel like that's actually a very consistent spawn. A lot of the time when we see a frag happen near Mega Health, consistently the opponent will then turn around, fire a preemptive rocket, and then rail, and it's almost always on the money. I think it's just a knowledge thing at this stage.
Just knowledge on where the spawn points are and when they're likely to be there. Oh, there's that direct mid-air, but Clutch being a big boy, he's going to take that one. Look at this speed. I'm still not used to seeing Clutch move that fast.
One of his greatest strengths, by all means, is that he can basically go wherever he wants, and because of that speed, he can chase you as well, which is why the shield wall is such an effective option. It used to be beforehand that you'd see the shield wall and you could almost outrun it, wait the shield out, and then go in afterwards, but now...
Literal tank.
Absolutely.
3 and 9. Not the heaviest hitting rockets I've ever seen. A little bit of damage at the very least, just to let Chronic know that he is in fact up there. Oh, Buckster was going around the corner, but decided not to. Good call, really.
Don't want to walk into a clutch with rail and rocket with that much health.
Oh, wow. Quick shot.
He's going to be aggressive. He's going to chase this one down, I think. He's done so much damage, and he's still got the shield wall. Here we go. Here comes Clutch. There's the good read on the dire orb. Just needs one more.
He's committing to this fight. All or nothing, and it will be all.
That was a good read on the dire orb right there. He just knew he was going to teleport to it.
Right, we need these. If he hit all these rails, it'll be over already. Buckster, there's the Ghost Walk. Oh, he takes the armor away from him. Oh, Buckster is not in a good situation now. Trying desperately to stuck himself back up again. Done a good job of getting full health with a bit of armor. He's going to walk straight to him. Hasn't got Ghost Walk. He pops the barrier. This could be guaranteed win.
Minimal rockets, and actually fumbling his jump towards heavy armor, I think might have saved him. Because Chronic was dedicated towards aiming for that heavy armor. He was going to go for the shot if he went for it, but he fumbled it and he fell down.
Oh,
no!
I was about to say he's not going to go for this armor because he doesn't have the health to rocket jump over to it. And then he killed himself. Oh my lord, but that might have given Buckster a lifeline.
That might have been...
Is Buckster going to win the round on that?
Crucial suicide of all time.
But there was like, that wasn't even like a clutch, like in the last minute bad decision. He had a long time to calculate that damage.
Oh, either way, Buckster's actually on the verge of making a comeback.
I mean,
because of it.
if Buckster wins the round on that, that is why you don't make those mistakes.
These rails, I mean, it's just a hair's length they're missing by. Mistimed the jump in between rockets.
Oh, 20 health left on Buckster though, if Chronic can get this kill.
Even with 25 health, and even with that armor, 25 health still, it's not a huge amount, but there we go. Did little pickups, put him straight back up there, but quite a funny situation we find ourselves in.
Oh, you can see the Ghost Walk is popped. Oh, and Chronic is able to salvage what could have been a disastrous round.
Could have been a really costly suicide, by all means. Just didn't quite calculate how much damage he had left, I suppose. But because of it, it's going to be 3 straight rounds for Chronic anyway. But I feel like, can you imagine that scenario where you accidentally kill yourself and then a comeback happens, but then you lose the next 2 rounds? I mean, that would have been something that you regret forever.
I think as a testament to just how diverse Quake champions can be played, though, and how on the ball you have to be at all times. Because you might see rounds go down to 5 minutes, go down to overtime, and think, you know, wow, this is really slow. This is, you know, a really slow-paced game. You know, maybe this is how it always goes. But then that kind of thing happens where someone accidentally commits suicide, and then the next character gets taken out immediately, and in like less than 30 seconds, the game is completely evened out. Even you can have like 4.5 minutes of complete dominance, but one mistake can cost you 2 champions, and that's exactly what we saw there, which took it down to being so close to a full comeback in that round.
So the team composition was quite traditional, I feel.
At least what's becoming traditional.
Which is a very strange scenario, because normally it was Visor picked all the time, always Nyx, always Anarchy, always Ranger. They were always like sort of core. We'd see them on every single team, but now we are seeing Galena, we are seeing Clutch. People are starting to experiment a little bit more, and I think the experimentation is paying off. It takes players to innovate and to start looking into potential possibilities of different champions, but the further we're going down the line, it's becoming ever so much more prominent. Now we're going Galena and Clutch again. A bit worried about, and that's why Clutch and Scalebearer together on this map. I mean, we've seen the damage these guys can do together on the same team composition.
I mean, I'm not sure if Corrupted Keep was a good decision, considering that Chronic's Clutch was such a big problem. And Clutch has been rising in popularity over the last couple of weeks, that much is undeniable, but his pick rate on Corrupted Keep is staggering. He is a very popular champion on this map, and the fact that you take a guy that is clearly a Clutch player and then give him Corrupted Keep when he just won the first map, I mean, maybe there's going to be some strategies here. Obviously, it's going to be the Galena pick was taken straight away again, so Galena clearly a comfort champion pick here going into Corrupted Keep. And we've seen a few sort of, I don't want to say gimmicky plays, but some tricky stuff done with Galena on this map before. A bit more less common for sure than seeing Clutch kind of just pop that barrier, get right in your face, and you all of a sudden not really having the distance to run away anymore. But we've definitely seen Galena work on this one too. So I don't want to just completely write it off already, but I'm a bit concerned that now we have Scalebearer and Clutch on a map that benefits both of them greatly.
Well, we'll see what happens. This could potentially be our final game of this series. Chronic being up 1 game means he's got quite a comfort zone here. If he can keep playing well, he's going to be fantastic. He gets an immediate frag, and that's because Clutch got that rocket launcher. The first call to action will always be get that rocket launcher away from Clutch if he spawns first, because the second he gets it...
He still had his barrier too, wow! And just like that, in 20 seconds, even though, I mean, that's kind of it, right? The last round almost went down to 5 minutes. 20 seconds into this round, and we are almost done already.
It's been because Buckster has been unable to challenge. He hasn't been able to get a rocket himself, which means that even if he's able to crack the shield, he can't get enough damage to compete with it, which means that Clutch will just pepper it down for free as often as he likes. And now 150 health, 125 armor. I would be very worried if I was Buckster, and with the nail gun on hand, I don't think he's got anything else to answer back with.
I mean,
and I think Chronic knows it.
If all he has is a nail gun, tries to get an LG, I think, but if all he has is a nail gun, we've got Chronic, he is fully stacked, he has the barrier, he is going to be able to track that Ghost Walk. This is going to be a very difficult situation for Buckster to make this comeback.
He's just playing that, he's just sitting on the rocket launcher at this stage. Buckster kind of needs that to fight back, and if he hasn't got it, it's going to be so much harder. Super nail gun's managing to push him away. He's going to land a few more of those nails because of Clutch's big hitbox, and there's the rocket. He's still going to follow him, can still see it.
Wow, and that's it. That is why Nyx does not have an easy time versus Clutch. She pops Ghost Walk, he pops Barrier, and the X-ray we can see on Spectator, he will see through the barrier once he pops it. It is a complete counter to that ability if you have it saved.
And when she re-emerges, he's still going to have shield wall.
Round 2.
Because Barrier lasts longer than Ghost Walk.
So Chronic goes for the Mega. The fight towards Rocket already begins, trying to keep Buckster away from it, but Buckster,
Not again. Surely not again.
the danger is that Buckster has been forced to run away, and because of that, he's allowed Chronic to collect the Rocket again. I'd be
But
surprised.
Buckster is quite stacked up on armor at the very least, so he should be able to sponge a bit more damage.
Caught him in a bad spot, forcing Clutch to use it defensively. Can he seal this? Is it going to be enough? 17 health. Buckster, though, also unbelievably weak.
Or tries to sustain himself, but he gets the health before. Buckster was able to top himself up a little bit with a totem, but it wasn't enough to sponge that much rocket damage immediately.
I don't think Buckster was actually prepared for him to be directly behind him. He was almost like backing up, looking in the opposite direction as he took that Mega. Probably expecting Chronic to be somewhere else. Fortunately, just punished.
Oh no, mid-air direct, that's not what Buckster needs. Dirorb goes in, doesn't connect with any damage. Is he going to be able to get this return frag?
Such minimal damage coming through on these rockets. He's just not able to seal the deal. I feel like we definitely should have seen a frag there from at least one of them.
Rocket's wide, quite on the mark. Let's not get splash damage is mighty, but it's not quite as good as just those raw direct 100 damage.
Buckster's trying to do as much damage to Clutch as he can before we see the shield wall, because the second we get point blank, that is when Clutch activates. The defensive shield wall again. It's going to be down for quite a while. Is this when Buckster presses the advantage?
He's trying, but yeah, a lot of damage there. Does he teleport to this? Yeah, would have been risky.
A bit too much of a risk, I think, especially seeing as he had those pickups nearby. Would have been suicide to teleport to it right then. But Chronic. Oh, a little bit of self-damage, but it's not going to affect Ranger as bad, and the LG finishes the job. A long and lengthy exchange right there, but Buckster does come off better.
I know, this will be the first time we've seen Scale Bear in a while. What has Chronic got? Oh, he made the read, but he didn't quite turn the right way when he re-emerged. Is Buckster going to get the kill? Yes, he does. Buckster able to take down the two big bodies back to back.
He was correct on the charge too. Like, he knew he was there, but just wasn't able to connect anything.
Read on the right room, just not maybe quite on the money as to Buckster's location in the room. But, you know, I mean, to be fair, that is a hard read for you to make, and Chronic almost there, but not quite enough.
Both down to Ranger, but Buckster with that Nyx waiting in line. Much more comfortable for the round, but so far Chronic's taken every single round, so if Buckster doesn't get this round, it's going to be quite a mental checkout. It can be, and does manage to get one frag. If he gets a good spawn on Nyx, he's going to force out the Ghost Walk. Looks like he has indeed got a good spawn, but no Ghost Walk. Buckster still has that defensive mechanism.
Much more happy to take that mega health and not let Nyx get it, I think. See that Buckster just picked up himself a rocket launcher, so going to have that big damage potential. Chronic doesn't have any armor, has a little bit now.
Buckster's in big trouble, but actually did a fantastic job of fighting his way out, but in the super nail gun doing so much damage, but really not going for anything else. There we go, Buckster gets a round on the board. Very important to make sure that he can do this. If anything, just a morality round.
When you've got someone like Nyx that is that good at sort of just zipping around and juking around, I mean, the nail gun might do 20 per nail, but it's going to be hard to confirm those nails, especially when she's zipping around trying to shoot with a rocket.
Now, Buckster, yeah, he spawned directly on the rocket. That was exactly the spawn that he needed. There's that defensive totem. Funnily enough, we haven't actually really seen that teleporter used much at all.
It's because all the fighting's taking place on it. Oh, Chronic's going in. Oh, the barrier completely wasted. Chronic's going to have to be careful until that comes back again.
We've actually seen a couple of shields that Not wasted as such. I mean, that one kind of seemed somewhat wasted because he went through the door with it activated, but...
It looks like Chronic is really trying to force these early fights like we saw in the first round, but Buckster is just doing so much of a better job of playing around them now.
That's going to be a free frag.
Just like that.
It's because he's not being caught in a situation. He's almost... The shield is being used on Buckster's terms, and that's what's really important here, is that whenever Chronic is forced to fight, he uses the shield just to stay alive. And if he's doing it to stay alive, then he's not going to be able to and eat so much damage. That's going to hurt so much. And with 19 health, he can't really take it. So quite historically, we see people go for like last-minute rocket jumps where they take the rocket jump damage instead of the charge, and they juke it that way. Really surprised we didn't see it that time. Trying to go for a telefrag. Commits a little bit too heavy, I think. Buckster now with no escape mechanisms whatsoever.
Wow,
the
there we go.
melts.
I must say, considering we actually haven't seen much of Scalebearer at all this week. Really, at all. But Chronic playing this supremely well. Is he going to jump off the edge? No, not quite.
He was on the brink of it.
Oh, there we
Ghost
go.
Walk.
Oh, that is unfortunate. Chronic going to go down. I mean, yeah, there's not really much you can say about that. It's just a good old-fashioned rocket to the self.
Buckster is nice and healthy for the fight, though.
Once again, we find ourselves down to this final champion face-off.
100 damage
rocket.
Chronic is in big trouble. I know he's on 50 health, but that's not going to be much at all with the amount of damage Buckster has the potential to do.
Mega health up. Already taken down by Buckster. Heavy armor going to be following soon.
Here he goes! That's all he needed. Now, Buckster actually, you mentioned, we feel like it may have been a mistake picking these two, picking Corrupted Keep into someone that already has a dangerous clutch, and now he's gone in for Scalebearer. I feel like at the moment, though, I feel like we haven't seen as much of Clutch being able to do what he wants. Now, here's the danger. He spawned really far away from the rocket, which has allowed Chronic to pick it up, and now he's just going in for the chase. He's on 30 HP already. Not as much of a good start this time.
You can see Chronic going straight for the rocket, trying not to let him pick it up, but Buckster doubles back, gets himself the heavy armor secured.
Look at how fast he went. Easily goes to where he needs to go.
But if Chronic can stop Buckster from picking up the rocket launcher, you see how much more difficult it's going to be to take down Clutch without one.
And you can just see Chronic is just keeping his eyes glued to it. He knows the pickups aren't going to be here for a few seconds. No doubt we're going to see him try and probably take the Mega or Heavy, depending on what his choice will be. He just wants to keep him away. There's the totem. There's that shield wall, trading the rockets, and he just cannot survive it. But on this map, a huge part of this comes down to spawn. Because Chronic spawned on rocket, he was able to play his game immediately.
But not necessarily that fight, though, because Chronic saw that Buckster threw his totem down already. So Chronic just saw that to mean, okay, right, well, I'm just going to kill that totem, pop my shield wall. Now you have nothing to sustain yourself with. And he got the frag straight away because of it.
Very reactive play coming out of Chronic so far. Looking for those abilities. That's that heavy armor down. Ranger, really chunky.
Almost like playing a bit of a cat and mouse game right now. Buckster, but he seems to be on the other side of the map.
Something we're seeing in this matchup in particular, though, is Buckster using that Dire Orb to go through the shield to do damage that Clutch can't challenge. It does seem to be very important if you're able to sort of catch him with the rocket. If you catch him with splash damage in between the shield wall, and that was a lovely predictive rocket.
Well, this could be a bad situation for Buckster to be in Dire Orb. Works out, teleported to it, didn't get a lot of damage, and once again, Buckster, this could be almost like a repeat frag from before.
Oh no, he fumbles his input. I'm fairly certain that was a misclick and did not intend to press his ability key twice. Sometimes if you do that, you accidentally get your orbital drill, which, yeah, I know, that is a move he has. Some people even forget he's got it because you never see it used.
Wow, yeah, and Buckster, just like that, again, like last game, one mistake has potentially cost Chronic 2 champions because Buckster, I should say, used the drill to get the kill on Clutch and went straight to where he thought the Scalebearer was going to spawn, and he got it. It's crazy just how punishing your mistakes can be. I mean, I'm not going to lie, after seeing how Chronic played the first round of this map, I thought this was going to be a wash. I thought this was going to be just a clean 2-0 in the situation, but Buckster has turned this around in brilliant fashion.
Bit of the armor ready to, just means he's naturally going to be a bit more healthy. Make that a mega health as well. Chronic is very far away from this heavy armor. Not sure he's going to be able to fight for it.
I mean, let's not say the comeback isn't possible, but we definitely haven't seen it as much today as we have in the past. So players are really sort of starting to maintain their leads a little bit stronger.
Oh, caught him down the bottom. They trade Dire Orbs for Dire Orbs. We've seen that quite a lot in that Ranger mirror, where they both kind of go for it at the same time. Almost like two good players think alike. We're seeing Chronic get a lot of like what you would consider successful ambushes, but he's not able to get much. But at the last minute, he does score another frag.
Right, Chronic needs to make this one work though. Doesn't have any armor. Catch someone spawn, but is already very low. Doesn't get chased though. Doesn't commit to it.
Mega's up. No one has Mega yet, but Buckster a little bit more free to collect it as he runs away.
Heavy armor up for another 3 seconds though. Chronic should be able to get it, but you see Buckster sort of running towards it now too.
Taking quite a bit of damage there. Already lost to his default health and armor again.
So it was important for him to deny that from Nyx. How much of a pain she can be.
Oh!
There's 100 direct rocket. He's going to see that damage value.
Yeah,
almost
you know
guaranteed for Buckster to run away after that one.
More damage coming out. The Ghost Walk, Buckster using it to run away rather than using it aggressively. Very, very passive. Buckster does not want to let this round slip, even though he's 1 round away from tying things up 1-1, which he does manage to do. That passive play made a lot of sense because, as I was just about to say, he was up 1 round, but if he lost that round in that exchange, Chronic would have, just like that, been match point up against him. So there's no real room for error here, and unfortunately on Chronic's side, you see why.
Now, what map do you reckon we're going to be going with in return?
Truly, I don't know.
In this situation, had that been not Corrupted Keep and had lost, in this situation I'd be going probably Corrupted Keep because Clutch, because I mean obviously Scalebearer was a good choice for it too. Scalebearer I think had very success in that map for him. He definitely looked comfortable on the champion for sure. The ball rushes were on point for the most part. But ultimately I think Scalebearer is just a champion that's just, I don't want to say getting phased out, but we do see less and less of him every week. I think Clutch has really started to sort of come up and take that place from him, because there was a point that we were seeing Scalebearer in almost every lineup, especially on maps like Blood Covenant, again, Corrupted Keep being one too. Maybe Blood Covenant could be a map we see him go to, because if he runs with a similar lineup in Scalebearer, in Clutch, they're not bad champions for that map at all. And if he has got that that Ranger in reserve too, who's also good on Blood Covenant, perhaps that could be the choice.
Part of me feels like if we see a map that isn't Corrupted Keep, I feel like we're not going to see 2 tanky champions on his team composition, because he did really well on the Blood Run with the 2 lightweights as well.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say, because evidently he can play well with a multitude of different champions.
Which we've already seen is crucial skill to have.
Because we didn't see lots of Scalebearer in terms of how well the champion performed in that map, I'm not sure we're going to see it again. In terms of map, Ruins of Sarnath, I don't think will complement the game plan that we currently see Chronic have. I feel like Blood Covenant fits... Oh no, Blood Covenant does actually fit Clutch quite well. I'm thinking of the other champions, really. But if he's going to go Scalebearer, it's more likely he'll go for Blood Covenant. Well, he's gone in for Blood Covenant. Does he go with Scalebearer again? So Clutch first, that's a given to be expected.
Clutch definitely seems to be the big old favourite. Ranger, once again, he's been doing good with that too. Yep. And Nyx, now Nyx, speaking of powerful champions on Blood Covenant, Nyx is definitely ticking that box for sure.
We're at a stage, right, I almost feel like Nyx on Blood Covenant is a must because of how amazingly she can move around that map. And I say it every single time, and it will never stop being as relevant, is the fact that when Nyx is on this map, she goes where she wants to go, whenever she wants. And that in comparison with the fact that there's a lot of close quarters, you are vulnerable to a lot of rail situations, especially when it comes to like taking mega health, it's out in the open, taking heavy armor, it's out in the open. That Ghost Walk is such an amazing tool for getting out of sticky situations that if you were any other champion, you would almost be just vulnerable to the point where you might just die for free if you're out of position. If she's out of position on Blood Covenant, it's not as bad because she can just get out of there.
To be fair, Chronic has actually been getting caught out by that a lot though. I mean, how many times does he just get caught in a corner or next to a wall where he basically can't move and he just gets rocketed to death? Nyx is perfectly just getting out of the situation completely. You're like, okay, I've made a mistake. I'm not where I should be. Hit the ghost walk and run away. Obviously, it's not a foolproof guaranteed escape. Some champions do have answers for it, and University, if you just make a good read on where she's going to be, you can do it. But ultimately, it's a lot more of a survival situation than a lot of other champions can have.
Now Buckster's going in with that Galena already, but another good spawn for Clutch. This spawn in particular lets him get heavy armor, lets him get rail, lets him get rocket. He can get them all really quickly. If you take rocket first, you can get that rail, grab that heavy armor, and then just rocket jump back up there, taking minimal damage to yourself. Almost very similar to almost like a ranger spawn of how quick you can get all these vital pieces of equipment.
So it looks like first Clutch and first Galena is preferred for both of these players so far. We've seen that, I believe, every single round so far across all 3 maps.
Almost running head first into that tome, so it's a good thing that you got rid of it.
Considering how mobile Clutch can be, it's almost not as much of a problem to destroy those totems, just to make sure you're not going to accidentally run into them. I mean, Clutch is a big boy, he can take the damage, but ultimately you don't want to be taking unnecessary damage, especially if you've sort of overcapped yourself with health.
You can already see how many totems that Buckster is able to set up as well. No doubt, yep, no doubt he heard the jump pad there, but Clutch has got the luxury of being able to somewhat alter his jump pad arc because of that air dodge. Similar to almost like what Anarchy can do, but there we go, gets the mega health. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? That's the danger. Clutch has so much health.
Oh, unfortunately he's going to contact with the wall. I think Buckster's going to get away with it, yeah. I mean, that was one healthy Galena. How much damage did she take?
When she's fully stacked up, she is deceivingly tanky.
That's what Totem and Mega Health will do for you, I suppose. Buckster really playing around that well.
He did get caught majorly off guard too, so just a great job of surviving, managing his resources. Unfortunately, these missed rails against Clutch are going to be very punishing because he takes so much to kill anyway. If you're missing rails, it will just take so much longer. There you go, Chronic keeping it alive. Keeping the totem alive and letting Buckster run around the corner thinking he's not there.
Always going to miss that rail. That was crucial. Get the heavy armor for it. Not a big problem.
There's the rockets.
There we go. Yeah, dashes straight at her this time. Buckster going to fall down. Big scary Clutch just dashes right in his face.
You can see how dangerous this champion can be when everything works out. And he's taken 2 rails. He's going to top himself up. Now it will just take 2 more at least. That's without armor too. Misses 1 rail, but the shield wall just to try and take the other. Yeah, not even firing, just trying to... That's actually a nice little read, actually. Doubling back. Yeah, you can see Buckster still is confident that he's down there. That one read of Chronic to go down the stairs and then back up has decided exactly where Buckster's going.
Oh, wow. Immediately appears the rail and a shot. Buckster. Buckster plays really well from behind, I've noticed. He's just really good at keeping his composure.
Doesn't seem to crack. Now he's going in, pressing the advantage. There's the die roll, but doesn't really manage to achieve much. Tries to go in for midair, but it fails. 100 damage rocket isn't enough. The rail comes through, and Chronic loses Clutch again.
Well, Buckster catches him a spawn, doesn't have many weapons at all, but Buckster is quite low himself. Rail's going to do a good job of, wow, almost killing Chronic completely.
Damage of the charged rail. You'd be surprised how much an extra 10% or 10 damage will go.
This is a good situation for Buckster to be in. After being down for a few minutes, is now able to even things up with champions, but at very least have more health and armor to work with.
We've only seen 2 frags in this game though, and we're 1 minute away from things being finished. That's 1. Gets knocked into the air though, but that's a consistent tool we see. When you get knocked into the air by a rocket launcher, using an instant dire orb just to prevent the guaranteed rail or the guaranteed follow-up because you have no air control. Dire orb does seem to give you that air control.
Oh wow. Didn't quite have the right weapon out at the time. On that 1 minute warning though, in 30 seconds it's going to be next frag takes it, so I'm inclined to think that by this point maybe it's going to be whoever dies first now is just going to win the round, or lose the round I should say.
It's getting quite nervous.
Going down to a lot of these 5 minute limits today.
He wasn't ready.
He was waiting for him.
The ambush. Doesn't teleport to Dire Orb, but with 75, oh, way less than that now. Doesn't even need to get railed. Can he get away? He does manage to slip the net.
Yeah, it's because Chronic opted to go back for the heavy armor instead. He went for caution.
Part of me is very surprised to see no chase there. I know it's playing passive in what is the final game, so passive play does
Sudden
make sense, but
5-minute warning.
I wonder if only Chronic knew how weak Buckster was. Chronic with a little bit of extra, but Buckster's still super healthy. Definitely does not know that Chronic is there right now. That's why he got hit by a rail. Oh, the aggression! No! Doesn't manage to get the Dire Orb. Tries to lie in wait and surprise him, but there we go.
They really seem to, I believe both of them are really sort of favouring that ambush style by the end there, really just trying to catch them out.
When the pressure is on and the round goes closer and closer to ending, they start waiting for each other more and more.
It's like the closer we get to sudden death, the riskier they begin to play, but up until that point, they're just so careful.
In some ways, almost playing for the 1 life rather than the 3 lives. Like it's a game plan, an entire game plan.
I mean, you know, use that clock. 5 minutes isn't a long time if you're the one playing. Use it to your advantage.
For sure.
If you have the champion limit, you know, if you have the champion lead, I should say, you know, do it. Why not? If they're not forcing fights to you, if they're not chasing you down, you've got nothing to lose.
Going in with that
barrier, super shotgun.
But actually the penetrating damage and 2 totems back to back. The shield wall cannot save Clutch from totems that do that much damage. And I feel like this is why Galena first is working wonders if we're consistently seeing Chronic go for Clutch as well.
Just quickly able to get those totems down too. Buckster really used those well, managing the cooldown perfectly.
Really masterful but confident Galena play. Like, I don't feel like this is not the gameplay of someone who has almost like a pocket Galena for specific maps. This is someone who plays Galena every single map. Like, this is a Galena specialist, and Buckster putting on a clinic in this round.
Well, chasing him down, has the shotgun. Being careful though, he knows that Chronic has a rocket launcher. And there we go, heads him off completely. And once again, after last round going down to so long, again, a minute into this one, and already Buckster finds himself with 2 champions killed.
Really masterful totem placement throughout this round. He's been very hard to predict. Also knowing when to use it as an attack and when to use it as setup. If he's passively running around the map, that's when he lays down the totem. But if he knows he's near an opponent, he is just going to save it for that added extra attack.
Now, we've already seen how hard it could be to deal with Galena just with her self-sustain with the totems alone, but then you throw onto account big armor, heavy armor on top of that too. It's a dangerous situation to be in.
By the way, that was a nice little totem throw right there. And even then, the totem meant that Chronic was unable to take the rail. He's going to get it now, but it wasted valuable time. And because of that, like, he's taken the rail, he wasn't able to fight back from distance. Even though the totem was destroyed and didn't hit him, it wasted the time. It's the utility of this champion.
And once you actually see Buckster doing that a lot, throwing those totems at the base of the jump pad, just to stop him from being able to use it, really forcing you that if you're going to go for that mega health, you have to do it from the top. Does he know he's here?
Definitely not. Oh, here we go.
Sure? He got the gauntlet out. Oh, maybe not.
I was so excited there. That was hype. There's one rail.
Good shot.
Yeah,
forced.
I feel like with Galena on this map too, like, although you wouldn't really see Galena get picked because of her lack of mobility, like, she can't really move around the map as free as every other champion. But instead, all of the focus goes on to how effective her totems can be. There we go, LG only needs a couple of ticks, and that's going to be another round. But like I was saying, she can't move around the map the same way everyone else can. She hasn't got that freedom. She's a bit more predictable of how she has to move around. However, it is such a close course map. No emphasis goes on movement, but all emphasis goes on totems. And right now, the totems have been the absolute MVP of this whole team comp for Buckster.
But now Chronic opting to go for Ranger first instead of Clutch. I think he's read that sort of like rushing down style can work versus Galena, but if she has those totems ready to go, she's just so hard to kill. Just great at keeping herself alive, and especially with someone like Buckster that clearly knows what he's doing.
Chronic wasn't actually able to destroy that totem in that exchange. I think he didn't want to waste a single shot towards shooting a totem instead of Galena. That's another strength that she will have, is that when you have the totem out there, the opponent kind of needs to make a choice. Do I shoot the totem or do I shoot Galena? It's rare that Buckster will be standing on his totem at the time of the fight, unless he needs it for health. So if you're shooting one rocket towards a totem and not the enemy, then that's one shot that hasn't gone towards them, and the time it takes for that might be enough for you to die.
Or I've already seen how close some of these 1v1s are getting and how little life people are left with. Those single shots can make all the difference. Oh, I think Chronic's waiting for him. Yes, he is. Didn't get a lot of damage at all, though.
There we go. Giving himself the health back with the totem on top of doing a rail of his own is just going to, almost in essence, be higher damage. You know, because he's gone for the rail and he's given himself more health. That gap is just so much bigger. But Chronic, with that mega health, nice and stacked up.
Look at that sustain again.
She can tank so much damage if your management of the totems is on point, of which Buckster's really is.
Oh. Oh, he chases it down!
Yeah,
wow!
That was going to be dangerous. Unfortunately, Buckster was able to completely see that dire orb go through. It made sense because Chronic really didn't want to stay by that wall. He wasn't really going to be able to get away from that hallway. Unfortunately, just chased down.
Problem is, though, Buckster has 3 totems on the field at least already. Oh, point blank and taken down. Buckster playing around this shield brilliantly.
I think as Chronic said in the chat just then, how? I think he must have thought he did more damage. He must have felt like Galena was weaker than she was. At the time of the frag, he still had almost 70 HP.
Well, that could always be how you're getting through the barrier, but we saw Buckster, some shots connecting as Chronic would shoot and the barrier was going down, or at the very least splash damage on the arena. We saw Buckster hitting rockets behind the barrier and the splash damage was hitting. Say, Buckster is playing around the barrier so well.
And no Ghost Walk. I feel like Chronic might have had to use it a little bit preemptively there or something, but we didn't see a Ghost Walk there. And just like that, it's actually going to be match point. This Galena performance is, I'm going to be honest, this feels like some of the most impressive Galena gameplay that we have seen in this World Championship.
This is one hard-working Galena for sure, and already starts off with the mega health. That is the perfect start for Galena. Has 1 totem down on the field already, and look, already 10 seconds away.
Here comes Chronic. He's going to waste no time. He spawned right near the rocket, and he is going to use it.
He can't. We're already out of there.
That was a very aggressive approach too. I think Chronic might have gone, right, I'm going to rush this guy. I've got a rocket launcher. I'm not going to let him set up the totems. I'm not going to let him sustain. But already with 2 totems out there, he is managing this cooldown.
Something I really like about Buckster's Galena right now, though, is just his knowledge on the trajectory of throwing those totems from max range.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And Chronic is just taking damage. He's actually getting out-sniped, but there we go. There's 1 totem. And there's the second to make him healthy.
My lord, look at that.
And just for good measure, there was a 3rd one as well, just because. Gotta be careful. No totems for 15 seconds.
He is getting railed, but will still survive. He's got those 3 totems for health.
I think he realized. I think he realized though that
one.
Yeah. I think he realized that Chronic was actually heading down. Then he's like, well, I can heal myself on this totem, but I'm gonna die anyway, so I'm gonna leave that one alone. I think.
Still though, 30 seconds away from having the next one.
Chronic is so heavily stacked. It's a much better start for him, even though he's not got an early frag. He's able to keep Buckster on the back foot. Buckster's strength in those last rounds is that he was so consistently healthy and ready to tank whatever Chronic threw at him. But now Chronic has got the lead instead. That's the first time he's got the rail. Chronic's almost in some ways sort of given up the rail to him.
I quite like how Buckster is choosing what fights to take, though, because Chronic, like, already like 2 or 3 times in this round alone, has tried to force him to fight, but Buckster just isn't having any of it. As soon as he realizes he's not got the upper hand in the fight, he is just going to get out of there, and he has the sustain to do it. Maybe not quite the mobility options, but the sustain is definitely there.
Confident with the cooldowns as well. It was near the hourglasses, and that's why he opted to go for the totem, because he's going to get it back much quicker.
Oh!
Unfortunately,
Right on the
though,
mark with that rail.
unfortunately, this defensive style kind of needs to go hand in hand with rails, and so far, Bucks hasn't really hit a couple. Tries the flick rail, but a little bit too quick.
Oh,
misses
another
again.
one.
Couple of really crucial misses here. Chronic is staying unbelievably stacked up with both health and armor, all because the rails are not connecting. This has been a slow round, almost 3 minutes, and not a single frag. Will it go down to overtime?
I mean, this matchup right here of Galena versus Clutch, if we see this for 2 more minutes and nothing happens, this will be the last one we see. Maybe this could be the final frag for all we know. Depends how they want to play it. Buxton wants to take this down to that 1v1 in the 5-minute mark. When he has... Oh, hang on a minute, or not!
Full speed ahead. Oh, he misses the rail. He's going to retreat, but not quite. Cannot reach it in time. He was half a second away from reaching his totems and surviving the rail, but not today. And here comes a great spawn. Chronic has caught him on the spawn. Can he capitalize? Another ambush.
What a reaction from Chronic, seeing him come around the corner. Wow, Chronic is paying attention. And 1 frag away from tying things up to be on match point for both of them. Is every series today going to come down to the final round?
I mean, this is the most important week for these players. This is their last chance to qualify. To remind anyone that may be slightly new here, is that whoever loses this map will be out of the Quake World Championships, and whoever wins will make the 4th week of the qualification process. The regionals among the final 8.
It is all about making that regionals, and that's what they're playing for. Win the series, make regionals. Do well at regionals, go to World Championships. It is as simple as that.
And you know everyone here, they want a part of that. They want a shot at that $1 million pot.
Oh, Wayward Rocket, but again, this is Clutch.
Oh, misses the rail. Hang on a minute, Buxter. He's not going to have the shield wall, so we can't see him, but Buxter being really aggressive, but lots of health left on Chronic. Buxter not really able to push that too heavily. Isn't going to chase him down there, because that would have been a kill zone with that rocket launcher in close quarters. Oh, the ambush with the double jump. And a rail. Clutch is now in big trouble. 27 health, and the rocket as well. Buxter back in the fight. But a tall order, 3 straight champions.
Clutch was the problem champion for this round. Not so much for other ones in this map, but Buxter has played around it quite well up until this point. But still, Buxter, if he can take out 5 seconds, I don't think it's going to be possible. Chronic just going to play that clock. 2 seconds to go, and he's going to win. There we go. Final round for both players. Final map, final round.
It's game time for both of these players at this point.
But how
no
do
one
they
wants
play
to go out.
Because Chronic has had good success at dealing with Galena by just rushing him down. But also, he has unfortunately fumbled it a little bit as well here, which also cost him Clutch.
Well, in round 3,
It's a bit all in.
It was in round 3. We saw the attempt at a clutch rush, and he went into 2 totems, and because of that, he died. There's the rocket. I think actually getting a good start. Chronic opted to go for the rail before the rocket, I think, unless he himself was able to take one early. For him to catch him that early, I don't think Chronic was able to get every single one of his weapons at the start. Oh, the missed rocket. He had to stop dead in his tracks. That wasted a few seconds.
Another totem disappeared. Oh, it almost ran straight into that. That rail missed. Oh. And that one isn't. Chronic's going to land the follow-up, and that's going to take out Bucketer's Galena, that has been his star champion by far, is now out of bounds for the rest of the series.
It can be quite a panicking situation when your absolute best champion has just been taken out and now you have to win without them. Not saying you can't win with Ranger and Nyx because they're both fantastic champions. We can see the aggression here, but unfortunately it doesn't work out. Tries to go in for the die roll, but teleports right into a shield wall, and he is now in big trouble. He can't really go for timeout here. 4 minutes left of the round. He has to get these frags, but look at how healthy Clutch is at this point.
But that's Clutch. Clutch is a big, healthy boy. He had so much health there. Buxter hit 3 clean rails back to back, but just too much health to deal with, and Chronic playing on it brilliantly so far. Now finds himself 1 champion away from making regionals.
Buxter thinks he's got to be aggressive to try and get these frags, but he can't be too aggressive. The shield wall! He does manage to get 1 frag. He goes straight through. But now, Chronic...
I mean, that was a brilliant play from Buxter, just to force that fight straight away. He pinned him into a corner, and again, using the splash damage behind him. Buxter being very aggressive right now. Look at this, he's rushing him down.
That last minute double jump, and he gets it! This is the verge of a comeback. This could be 3 straight Chronic, and it kind of looks like he's a little bit tilted as well. Can he keep it together long enough to qualify?
Oh, he's chasing him. He can see him. He's trying to run away. Oh, there's Ghost Walk is popped.
Buxter is just, he is on the warpath. He has not stopped moving forward since he got that frag.
Yes, he's got the mega health. Viyama's not going to wait for another 10 seconds. Can he keep this going? He is hunting him down right now. He is looking for Chronic.
I think he understands that Chronic is a bit upset about these 2 frags that he's just taken.
I mean, he's typing in chat. He's letting him know. I mean, someone's in the process of making a big comeback against you, and you're basically telling him in chat that what you're doing is working. You know what I mean?
This is one rail. If he got that, we would have no doubt have seen Buckster go in. But at this stage, both identical on health and probably identical on weapons. I think that Chronic might have taken that rail. The difference is here, though. 4 rockets. Buckster doesn't have a lot of rockets left. There we go. Topped up a little bit.
I mean, these are very 2 squishy champions, though. I mean, this can be over in the blink of an eye.
Hang on. Misses it, but there we go. The reactive Ghost Walk, but he's right there. Point blank, gets 1 rail.
He got hit before he got hit that armor. That would have been death. Heavy armor, though. That's what Buxton needs. Oh, he had to with the rail.
He's got 1. He can tank a rail too. He's going in for the aggression. Here's 1 rocket. Can he finish this off?
They're trading damage for damage. Ghost Walk is popped. Chronic's Ghost Walk's going to be coming back soon as well.
And he would have just picked up Hourglasses. I think it might be back. Goes in for the aggression, but is it enough? The chase. Chronic is weak.
He saw her down there. Maybe expecting him to keep around the corner.
This is too tense. This is a mirror match. Whoever wins this fight will make regionals, and whoever doesn't is out of the championships for good. This is too tense to call at this stage. Buckster looking really good, but I mean, look at the health and armor. They are once again identical.
And Chronic's managed to sort of compose himself a bit better this time. That rail's going to connect.
Oh, oh no. No. Expletives.
Oh, dearie me. I mean, I don't know what. I don't know why you'd stop to type that when you're in this situation.
He just
it's wasting valuable seconds.
He's wasted precious time. He's going in. Trying to deny. He's going in again. No, the risk. I don't know whether. I don't know.
I mean, that kind of aggressiveness is what made that comeback start. So I cannot blame him for sticking to it at the end. That was just back and forth as it gets. After looking so one-sided at the start of that final round, the fact that he was able to bring back those 2 champions straight away, and it all came down to one final moment. I mean, it was a risk. That was he just all in that situation.
He negated all health items. I think he must have banked the last minute of, I'm going to catch him either on heavy armor or right before, and he just must have banked on like a direct or something that does humongous damage, because I think he was just expecting to do so much damage, his health didn't matter, because as he went in for Ghost Walk, he fumbled his double jump, so he wasted that sort of small amount of time getting the mega, so he didn't even get the mega right there. And then at the last possible minute, when he was about to go into Ghost Walk, he ignored the health. He didn't even try and pick it up before he went in for that fight. So a couple of bold decisions at the very end. Unfortunately, the final call just didn't work out. And you could see in game chat there was some real frustration coming from both of these players as well. Like, I mean, they were both really...
You can tell they both really wanted it. And by the way they were playing, I mean, just some of these replays, I love the replay highlight reel at the end of a series like this, because it just shows you some of those ridiculous moments. And this series was full of them. From start to finish, back and forth, the definition of a back and forth game. It was last map, last round, last champion. It does not get closer than that.
Now, Buckster, at the very last moment of that Blood Covenant, that was really where things started to look a lot more promising for him, because he played so well, and his Galena in particular put in so much work. Like, this was clearly a Galena specialist, because it wasn't just a matter of managing his totems really well. When he wanted to throw those long-range totems, he was getting them where he wanted to go, even when the distance was quite large. You needed to know the trajectory of those. But Blood Covenant, this is where things went really close. He actually retreated. You can actually notice there, on the right-hand side of your screen, you saw the essence of the red totem, but that mustn't have been clocked by Chronic. But right here, it came down to the fact that in the final round, Buckster did lose his Galena, and he was forced into having to make a comeback. Unfortunately, he wasn't quite able to close it. He started it, he got the next frag really quickly because he got a great spawn and he capitalized, and he was still running, like he was going super fast forward. Caught him again when it was the next mirror, but couldn't chase it enough, and unfortunately couldn't finish it out.
Indeed, but again, really, really close down to the end there. Despite he lost the Galena so early in that final round, which as soon as the Galena lost, I thought that was going to be it. But the fact that his Nyx was the one to make that ridiculous comeback, and you can see he was on the warpath. He was desperate to make it happen. Almost for that reason alone, I kind of wanted to see him get the full comeback.
It would have
been
remarkable. It would have been remarkable.
Wasn't meant to be.
Well, believe it or not, That was only our second series. We
6 more
have
to go.
6 left to go. And it's almost like these guys are playing like they're in their final shot. Like, this is the gameplay we expected to see. They're fighting for it. They're playing their hearts out. And there's plenty of games to go. While we set up our next matches, we're going to go for another quick break. Don't go anywhere because we'll be right back.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back. This is week number 4 of the Quake World Championships European Qualifier, and we have a really juicy matchup. Up next, it's going to be Evil versus Pavel.
So we saw both of these players do quite well on Thursday. Obviously, they're here today, so they must have done pretty good, right? But Evil, the most interesting thing about him is this is his first week entering the weekly Duel qualifiers. So there's been 4 opportunities. This has been the 4th and final. And clearly, Evil has been on a bit of a tear this week from his qualifications to today. He looked super strong on Thursday, has been running a deadly team, and I think is arguably the favourite to win this set, but Pavel himself had a good path on his way here also.
Now, how do we call this? Because
I think it depends.
some of these guys we've actually seen more of in Quake Champions as a game. Evil is being held in very high esteem because of his legacy as a Quake player. You know, Quake Live was a huge game for him. He's had some amazing performances in that game. But we've not seen as much of Evil in Champions. I think a lot of people are like, well, his fundamentals will surely carry over. And they are carrying over when we see it in his gameplay. Like, the accuracy is on point, his timing is on point. Everything you need to be a good Quake player is still in there. The one thing Evil is not as likely to have is the sheer level of Quake Champions tournament experience that some of the competition does. In this matchup, though, I'm not so sure, because this situation Evil has been in many, many times. He has been in a do-or-die situation before. He's been in QuakeCon Grand Finals. Like, that is the biggest Quake stage you can possibly be at, and he's been there before. I mean, can you make this guy nervous? Is it possible?
I mean, if you can, I don't know if it's going to be here. You know, he's playing at home, his comfort zone. He's very capable at online tournaments already, and is good at multiple Quakes. So just a very scary opponent to face off against. Brings a lot of terrifying champions to the table as well, as we've seen
Well,
before.
he plays Clutch, doesn't he? Really?
I mean, that really... Clutch might seem like a bit of a flavour of the month for this week, but some of these guys have been putting in serious time before this with this champion, and the results are sort of speaking for themselves now. So I expect Evil to be doing very well here, but Pavel, we saw great things from him with Galena. I know we just saw some amazing play with Galena before, but we're probably going to see some more now, provided he's sticking to the guns that we saw before anyway. Whether or not we see the same thing here, I think remains to be seen. It depends. We are going to be seeing, I believe, Blood Run is the first map in basically every series today.
It'll be the first map for every.
We know that Galena is quite popular on Blood Run, so I expect at the very least, if he's going to bring Galena to the table, Pavel I'm talking about is going to be now on this first map at the very least.
Well, we just saw loads of Clutch and Galena in our previous set. So if we see that again, where Pavel brings the Galena back out, and we did see Galena pick specifically for Blood Run. So because that's the first map, I think it's likely we're going to probably see her again, and multiple times throughout the day, because it's a good map for her. But really, I think we're going to see Clutch come through Evil, because he's been using Clutch non-stop. We did see on Thursday the map got changed to Corrupted Keep after Evil was up 1 game, and he looked even better on that map. So the team that he currently uses is hard to counterpick. It's hard to pick a stage against a team.
I think that's what makes it so strong.
Player. Yeah, exactly. Like if you have a team that can cover all bases, if you go, well, I think I've got a better shot on this map, it will probably still favour his team, if not more than the last map, especially with that Clutch pick.
We kind of expected to see that in the last series, but ultimately that wasn't meant to be, right? Where Clutch was picked into picked Corrupted Keep into an opponent that was playing Clutch, which we kind of expected to be a bit of a wash, because we've already seen that Clutch's. I mean, you can go on the Reddit and look. Clutch's pick rate on Corrupted Keep particularly is monstrous for good reason, because he's always very successful on the map, always very strong. And, I mean, it's because he's terrifying. He's very intimidating. I expect we'll be seeing him a lot today. This is just the 3rd series of what will be 8 this evening. And, I mean, I expect we'll be seeing plenty of him the longer we go on.
Well, I believe on Corrupted Keep in particular, it's the 2 champions that have their pick rate massively exaggerated upwards is Clutch and Blaskovic. They're the 2 champions that once you go on Corrupted Keep, you see them get picked almost all the time. And it's because Clutch is just obviously such a dangerous force on that map. But then also, Blaskovic is like the answer to that. If you catch him without shield wall, and then he's got that big hitbox, and then if you've got good dual wield, or just the big champions in general that people pick, he's kind of like the answer to that. And mobility is, although it's important on any map, on Corrupted Keep, there are less kind of like, I guess, shortcuts you can take. So Blaskovic's lack of wall jump or double jump, or air mobility, which some of the other champions of his size will get,
you don't really need it that much on keep. It's pretty much all 100% damage. But Blood Run in particular, it's a classic map. It's been around for many, many years. It's been revamped in Quake Champions. So in some ways, the fact that many of the competition here today are experienced Quake players, it's going to be quite nice for them to play on a familiar map. And that's why we see certain elements of gameplay on this map that are still being fleshed out on some of the newer ones, like Ruins of Sarnath or Corrupted Keep, just to name a couple.
But it's also a map that they're going to be forced to play on too. Obviously, being that predetermined map for this round in the tournament, they have no choice but to play it. But I mean, this stage, the game's been in its sort of current beta stages for, albeit not the longest of times from the beginning till now, but definitely more than enough time for these serious competitive players to invest heavily into it and to get those going in. To the rest of the evening and the rest of the tournament. Because let's not forget, these guys will be qualifying for regionals today. In a few weeks' time, they then sort of reconvene and will start playing competitively.
Got a couple of weeks to recover.
Yeah, there's going to be a couple of weeks for them to get used to what they're doing and how to prepare for the big regionals and what is effectively the most important matches of their lives in Quake Champions so far. But there's also those community events, there's community tournaments. Obviously, we've got Callers Cup and 125 FPS, just to name a few. So they're going to have their competitive experience in between, but it is all about getting to that stage first, qualifying for the regionals. Some of these guys have been putting time into Sacrifice and Duel on every map, but there is just 4 maps. You've been playing as long as some of these guys have in terms of just sheer number of hours. That's more than enough to get used to just the handful of maps that they have to play on.
Well, just to give you guys a quick update while we get this match set up, we're trying to get one of our players in the lobby, so that's why there's a little bit of a break right now. So thank you very much for being patient. We'll have that done as soon as possible. But one thing I want to talk about while we get this match underway is how long some of these series have been going on. We've been going for quite a while today, and there's only been 2. We had Zoot versus Gaia, which Zoot was able to take, and then Chronic versus Buckster, which at the last possible moment, Chronic was able to take. But both maps went into their final map, and the rounds have been so passive and so slow, but then at the flick of a switch they are explosive. It's a game plan and a style of play that I kind of expected to see today, where there's so much to play for here. No one wants to overextend. No one wants to make that one error that costs you the entire game, because now if an error costs you the whole game, it's no longer just costing you this tournament, it's costing you the entire championship. So the amount of mental composure these players are going to need to have is unreal. But because of that, that is why I think we're seeing such a slowed down change of pace today.
But it wasn't like a gradual change. Like Series 1 was final map, but the final map went down to final map, so 1 map apiece, and then Zoo ended up taking it, but the actual round count wasn't that close. Then in the second series, we had final map, final round, final champion. It came down to as close as you physically can get. I think aside from perhaps going into overtime, not that it matters too much when you're down to 1 champion each. But I mean, if we have that for the rest of the series today, and we have like, what, 6 left to go, including the one we're about to see, I mean, like you said, we expected to see this. They're playing for so much money. They're playing for so much competitive opportunities here. And let's not forget, Quake World Championships is fast approaching. We're approaching sort of the month away mark. Regionals in 2 weeks. 2 weeks after that is going to be the World Championship. So they don't have a long time to sort of turn this around and understand what they're doing.
It's been a journey for these guys as well, because it's been 4 weeks of constant competition. These guys haven't been able to switch off. They've been in competitive Quake mode since Champions started. Since the World Championship has begun, they've been going in every single week without fail, week after week, playing in tournaments after tournaments, community and official alike. And this, for a lot of them, this is the end of their journey, or at least the qualification journey, where it's, I've entered 3 weeks already, I've not quite qualified, I'm in the final top 16. This really is the final hurdle. So at the end of the day, whoever walks away from this week with their tournament win, they can really breathe a sigh of relief, because at least they made it this far and they have that time to recover, plan, prepare, find out what their matches are going to be, and then they can get ready for the regionals. And then if you're someone, just before we move on, if you're someone who's done Sacrifice and Duel, then that's even more prep time that you have to take.
It's also something that we said earlier on, sort of 4 weeks ago now, when we were talking about week 1 and how important it was to qualify early, to give yourself that breathing room and give yourself that sort of like downtime to just relax and go, right, I've qualified for regionals, I can just take it easy, and I haven't got anything to worry about until regionals itself. Now this is the final week. This is why you have to be careful with failing to qualify early, because the pressure now, and we're already seeing some you know, sort of not to draw too much negative attention to it, but we're already seeing some frustration in game chat. We're already seeing some, you know, some clear signs of distress from certain players that are, you know, clearly feeling that pressure. And had you been able to qualify earlier on, that wouldn't be happening. So the fact that this is now the final opportunity, I mean, we expect to be seeing that.
Well, let's run through some names actually. So you may have noticed I was sort of subtly trying to go through my book to sort of remind
Subtle,
myself
not
of
so
some of our
subtle,
names.
but subtle enough.
Continue. Subtle but not subtle. But the names that we already had in week 1, you were talking about week 1 and the players we had then that can win and they go, right, I've done this now, I can kind of like breathe a sigh of relief and focus on the next weeks. The players that have already made it, or players that we saw early, you know, you got Toxic, Zron, Noctis, Neutrino, Strengths, Agent, Vu, and now Zoot. You've got Cooler, Vishtal, Cypher, Inns. A lot of these guys have already qualified, and they did it really, really early on. The danger is, a lot of these guys are really strong players as well.
Which is why they qualified.
So they got their qualification out of the way, and now you've taken players that qualified in a competitive environment really early on, and now they've been able to almost sort of like meditate under the waterfall for 3 weeks and get even better. They've not had the stress of having to enter weekly tournaments and deal with maybe not qualifying and trying again next week, not qualifying and trying again next week. They're like completely easygoing and focusing their training in a very refined way where they can focus on exactly what they need to look at.
Also, the more you're playing in these and the more weeks you have to enter, the more stream time you get, the more footage there is out there of people to watch of you. So, for example, if you qualify for the regionals in the 4th and final week, after making top 16 many times, your opponents are going to just have loads of footage to study of you. Now, I know that's kind of, that just naturally comes with being a competitive player. You can't really be a tournament player and hide your gameplay, least of all when the game has had as much time put into it as now. And obviously, if you want to practice, you need to be playing against good players. You need to make sure that your competition is the kind of players that you're against, because you need to sort of stay at that top level by playing the top level. But the later we get on, and I do believe we actually might be going into our first... Yes, we go. The draft is ready, and we're going to see Clutch on both sides. I think Clutch is going to be the hero of the day.
So, not surprised at all to see both players go with Clutch, especially on a close-range map like this, and actually a complete mirror of each other's champions. Everyone's going with the same champion here. Now, Evil on Clutch, I mean, this is pretty much quite a go-to for him at this stage. How 2 Clutches will fare on this map will be interesting because it will come down to who spawns closer to the rocket launcher.
Well, being just one of them. If you get the rocket, I mean, that really is that sort of like tried and true weapon you want Clutch to have, because minimizes downtime on the barrier. So when you shoot the barrier and it goes down, it sort of comes back up as soon as possible.
If they both go Clutch first, that's where I think the pace of that 1v1 is going to heavily be set by who gets the weapon they need.
I kind of expect Evil to start. At the very least, I think Evil is going to be starting with Clutch. I believe
he's been consistently starting.
Yeah.
He had a very unique style of Clutch, though. It wasn't hyper-aggressive. It was picking his moments, but mainly using just his speed and health pool to win fights. We actually saw the shield wall used in a lot of Evil's fights on Thursday, a startlingly low amount. He would win the fights before he even needed it. He would save it until the absolute last minute, and it was almost a survival tool more than a aggression tool.
But both of them starting with Clutch. Right now, Evil finds himself in the heavy armor, but the rail too? Yeah, he's going to take the weapons as opposed to... Did he get them both? No, he didn't. Yeah, Pavel was able to get the mega health. I just saw 2 very long bars on the top of the court. Did Evil get them both? But here comes the shield wall. They're going to trade it out, but no, hits the ground.
And the splash damage does 96 damage, even with the wall activated. A great exchange for Evil. Here comes another rocket fight. Pavel looking a little bit better here, but just as I've said that, gets tagged by a rocket as well. He has to get out of there. This 1 versus 1 is as crazy as I was expecting, to be honest.
Pavel pumping himself up a bit. Mega health goes the way of Evil, that's what he needs, but no armor, so a lot of that health is just going to get chunked away very quickly.
Both players have their important weapons, both with rail, both with the rocket, both with shield wall. That's the thing. If we see no hourglasses, if we're observing one Clutch and they trade a shield wall in a fight, it's fair to assume that the other one's going to have one as well.
Oh, almost walked straight into that one. 100 health left, 1 direct will kill him. No armor, so he has to be very careful. Pops the barrier just to safely secure the heavy armor.
One of the unsung heroes of that shield wall was that it almost guarantees you taking certain pickups uncontested. If you're sitting on an item with a shield wall, there really isn't anything anyone can do to challenge it from you.
Pavel now though fighting himself starved for armor. Pops the barrier a bit early, tries to fight.
Will he be able to outlast it? It does run out in the mid-air, or the direct, almost 100 damage. That was a good exchange for Evil. That could have gone pear-shaped if even one rocket managed to connect to him. There you go, this is that Evil style though, was able to use his barrier just to survive, not even aggressively, and then just used his superior aim to take that first frag. So one thing you cannot count out about Evil is his unbelievable aim. This guy really was a Quake Live legend. In Quake Live, I mean, just check out the frag movies, you know what I mean? He's making his own right now. That was 2 swift frags. Very clean. Pavel now down to this Nyx by herself. And just look at how much damage he doesn't take when he has armor. With that shield wall handy, he's going to take away that defensive mechanism from Pavel. Trying to keep him at bay with the super nail gun, but with 20 damage a shot, that can add up super fast. Because someone like Clutch with a big hitbox. Expecting the teleporter, trying to sort of deny that area, but Pavel up behind. And there's the shield wall. Not used aggressively, just trying to sort of stay alive. But to be fair, using it defensively, but because he got a rail just for good measure, he's still in a great spot. If he catches Pavel with 1 rail now, he's in big trouble. Pavel did get the heavy armor though. That's going to help him greatly. Oh yeah, Pavel caught him out there. Evil caught the wrong weapon at the wrong time. Unfortunately, Pavel missing a couple of these rails. He got a really nice read on the spawn, but his lack of accuracy wasn't really enough. And Evil with the reads! He just knew exactly where Pavel was going.
I don't think he even think it was a read. He popped his Ghost Walk when he knew it was safe to chase, and he just followed him. He just saw, he saw that Pavel would come out of his Ghost Walk, so Evil still had his to go. As soon as he came out of his, Evil went into his Ghost Walk, and then he just followed him.
That's true.
And we saw Pavel turn around because he heard it. Oh, hang on a minute. Speaking of which, we find ourselves with a fight straight away, and Evil trying to get out of this. I think he realized that Pavel had the armor.
The ability to chase someone down in this game is so dangerous. Evil's danger really here is that he hasn't got a rocket. I think Pavel going around the side though is going to kind of allow him to take that, but
yeah, I tried to stop him with 1 or at least deter him, but this isn't going to stop him.
He definitely deems the mega health much more important to take. Heavy armor's going to spawn. Pavel getting, doesn't let him get the heavy armor at all. That was a bad spot right there. It's now way too risky for Pavel to try and take it. I think Evil knows that.
So Evil doesn't go for any of these power-ups unless he is like 100% convinced that it's going to be safe to do so.
I think it's just really strong map awareness. If he realizes he can try and bag a frag and then get power up, he'll do that instead.
Pavel up top though, fully stacked on health. Oh wow, barrier forced again. But, oh no, Pavel goes in for the kill.
I think he maybe anticipated a slightly earlier spawn of that mega health. Tried to almost bully his way into it. Because if he went in on that shield and then stole the mega health, he was probably going to get the frag there on Evil. Here comes the LG, but Evil took a lot of damage, but his tracking on the LG is bar none sometimes. And that is proof of that. How much damage did he just do?
Oh, Pavel spawns immediately and takes down Evil straight away. Pavel with just a machine gun as well. Brilliant aggression.
Pavel's not in a very good situation though, with no rail. He's just getting peppered down with range. He's got knocked up, but had the safety of the wall there. Here comes Evil being aggressive again, and a telefrag!
That was a telefrag, sort of just normally out in the open. That wasn't even on a power-up.
You almost never see that. It is underratedly difficult to get a telefrag with Nyx's Ghost Walk when the opponent is actually in motion. How he got that in a real match is really something. But Pavel, we've seen him play last Thursday. He made some miraculous comebacks, so definitely not a player that you want to count out in this top 16.
Heavy armor goes to away Pavel too. Pavel now has both of them.
out. He saw him go into Ghost Walk, and that's why we saw the retreating rocket jump. Actually quite a good call, because Nyx is unable to fire while she's invisible, which means that if Pavel wanted to go for his defensive rocket jump, there really wasn't anything an invisible Evil could do to chase him down.
The heavy armor, once again. Is Pavel going to get that one? Not quite sure. I think he's just being a bit timid too.
It's a bit risky. I mean,
yeah, you have to be careful.
Out of all the maps, I feel like heavy armor on this map is one of the absolute riskiest. There's the re-emerging. Pavel, though, doesn't quite get the damage he was after, so although he ambushed Evil, the payout was not really what he was looking for. Ooh. Does actually, the rocket jump did a quite a big amount of damage to himself, but not surprised to see Evil not pursuing this. We're 10 seconds away from the 1-minute warning, and if Evil can stay alive for this amount of time, he's going to win on just champions alone.
See, it depends if Pavel can catch him out. Oh, just like this, perhaps. Oh no, misses the rail. That could have been it, but it isn't going to matter. Pavel's able to even things up now.
Goes down to his ranger, another good spawn. A very consistent place for the enemy to spawn on this map, I think.
Yeah, we can see heavy armor's not a pro. I think Pavel just trying to reposition. Evil's got to be careful though, doesn't have any armor. You see Pavel has all the weapons in the world.
Oh, especially after that 64 damage rocket. Now he is really weak. All Pavel needs to do is hit one rail, but has he got the confidence to land the shot? Opted to go for LG instead. The rocket is going to be really important to keep him at bay while he took that armor. Misses
Oh,
the
he
rail.
missed the rail.
That might be a costly drop. So we're going to go into sudden death, but
Sudden
again,
death.
because they both have one champion, it doesn't really do much. 5 seconds, Pavel has that defensive mechanism of the Ghost Walk, and walks right into a direct rocket. Evil gets the round.
I mean, that's that kind of prediction, just that straight up awareness of where you're going to be. I mean, you can get rocket ammo quite easily if you're being uncontested on the way, so not really anything wrong with just peppering somewhere around if you know where they're going to be, but that's the kind of stuff we expect to see from Evil, you know, aim on point, good reads, and once again, this is a mirror of the last round. Exactly the same as well. Evil goes the same escape route.
Not only taking
So I've accidentally hit a replay.
Well, not only taking the mega health as well, but forcing that shield wall out of Pavel early, which means that now if Evil catches Pavel in a spot he doesn't want to be in, there's really not much he can do to stop tanking the damage. I mean, this is a large hitbox champion. Swoops in and takes that rocket as well, so now he's going to be extra dangerous. Rocket launcher, still overcharged armor, overcharged health as well. I mean, look, he can still tank many rails.
I mean, both of them can. This is a bit of a slobber knocker between two big bodies like this with just that sheer health pool. And the mega health, 200 HP.
A very defensive shield wall, trying to sort of guarantee the heavy armor. I wonder if it's going to be sufficient. Here comes Evil. He's going to be aggressive, but he's taken big damage in the process. Walks right into a rocket. Well placed by Pavel. And now he's forced the clutch off Evil early.
I think Evil might have just expected the barrier to sponge it there, but I think Pavel just angling it right to get around the barrier.
Lovely rail to catch him in the middle of the air, and then that mega health to make the divide even larger. Definitely didn't know that Evil was sitting up on that heavy armor, though.
Yeah, around. Oh, Evil trying to stop him with the heavy armor, but isn't going to do it. Look at the health and armor Pavel has. This might be guaranteed death. Does the Ghost walk up?
No, hang on a minute. Evil's getting amazing rockets,
Wow.
and they trade. I'm surprised they even traded that.
I thoroughly expected Evil to just be dead there. Pavel had maximum health, maximum armor, both were overcharged, had the barrier and a rocket launcher. Very surprised that Evil was able to trade that out.
Evil is in trouble, though. 45 health, 25 armor. That's not really a huge amount. He's up to 100 now, but that's still nothing compared to the stack that Pavel's working on at the stage. There's a rail, and there is a second.
I mean, he attempted it, but I mean, look, Pavel with the 75 armor and overcharged health, even if that dire orb connected, he wouldn't have died. Evil just wasn't quite able to get that. Pavel able to take the round.
Important that he got around in this stage, I think. A 3 straight is always quite demoralizing, especially when you're this close to your tournament life being over.
Well, it's because
This
the
one
rounds
set.
themselves aren't complete whitewashes, you know what I mean? Like, they're not one-sided.
Now, Pavel wants to get a good start. He's got to get that clutch away from Evil again. I know it's easier said than done against sort of the talent that this game brings now, but it looks like taking clutch away from Evil is priority number one. The Rails will make a very good start for that, but they trade Mega for Heavy.
Ooh, but a good shot onto Evil. Pavel doing a lot of damage.
It's always quite an interesting fight when you see two clutch players both trying to sort of just poke each other down with those rails from distance. But the second a fight starts, they just both activate the shield wall.
But it can be so explosive because they just have so much health.
And it's easy for him to run too. Evil though manages to not quite seal the mega health. Pavel gets it. And I feel like that might be foreshadowing.
Oh, Pavel doing a lot of damage to himself at the moment. Evil has a little bit of health. Pavel trying to regen a little bit.
Kind of crazy really how Pavel was the one that was able to take that mega, but somehow he is the one massively down on health and armor now.
But the heavy armor went to the wave. Evil at the very least. Evil now positioning himself near the mega health. There's that still defense proccing through, so 64 damage on the rail instead of the normal 80.
Yeah, if you get hit by that rail right as you're standing still, it'll proc that still defense. You'll take less damage. In a rail war, clutch, I mean, he can tank enough as is, and then your rail goes from doing 80 to 60.
Two minutes already. Both players really slowing this one down. This is a far cry from what we saw the last 3 rounds.
I think Pavel realizes that if he can just play really carefully and pick his spots, he can catch Evil. This aggressive approach, or... Well, actually, the first 2 rounds for Evil started because he caught Pavel on a spawn and forced him away from Mega Health.
That's what he tried in round 3 too, but Pavel's just starting to survive a lot better now.
Adaptations to playstyles. It's a huge element here. They're going to trade it back and forth. Lovely timed rocket from Pavel, though, to catch the gap in between shield. Another 100 damage, 73 as well, finishing it with the LG. Really nice accuracy is going to seal that clutch away.
I like that, though. Pavel jumped over to heavy armor, I think, expecting Evil to just expect him to stay there. So as soon as he jumped up there, Pavel, even without collecting heavy armor, jumped straight back down again and went straight for Evil.
There is no way Pavel was expecting Evil on spawn to push as hard as he did. But look how much damage Pavel took in the meantime. He's got some of it back now, but he was pushed away from everything. Oh, wow! Nice shots.
That was a clean shot for sure, and Evil now put on this Ranger by himself once again. 2 minutes left to go as well.
Pavel can absolutely play this defensive timing game.
He's playing the right champion for it. You want to stall time, pick someone with loads of health, good movement, and the ability to immune damage. That's clutch.
Evil expecting him to be there, but doesn't get a huge amount of payout. Looping it all the way back, though. Here comes the LG. Is Evil going to chase it?
Wow.
He does indeed now. Don't call it a comeback. He's got 25 seconds. He's got to get Pavel now. Otherwise...
No, he has 1 minute, 25 seconds. He has a bit more time.
Oh, he does indeed. It's actually, yeah, of course. Don't worry, guys. I can't do maths today. That's all right.
Not like there's a clock at the top of the screen or anything. Oh, dear. Pavel, was he going to go down again?
Still looking good. Just needs a little bit more than that. Pavel's running away and getting some health, but we can see how little health matters if you've got no armor.
Yeah, Evil really wants to catch Pavel out here. Really trying to get this frag before now. Less than a minute to go.
Nice prediction on the teleport. Definitely not teleporting to that dire orb, though. Too risky, and speaking of risk, I don't know if he's going to be able to challenge. Never mind, Pavel. Kind of letting him take the heavy armor there. Now, 35 seconds is on the clock.
And you were waiting for that, weren't you?
I was waiting. Is it going to matter, though? He just took a lot of damage there.
I think Evil immediately recognizing that he wasn't getting all the damage in that trade.
If you're this low on life, it's one thing that the real sort of seasoned veteran Quake players will know is the second the fight is not in their favor, they'll know to run and not commit.
5 seconds left to go.
Yep,
Pavel
he's got to be
needs
aggressive.
survive.
And with 3 seconds on the clock, yeah, there's really nothing Evil can do, so he's going to sort of concede that round. At the point where it was 5 seconds, and Pavel had so much health left,
we are going down to a final round of this first map. We kind of expected this to be a good one for Evil, but whilst he is still 1 round away from taking the first map, it is much closer. And already we go back to this clutch mirror.
A big difference here is that Evil is now spawned near a rocket launcher. That does mean that Pavel is yet to have one. But the read, nice rail, but he's landed 1 good rocket. If he gets another, he might try and push this advantage.
Poor Pavel has no armor. Evil has plenty.
Top up on some of those rockets. They're going to be really important down the line. Oh, half a second before the teleporter.
Yeah, caught the teleporter just before rail connecting.
There's 1. The preemptive shield. I think that was either to guarantee the heavy armor, or it was because he expected Evil to try and push that. Either way, it's going to get him out of danger for now.
Half the cooldown already gone on the barrier thanks to those hourglass pickups.
Very small cooldown.
I say deceivingly low cooldown considering the benefit.
Such a long-winded first round when you have 2 clutches going head-to-head. They have so much health, so much armor. It is not easy to take this guy out at all, let alone 2 of them.
Heavy armor being controlled. You see how dangerous Clutch can be when he has all that armor to work with.
Clutch being a very noisy champion does mean that it's quite easy to hear him.
He's trying to make these connect, but Pavel doing a great job of just keeping himself topped up in between all these fights.
Here comes the shield wall. Yeah, Pavel's just going to try and wait it out. Answering back with his own. He knows he's going to outlast him. But no.
Down the Pavel able to retreat back into heavy armor, and again we find ourselves back to the stalemate.
Evil definitely not looking to commit. He doesn't commit unless he is certain that he's going to get something good off the fight. There's the LG. Wow. We have actually seen quite a low amount of LG coming out of Evil, even though his accuracy on it has been superb the entire championship. On a Thursday, it was no different circumstance at all. And Pavel gets melted in the middle, and this just got really good for Evil.
3 rockets, 3 loads of damage, 1 dead Clutch. Pavel now losing it.
That direct into LG. Looking to try and keep it a little bit easier to land.
You were saying about the LG? Able to get that return frag now on Evil. Now, Clutch versus this Nyx. Ghost Walk. He has barrier. He knows he's followed over.
Oh!
And wow, immediately going down. And that is how quickly things can turn around if Pavel was the first one to lose his clutch. That was insane.
I think that's the quite clear story of that match, though, is whenever Pavel would get Evil away from the clutch, the round would be so much better for him. But on the flip side, if he wasn't able to do that, Evil was kind of able to run rampant. And we saw that all 3 rounds. It was 2 amazing starts in round 1 and 2, where he did a bunch of damage to Pavel and forced Pavel away from the Mega. And in that final round, he just outlasted him, got that one moment where he knocked Pavel out of the middle area and went, right, he's down there, he's got no more shield wall, I'm going to go ham on this guy, and I'm going to finally get this frag. And that's exactly what he did.
A big thing we're seeing players start to do to work around that clutch shield, though, is really trying to utilize splash damage on the environment around him. We saw it in the second series of the day, and we just saw it a lot there too, especially in that final frag where Evil was able to take his clutch out first. It was almost all splash damage. Very little of them seemed to actually directly sort of impact. It was like the wall behind him, so the barrier's up here in front, wall explodes behind, splash damage ultimately is still going to do damage to him. And we saw that a lot. All 3 rockets, so that last frag, I believe, were from splash damage. And it seems to be a good workaround.
So we're in a situation here where you are able to, once again, change the map. So if you lose the map, you've got the freedom of choosing the one you want to play next. Kind of like what you get for being a map down. You can now give yourself that advantage or that advantageous situation to go, right, well, I'm going to pick a map that I enjoy or a map that complements my team or just one that I feel more comfortable on. So when it comes to the potential map we're going to play here, I've just been told that we are quite close to going to character select, so I'm thinking the map choice was quite a quick turnaround.
Prepare for draft.
Corrupted Keep. This actually seems to be a bit of a recurring theme today, starting a blood run and then going to the Keep. Evil, I assume, yep, starting with the clutch. And Pavel in return, the exact same thing. Do you think Pavel's going to go back to that Galena?
It is
Blaskovic.
I am interested to see.
Who do you reckon Blaskovic is going to be replacing?
Oh, Evil's gone Galena.
Hello, that's an interesting composition.
Now Pavel has
Visor.
gone Visor. So this is quite an interesting lineup. So you've got Galena, Clutch, and Blaskovic. So you've got the sheer damage output from Blaskovic, which in some ways, again, is that answer to the chunky champions like the Scale Bearers and the Sorlags and the Clutches that you see get picked all the time on Corrupted Keep. That's one of the things Blaskovic does so well, is that it's damage all the time and you're likely to fight often. And his dual wield just goes hand in hand with every weapon you can find on that map, given the size of it. So Galena, I really thought it was going to be Pavel picking Galena. I don't even think I've seen Evil pick Galena yet.
Well, what I want to point out quickly, though, is on the sort of going back a little bit to the subject of the Blaskovic, the two players we've seen who I would say are arguably the most lethal with a lightning gun that we've seen so far in Quake Champions.
Good point.
Cypher and Evil, I think, have the most impressive lightning guns we've seen at the moment. Both of them, it seems, have access to that Blaskovic, who is a monster. When you get that dual-wield lightning gun, you will melt anyone in the game if you're accurate enough. And I think if you have the skills to track with the lightning gun the way these guys can, you can be terrifying. And I think we might be finding out the hard way exactly why that is.
So the matchup that we're about to see will really only change, and Evil wasting no time getting the rocket launcher first. I think that's a really important call where he just took the heavy armor as soon as
completely
possible.
conceded mega health. He was like, you take mega health, I'll get the rocket launcher, I'll see you later, mate.
But I've got a feeling that as long as we're seeing Clutch pick first, that's going to be where the fight will take place at the start of every round. Because
oh, he's going to hear the barrier activated.
yeah, that's the and when on top of hearing the barrier make its noise, Clutch does like to talk smack when the shield goes active, so he goes on for quite a while.
Yeah, he's going to know that Pavel's got the mega health, seeing him run down that eagerly.
A little bit of prediction, but Pavel stopping in his tracks right before it connects.
And again, Evil definitely doesn't seem to be that kind of Clutch that will just mindlessly run in with the barrier up. He really looks for his moment. Pavel very much doing the same so far.
Well, that's the main thing Evil does. He uses the health pool and the speed of Clutch to navigate around and play normally, I suppose. And he only really uses the shield when the time comes. That's barrier for barrier. Yeah, Evil completely content just conceding that one, not even trying to fight, just being healthy instead. It was this passive playstyle of only attacking is my time, and now he's seen 100. He knows he's going to go and land another 100, but look at how much health Pavel still has. For how long? Not long at all. The lightning gun melts it down in Evil. We were just talking about how he plays passive, but the second he saw those 3 numbers, he was like, right, I'm going in. 100. That's it. That's all I need. Pavel tries to get the damage, but another 100. And again, we're going to see Evil go and press the advantage. The second he sees the rocket numbers nice and high, that is when he plans the attack.
Oh, he caught the spawn. Pavel forced to this visor. Still though, Nailgun doing a lot of damage. He has 36 health. Oh, couldn't even get the heavy armor.
Concedes.
Mega health not up for another 5 seconds at least.
Looking to run towards this Mega. Ooh, can't take any rockets with no armor, and the super nail gun does more than enough damage. Now this is where the matchup will change. We saw Clutch versus Clutch for quite a while, but here are the different champions. Pavel down to that visor, but Evil with that Blaskovic looking to really try and, I can only assume, take out Pavel as fast as possible.
Still though, Visor being a deceivingly chunky champion by himself with 125 health. That's definitely not bad.
There's that piercing sight. Now knows exactly where he is, but no doubt Evil would have heard that activated. Both champions with a massive cooldown on their abilities. I believe it's Blaskovic with 50, 45 on the piercing sight from Visor. So in between abilities being activated, there's going to be a lot of just having to predict. And there we go. Speaking of prediction, the prediction rocket in front of Evil running straight into it. And he's now down to his Galena. But he's caught Galena on a fantastic spawn, but jumping into the totem. I'm wondering if he was just taking the damage on purpose with the anticipation of Evil not having a weapon.
Not quite sure, but are we going to see Pavel make this round 1 full comeback?
It's possible.
Forget, you know, Visor was left by himself.
Just look at that health. If he can make a comeback now, I mean, it's more than possible.
And Pavel's just making it very hard for Evil to keep himself healthy.
There's one. Only 1 rocket so far. Make that 3 in a row. But you just saw how little health he had there. It was 17, and then like, what, 30 something? And that was all it took for him to go out. He did not have any health in that exchange at all.
Really well played, though, overall. I mean, that was a full comeback. I thought Evil was just commanding that from the start, but apparently not. Pavel managing to turn the tide.
Visor had other ideas. Now, Pavel gets the rocket launcher. Evil opts to get the Mega. But he's not going to have the weapons required, so he's going to have access to the LG, but with that shield wall, it's only going to do so much. Has to try and do so much damage to Pavel that he uses the shield wall early. But when you're both a clutch and you're trying to do the same thing to each other, that can be really difficult.
It's going to know both these pickups will be spawning at roughly the same time. All barrier for barrier. But Evil's going to go in. He knows he's got the health advantage. He just picked up Mega. He just got heavy armor too. He knows he is completely in the lead here. Oh, he meets some of the rocket.
Oh, no! Oh, he almost got sent all the way off the map. He got sent for miles there, but the damage is going to be more than enough. Pavel down to Ranger, but that's just awareness, right? Where Evil acknowledged that I've just picked up Mega, I've just picked up Heavy, and he knew the next mission was going to be Rocket Launcher. He just flew straight towards it. Again, Pavel on the verge of losing his second champion already again. And it's looking likely he might need to make this straight comeback. Pavel trying to get out of there, but
Bree is just trying to chase him down. Pavel has quite a lot of armor at his disposal, sponging a lot of this damage. Evil actually has to watch out here. One well-placed rocket, I should say. It's going to give him some troubles.
Oh! Yeah, doesn't quite get that rocket on target, but that one will be. But the direct 100 saves him. And just as a reward, he's going to get that
door.
Mega.
I think Pavel expected Evil to run away, but Evil just clung to the wall.
Now, can Pavel make this 3 straight comeback again?
He's done it once, now he must be forced to do it a second time.
He's got a super shotgun, but I don't think he's collected the rocket launcher just yet. There's that Pearson sight. Now he's going to know exactly where Evil is, and I think because of that, he saw how far away Evil was and thought it was going to be a safe pickup on the rocket. And now here he comes, the rocket exchange. Oh, this time, no comeback to be made. Evil gets that one, it's 1-1.
Was a tall order indeed, but Evil going to tie things up. I think it's important for Evil to be able to get around like that, though, after basically having that comeback made at his expense. You know, you kind of need that return around just to show yourself, okay, no, you're not going to do it again. I will be able to win this time and keep that lead.
Evil spawned directly on the rocket, so now, even though he's just picked up Mega, he just can't really fight back. You know, here comes Evil trying to go point blank.
Pavel does not have the weaponry to contest this fight, but still, Evil not going to overcommit. Evil seems to exercise caution considerably.
Managed to let Pavel take the heavy armor, though. Doesn't want to use the teleport, doesn't want to run into those nails. But at this stage, Pavel would have just collected the rocket launcher. It really is amazing how different this matchup goes when one clutch doesn't have rocket and the other one does.
Oh, well, an LG, though. Oh. Yeah, Evil knows. Yeah, as soon as he popped his barrier, Pavel popped his. So considering his barrier wasn't back, he was going to know that Pavel wouldn't have his either.
Here comes the shield wall. It's going to be so hard for Pavel to get away from this. Tries to die roll, but it's not enough. He's down to his visor already. He is once again having to make a full comeback. But it was not so easy.
At 40 seconds, too. 40 seconds in, he's already lost down 2 of them. And Visor has to make a comeback. Is probably just going to be forced to make a full comeback with Visor every single round.
Well, right now, he is not. He hasn't got an answer for that clutch. Because I know he himself is playing clutch, but he is having such a hard time dealing with Evil with clutch at first.
Oh, that rocket jump got himself killed. Unfortunately, not the first time we've seen that today.
Yeah, that rocket jump was a death sentence. Unfortunately, Visor hasn't got the air movement of a couple of specific champions. So when he knocked himself into the air there, all Evil really had to do was just pull, look up, and then just chain him until he was dead.
Let's not forget, Visor has no survivability versus Clutch. Clutch can pop his barrier, run at Visor, and there is very little he can do to get away. You just have to out-damage him and hope that he dies first.
Evil's had some really good spawns on this map. He is consistently spawning closer to rocket than Pavel is.
Just get 100 direct rocket and then look up and see just how much health and armor Pavel still has.
Waiting patiently on that LG. Taking damage when he can get it, and actually fresh off the Mega, trying to sort of just push away, keep Evil away from him as long as possible, but they've now traded it out. Evil's clutch has definitely been more dangerous in the mirror so far. Pavel has such a big order in front of him. It's so difficult to take down this champion when he's going, and hasn't had an answer so far. And right now, Evil doing big damage again, but trading out a little bit. There's that shield wall, trying to finish, and he does finish it. Gets the Mega at the last minute.
Almost seemed like a bit of a danger to go for the LG there and then sort of, you know, put the barrier down for so long. But again, it just comes down to that quick calculations. Evil knew exactly how much damage he'd done to Pavel, and he knew that the LG was going to be enough to quickly finish him off. And when now Evil, I should say, finds himself on match point,
Another 100 damage! Oh, ouch! Pavel's in big trouble now. He has to, again, the only thing he can
Visor,
do,
man.
only thing he can do is make this full comeback. And here's the shield wall. Combine that with a Mega, and I just don't think it's possible. Evil is just way too healthy and way too dangerous. Although quite a risky decision to enter the qualifications on week 4, he does manage to make it. And in one and only week, he makes it to the regionals. Huge congratulations to him.
Indeed. I mean, that's why entered at the last minute and qualified immediately. You know, map number 1 was very close, came down to final round. So I think map 1 definitely could have gone either way, but Evil just, I mean, I don't think that's the first time we've seen him on Corrupted Keep, right?
We saw him play on Corrupted Keep.
I'm fairly sure
Thursday.
we saw it on Thursday.
Yeah, it was picked against him. We almost said, well, actually, in some ways,
a similar fashion.
A similar fashion where Corrupted Keep was picked against Evil, but at the same time, it's clearly a map that not only fits his team composition really well, but is a map that he is extremely dangerous on. So going into Corrupted Keep, I can see why Pavel would have picked it, because he went in for his team composition fitted too. You know, that really is what we take away from that, is that his team composition fit the map, so it makes sense. However, it's just a map that Evil played better. But what a story going into the regionals, telling the rest of your competition, oh yeah, by the way, guys, I just entered 1 week and won. Relatively uncontested. What are you going to do about it?
With multiple champions too. You know, he used, I believe, 5 champions over those 2 maps. And again, it really seems to be important to have a good composition line for you for every single map. You need to be able to be fluid, unpredictable. You know, you can't be too easy to counter. And Clutch just seems to be that big daddy reliable robot, you know what I mean? And it is working out for every player that's picking him today is just having so much success.
But a big thing you'll notice on these replays that really set him apart, I think, was accuracy. A lot of those rockets did either max or close to max damage, and the LG. It was pretty much just rocket launcher and LG, particularly on Corrupted Keep, where every time Evil had someone in his sights, their health went down to an unbelievable degree, because it was max damage rockets and long tracking LG.
I actually think a big part of it is normally you see rocket launcher into follow-up rail, whereas a lot of the time we'd actually often see Evil go rocket launch knock-up into follow-up LG until death. Like, he would stick to them like glue until they were done. And when you've got the tracking to be confident that you know you can maximize that damage, you will see that. And you will see it in the hands of players like Evil for sure, who will be seeing again at regionals.
Yeah, we'll be seeing him in a few weeks' time. So he's going to be able to somewhat put his feet up, focus his practice, and finally tune it in time for the EU regionals. But we have more sets to go and more players to discover. So while we get into our next series, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere, because the Quake World Championships will be back after this. Hello everybody and welcome back. This is week number 4 of the EU qualifiers for the Quake World Championships. And our next series of the night is going to be Memphis versus Luke IE.
So this is going to mark our halfway point when this one's over. And once again, just to remind any of you that are watching, every single match you're going to be watching today is basically do or die. Every week we play down to our top 16, and then on Sunday we'll play through those top 16 games to get to our top 8. The top 8 will be meeting again in regionals in a few weeks' time, where the best places will make it to the Quake World Championship. So every single series today, if you win, you make regionals. If you lose, as this is the last time to qualify, you are eliminated from the Quake World Championship.
Now, I said this on Thursday, and it makes me quite sad because there is so much Quake talent, not only in EU but worldwide, and we're seeing that in community tournaments and NA within the World Championship and EU here within the World Championships. There is a lot of talented players, but at the end of the day, not everyone can make regionals, and not everyone's going to.
There are more talented players than there are spots for them to earn in the regionals.
I feel like that's really healthy because so many people are dangerous in their own right. So when you are the community, and as a community you're leveling up and you're learning the game, there's plenty of people out there that can develop the game together. And it results in good gameplay. And what we're seeing right now is some of the highest level Quake gameplay that can exist at this point.
So we just saw, speaking of which, sort of case in point, Evil. We just saw him. Evil entered this week for the first time, apparently, in these dual qualifiers. And in his first week of entering, he managed to qualify for regionals fairly convincingly. I mean, it was a 2-0 all the way through. The first map in his series looked to be quite back and forth, but ultimately it did go to his favor. And the second map was very dominant. And we have players like that. A lot of them qualified early. Some of them haven't had the chance to play as much and have qualified a little bit later on. Even Zoot, we saw in the first set today, play really well. And even Zoot's going to be finding himself qualifying for playing well. And that seems to be a running theme of the day. And a lot of these series, with the exception of the one we just saw, have been last map, 3 maps, and in some cases, absolute down to the wire.
There's one thing that we're learning, and that's dedication is rewarded. A lot of players that we're seeing today and will be seeing soon, after some of these sets are finished, are players that have been entering every single week. And realistically, a lot of them, by default, have to qualify today because there's so many players in this top 16 that have been in weeks before and haven't quite made it, that a bunch of them will be making it through. And their dedication will be rewarded with a final regional placing. They got there in the end, and that's something they can really recover on and go right. So it took a long time, but we finally reached the first step, which is qualifying for regionals. And then you've now got 2 weeks to get your head screwed on, knuckle down, and focus on what comes next. Bit of a level difference between these two, 80 to 19. Oh my word.
So that Nyx and Ranger, I think Nyx Ranger Clutch is very much becoming the tried and true standard.
Clutch is the go-to big champion these days. It really is, because he's got the health, he's got the mobility, he's got the ability which can soak up damage as both a defensive and aggressive tool. He is just a all-rounder, which is massive and full of
But I think this matchup we're about to see particularly is a good, or will be a good sort of observation for, I suppose, I don't want to say old, because the game really hasn't been out long enough for there to be an old meta by now, but at the start of basically the season, when it was like 3 or 4 weeks ago, it was like we'd see Nyx, Ranger, and Anarchy as like a core, or even Nyx and Anarchy together as like the tried and true pairing. Very much Clutch has replaced Anarchy in that lineup.
Is Anarchy old and busted, and Clutch is new hotness?
Anarchy is old and busted, and Clutch is the new hotness.
I mean, you can't put a spoiler on Anarchy.
That's
just
true.
give him a sign that says...
You can actually put a spoiler on Clutch to make him a big, fast race car, and now he's got the speed to match.
I feel like at this stage, the spoiler makes sense.
And Anarchy's shaders don't look anywhere near as good.
Can't turn him into a bright yellow... What was that? Who had the bright yellow robot that you love so much? It was Vishal, right?
Of course.
1.
But starting things off, normally we see Clutch up first. It looks like Luke is going to be going for Ranger instead. Memphis starting off with Anarchy. Anarchy being dangerous on the front. Hang on, are we going to see a fight straight? Wow!
Wow!
Memphis went straight for the super shotgun.
He survived that as well. Anarchy with that heavy armor.
Didn't expect to see the first
This is
frag.
a very fast game so far. This is a complete night and day change of what we have just seen from 3 series.
Yeah, 20 seconds and 1 champion dead on either side.
Okay, so already, Anarchy and Ranger are gone.
We actually normally see Anarchy survive for quite a while after that sort of first initial frag, but he actually dies straight away. Back to the sort of Nyx mirror situation.
Players are really starting to watch out for that Ghost Walk now.
And here we go, sort of going back to a bit of a more of a tried and true pace leading into the rest of this, I think. Now, just only just a minute passed on the clock with the amount of chaos that's already taken place.
Well, both playing Nyx. Both can have access to Ghost Walk, which is, I think, by default, automatically going to just slow the pace down because they've got that free escape. And seeing him reappear, but Luke has his Ghost Walk as well. Oh, misses the rail. That would have been a real changer. Oh, dangerous situation to be in there. 13 health, getting chased down by the LG. Luke down to his clutch, but catching clutch on spawn. This was always a really good way to deal with clutch. If you can catch him the second he spawns before he can get going, you might be in a good spot. Unfortunately, Luke spawned right next to a rocket launcher, which was exactly the weapon he needed.
But he does only have a little bit of health. If Memphis can find him early, he will be able to finish him down.
It's going to take him quite a long time to recharge to full with that 5 per second as well.
Memphis hasn't seen him. Memphis can't hear him either.
That literally sounds like a car that is getting its fuel topped up.
It does a bit. Oh, rocket around the corner. Memphis, here again. However, that small amount of time it took for Luke to just sit there in that blood pool and heal himself back up. He's now nice and healthy with 4 seconds left. But teleporting into a clutch with the Dire Orb, now he has no escape. I'm not sure I agree with that decision. No, Memphis is alive, but one more rail will take him down. No, he doesn't quite connect. Heavy armor tries to get it in the mid-air. Memphis being a little bit predictable towards the heavy armor, I think, and Luke is going to take him down. Good shot all around, and clutch. It's actually quite a nice change of pace. Obviously, this is a very common team we've seen plenty of times today already, but definitely not in this order. Clutch is usually sort of just throwing up first things first, but Luke playing in that sort of like anchor position.
Immediately taking the heavy armor and mega away from Memphis. And seeing as that's Anarchy, the divide of health is so prominent at this stage. It's down for a fair while as well. 15 seconds still. Caught from behind. Does actually choose to commit, goes in for the mega, but Luke does manage to take it again, forcing the injection away from Memphis.
Although the speed, such a hard target to hit.
Yeah, he's so fast there, there really wasn't much Luke could do to stop Memphis from just sort of swooping in and taking that heavy. Gonna be kind of hard to hit these rockets against Anarchy, but it doesn't matter too much. Luke gets it anyway with 10 health to spare. Half a second longer and he would have died there.
Oh, we can see Memphis actually not running towards him, so I think Luke is going to be able to quite safely get this health armor back up, but heavy armor's going to take a little while to respawn. Speaking of which, heavy armor up any second now. Ooh, wow.
Memphis still down on champion, so we really need to see him get a little bit more on point. It feels like so far, Memphis is catching Luke in some great fights. Some good scenarios to fight, but Luke is just coming off better because he's just getting a bit more damage. A bit more bang for his buck, really. This is good for Memphis, though, because he's been able to sort of deny the mega health, push him away.
Oh, none of those nails connected at all.
No more rockets! Memphis has no more rockets left. Nice trail of LG, though. Doesn't really need the rockets for that. Now he's back up to full.
Or at the very least, more than enough to do the job.
I feel like in some ways Memphis was throwing a bit of a lifeline there where Luke didn't have the rocket to sort of spray down across the
aggressive Ghost Walk, but he doesn't use it properly.
Oh! Ultimately, these trades will always be in Luke's favor as long as he's got that champion advantage, but no rail just yet. He's taking a lot of rails, but never enough to really score the frag so far. But Memphis is sort of keeping him away.
Let's not forget, if in all of these trades Luke keeps coming off alive, he is going to be winning them basically because he does have that champion advantage.
Ooh,
big hit.
That one even sounded chunky. You don't even need to see a damage number to know that one hurt.
Oh no, ever so slightly off the mark.
Yeah, stolen away. Good use of that Ghost Walk. Oh no, he tried to rocket jump up to get the heavy armor.
Rockets.
He had no rockets. Doesn't matter too much, though, 'cause he still manages to take it regardless. With 2 minutes left. As long as they play this back and forth game, Luke is going to be the one in control of this. Here comes Memphis. He understands he needs to make something happen. One rail into Dire Orb. No teleport, though. A little bit risky,
No,
I
he's
suppose.
playing safe.
Yeah, playing it safe makes a lot of sense in this situation.
Wow, another good mid-air. That's definitely not the first time Luke's been doing that in this one map alone.
Consistently low on rockets, though, is Luke so far.
Oh,
Up
right
to
on the
behind.
backside. Yep.
I was about to say the same
Indeed.
thing. One of the most obvious bottom shots of all time.
Range will be alright.
Here we go. 1 minute 15 left, but now the job that Memphis has to do is just much harder. Double the work than it was before.
Oh, that was a big shot. Oh, and he made the read. Memphis definitely needed to get that. Oh, he threw the Dire Orb first. Memphis teleported himself out of danger. That was smart.
It was smart, but as you can see here, Luke is not remotely interested in fighting. He wants to keep that distance and keep that distance for as long as possible. You wonder actually on spawn, who's he going to go with? Clutch or Nyx? Who does he want to survive with? More health and shield or less health and invincibility? If he gets hit by one more rail, we might have to see it, but will it even matter? Memphis pushing the advantage because he has no choice, but Luke capitalizing fully and just finishing him off with the LG instead.
I mean, even if it had lost Ranger there, he still had 2 champions left to go to survive for literally just 30 seconds. Either one of those remaining champions could have done a good job stalling the clock, but didn't even need to. 1 round away from winning this first map.
Fight.
Another similar start. Memphis hasn't really been able to get anything going with his Anarchy. That's been one of his big problems, is that Anarchy is normally quite a dangerous starting character. You see him picked quite often first, but Memphis hasn't really been able to get him going.
Oh. See already Lucas sort of controlling this mid area again. Everything's about to spawn. Oh, good shot.
Another vital rail to hit on him. Hitting Anarchy with that rail.
Wow.
About to say, hitting Anarchy with that rail and forcing him away puts him in such a bad position because one good rocket, one good rail, and he's going to be gone like that in the blink of an eye. Memphis down again. Luke on the verge of a 3-0. Have that Dire Orb. Can afford to tank 2 rails, but really doesn't want to take too much of it, I don't think. That was a painful position to try and hold right there. Memphis trying to sort of deny the heavy armor, but unfortunately completely vulnerable to rockets, and a 100 rocket forcing him away. Luke is just in full control. His
He has
control
been
of
the
this
whole
whole map.
time though, yeah. Luke, I mean, it's almost just been exclusively his Ranger. Oh, a lot of damage this time though.
We haven't even really needed to see Luke's clutch
Ooh.
in action. Yeah, just knock him straight back up the jump pad. Luke only with 2 rockets, so he's not going to be able to get a huge amount of payout if he catches him up close. So now he's sort of making that trail back towards Mega. Stock up on those all-important rockets.
Only 2 minutes on the clock though, so plenty of time left for Memphis to make this comeback. We have seen it already today. It's just very difficult. Oh, landing a lot of damage, and just like that, Luke is going to be moving on with 1 champion left to take down before he takes his first map.
That really is a testament as to why Nyx's Ghost Walk is so necessary for her. Because if she hasn't got it, she is one of the absolute easiest to kill. And teleporting into the Mega, Luke not looking to stay. That's quite a good decision, actually, where Memphis was able to get a little bit of control back, take that Mega, and force Luke to retreat there, establish a bit of range, but
Luke definitely doesn't seem to like fighting unless he has full everything. And that makes sense.
good practice. Again, Luke's consistently low on his rockets. He gets tagged by 1 rail, but we've seen before, 1 rail hasn't really been enough to deter Luke. He's been fighting regardless, because his rockets, and it really is his rockets that have been doing so much damage, he's winning most of these exchanges because of it.
And once again, here we we are. I mean, Memphis doing a job of keeping himself topped up, but he has a lot of work to do, and the clock is running down. Only a minute and a half left. Ooh. Memphis actually seems to be eating a lot of damage, consistently going for this heavy armor, and has done it all game. He needs to be really careful in choosing to go for that, because Luke is always ready to hit it.
In this one instance, though, it actually has benefited him. He actually teleports towards the dire orb. He's going to make the ultimate read and try and commit to this. He understood that he was definitely stacked enough to make it happen, but Luke's not going to overextend here. He's got 1 minute 15. All he has to do is stay alive without losing 2 champions. Here we go. That 1 minute warning just about now.
1 minute warning in both power-ups. If Memphis can secure these and get a frag now, he's going to start his comeback, but he's just eating so much damage.
I really like this decision of Luke, though, to just kind of sit pretty from far away, and the second Memphis collects a Mega or collects a Heavy Armor, hit him with just 1 rail and just undo the damage. If you undo the damage that they've just picked back up, they're not going to be as brave when they push that advantage, because they've just got regular health again.
Yeah, Luke looks like he really wants to just content to run away for 40 seconds.
If he can survive this long,
yeah, Memphis isn't letting him. He's trying to chase him down, but Luke being a slippery pickle. Look at this.
This looks very frustrating to deal with. Like, Memphis is just looking for him as well. Like, I even thought he'd lost him temporarily. He's just going to listen. And then, just the read.
Oh! Yeah, Memphis really trying to chase him, but Luke is not making it easy.
Just covering his bases. Keeping his back turned as often as possible. The missed rail. Another missed rail. At this stage, that's it. Game over. Luke is going to go up 1 map, and nice defensive play there. It wasn't actually just pure runaway. He was consistently running away with his back towards wherever Memphis was located. So even when he saw him, he was able to sort of catch those retreating shots. Or even if he's trying to chase, if he eats a rail while trying to chase or a direct rocket while he tries to chase, he's either going to frag him or make him so weak he can't really fight. And if he does fight, it's overcommitting, of which he has no choice.
Well, that's just good tactics, right? That's just good use of the clock. It's not just, I'm just going to not turn around, I'm just going to keep running and running and running, because they're probably going to shoot you with rails while you try and run. If you're not turning around and firing back, you're just going to eat free damage all day, every day. But if you're trying to actually act avidly, deter them from chasing you down with rockets, with any kind of damage, with whatever it is that you've got, you make yourself just all that harder to chase. And when he realized he had like that minute left to stall out with that 2 champion advantage, it makes complete sense. And I expect we'll be seeing way more of that today as we go on, because winning by timeout with the massive champion advantage, I mean, it's a very stable way to secure a victory.
One of the safest ways as well is that if you try and secure a frag, you put yourself at risk, and if you put yourself at risk and you go down, then that's either a trade now and you've got to get the frag to win again, or you risk them starting a comeback on you. But a big thing that worries me, we didn't even see Luke's clutch in that game. And
this is his secret weapon.
We already know how dangerous clutch is as a champion in the game. And in that map in
Prepare
particular, of which, talking of maps, are on Corrupted Keep now, we didn't even need to see his clutch. So he's got 2 champions that are capable of winning these rounds without him. What happens when you finally need him?
And once again, Blazkowicz in retaliation
Corrupted
to the
Keep.
clutch. I mean, Corrupted Keep really does seem to just define the Blazkowicz.
It's got a champion pool of its own, like by far, for sure.
Yeah, indeed. But Ranger just seems to work on everything. And it really seems to be that some of the stronger champions of the game are the champions that just work well on every map. That you can pick them anywhere and it will kind of make sense. I think Ranger's one of them. Clutch is very quickly becoming one of them. Anarchy we almost never really see on Blood Run anymore. I mean, obviously aside from Memphis just now, but I mean, ultimately it just seems hard to just keep that going, because there's a lot of fighting happens on Blood Run. It's quite obvious to know where people are going to be going, and it's quite easy to chase people down, it seems. And Anarchy just seems to really thrive on being able to play that runaway style, being able to top himself up safely in between fights. And Blood Run, you just don't get the opportunity to do that as much. Whereas Clutch can, in the middle of a fight, safely stabilize with that barrier. Ranger just has the Dire Orb to just move in ways that you cannot chase down unless you are Ranger yourself. So these champions that really sort of tick all the boxes and are playable on every map. However, Corrupted Keep, we always see a lot of Blazkowicz. Clutch especially effective on this map, so this is going to be a bit aggressive, I think.
So, this could potentially be the final map.
Maybe.
3.
Perhaps. I think it depends if Luke can keep playing the way he is, because right now he is just controlling from start to finish how this is played.
So far, it looks like Luke's clutch really is his final frontier, like where it's something he picks at the last possible moment. Uncharacteristic, considering we normally see clutch get picked first, but Memphis gets a good rocket to get that early frag. losing the Ranger already. And Ranger was the champion that did the bulk of the work on Blood Run.
I think a big part of that is just prioritizing. Noticed Memphis spawning near the rocket launcher gave him access to that powerful weapon immediately, whereas Luke opted to go for heavy armor and his super shotgun, and just like that, Luke is able to even things out, and then once again, Anarchy is already dead.
Memphis down on that saw lag. Nyx has got an answer to saw lag though. In fact, the invisibility and invincibility will essentially nullify the acid ticking damage.
This is going to be interesting to see how Luke plays this though. Memphis on the saw lag. Haven't seen him play this yet, but we know saw lag can be dangerous on this map.
Ghost Walk used immediately. The danger is now if Memphis catches him here and then goes in for the spray, of which it doesn't connect, misses it.
Oh, Memphis, how low is he at the moment?
That's got to be 1 HP, or 2, or 3, like that. Oh, I'm done. I'm done the damage. But that had to be 1 HP.
Oh, another 100, and he's still alive.
Misses the... Does actually misses the mid-air. Went for a second one, and the missile just ever so slightly missed.
Now Memphis desperately needs to take this round just to get some momentum back in his favor, just to give himself some breathing room. He's trying so hard in this round, but if he loses this one, then Luke is just going to get that one step closer to eliminating him.
Here comes Clutch, though. Got to be worried about that. Nah, yeah, no doubt. We all heard that heavy armor just get collected. There's only one champion that could have got it.
Oh, no. The floor is literal lava.
Indeed.
Oh, but there's that health regen, so immediately undone. Let's just forget it ever happened. What happened? There's no lava on this level. What am I talking about?
On his little feet, which he melted. But it's okay now.
Tango on the floor.
There's a certain line, but I don't want to get sued for copyright.
Let's just keep talking about the match. There we go. Luke really stacking up though. Look at the health and armor values already.
Well, the time it took for us to have this ridiculous conversation, he's just been getting health and armor for days, and he's fully up there ready to go now. Here comes the dual wield.
Popped a little bit preemptively though. Memphis now massively down on health and armor. Just wears out.
But he got minimal spray off of it. I think he used it preemptively, maybe expecting him to come through the door. But when he realized he wasn't going to go anywhere near it, he tried to head him off to the right. And although he was successful, he didn't have nearly enough of the dual wield left.
But a good round all around for Luke. Again, we get to see his clutch for basically, yeah, the first time, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the first time we saw him use clutch. Dire Orb very almost connected there, and that would have hurt Anarchy big time. That 100 damage Dire Orb against someone like him will just melt the health.
Memphis behind.
He's got a very aggressive Anarchy start to this map, where you almost think he's running away, but instead he's just doubling back and he'll loop behind you. Here comes the rocket, nice catch, and again, the Ranger goes down immediately.
Yeah, Memphis is playing at 100 miles an hour so far. Where he has Rocket, has topped himself back up to full again, and he has the Mega Health. This is what Memphis needs to do.
There's that Ghost Walk, but it's going to be very easy for Memphis to catch up to him if he gets a read, but unfortunately he just wasn't able to read where Luke was going to retreat to. No mid-airs. That is, he's taking big damage, even if it's this far away. Anarchy doesn't like taking those little pellets of damage. There's the Mega.
Trading Mega for heavy.
Here he comes. Wow. Minimal damage done though, unfortunately. He's lost all of the health that he just got back. Staying true to this very fast-paced, never-stop-moving style. Knocked himself into the air, but hasn't done any damage just yet. Luke's in a little bit of trouble, uses his Ghost Walk.
Yeah, Memphis thought he'd use the teleporter, but unfortunately incorrect. And Luke gets away for free that time.
Memphis had a hard time really getting a read on when he's going to be sort of re-emerging from that Ghost Walk. I don't think he's been on the money just yet throughout this entire map.
I think it depends on where you go, because if you Ghost Walk in the room with the Mega Health, there are a lot of exits.
Well, the issue is that there's so many places that you can go, right? So on this map in particular, it's quite a hard read. Just got to commit. I think Memphis is just content controlling this majorly important room. You've got the LG there, it's very close to rocket launcher, Mega at the bottom. If he controls this room, he makes it very tricky for Luke to really press any form of advantage. Needs to go and get more rockets. Coming up behind, but he just took so much damage. He's going to have to use his injection. But again, he's only got 78 health. That really isn't much when it comes to tanking high damage rockets.
Still trying to chase. Heavy Armor going to try and secure it. And Memphis really playing for that controlling game now.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, Luke was trying to wait for him, but wasn't quite ready.
I think even though Memphis clearly saw him, I think he just wanted to run past him there. Just avoid him for a while.
Yeah, may as well stack up. Look how healthy he is.
A little bit of fumbled movement there, so it's going to waste a couple of seconds. And if anything is apparent, like what we saw with Chronic, is that wasting any time at all is costly. There we go, catches him on the re-emerge. And now Luke down to his clutch. We have to see a 3 straight comeback, but clutch did look unbelievably dangerous. Taking the rocket launcher early, I think denying it. Not quite actually, the rocket launcher has already respawned. Wow, that was a fast turnaround.
Yeah, Luke trying to make a read where he's going to be, but are you quite able to keep up with him?
Definitely not. Even Clutch can't keep up with Anarchy when he's riding his momentum. As you can see here, Memphis completely happy playing this game. Just run rings around him for the entire round.
Oh, a lot of damage coming through from Memphis once again. Good at the runaway. Top himself back up to full immediately.
1 minute warning.
The pressure is on though. Chasing down an Anarchy when there's 60 seconds left really isn't the easiest of tasks. He's got in for his shield wall just to guarantee it, but that means he's not going to have it for this fight. If Memphis is even interested in fighting. There we go.
Doesn't even need to. Going to easily take that round in return, and that's a big one for Memphis. Just to show that he can take rounds here, and it was down to Anarchy, but I think it comes down to he needs to hold onto that Anarchy early. If he loses it, he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Slower change of pace here though. With some of the matches are a bit, they can be explosive, but Luke not looking as dominant as he was on Blood Run.
Oh wow, these nails are going to start to add up. Oh, but Memphis very low. Oh,
That was
super shotgun.
I mean, yeah, the second he noticed how much damage that rocket did, I'm not surprised to see him swap the super shotgun. Even the smallest tickle would take out Anarchy at that health. Sorlag. We haven't really had a chance to see Sorlag do a whole lot yet. There's the 100 damage dire orb, but the damage is ticking away, and more importantly, it's showing Memphis exactly where Luke is on the map. Memphis is going to know how weak he is too.
Already back up to 100 though. Curious to see how Memphis plays the rest of this round without the Anarchy. Did so much work last time.
Oh, he almost ate that rocket direct. The tide has turned somewhat though. Memphis pretty much played the entire round playing extremely defensively, staying very mobile, hard to pin down, while the clock really sort of added the pressure. There's direct, massive damage. Memphis looking to chase it by the looks of things, but
unfortunately walks straight into that one, but it's going to be able to get mega health now, so Memphis doesn't have that. He just got heavy armor instead. As a tanky dino.
Here it comes. There's the acid ticking down. Again, it's showing him exactly where Ranger is.
Yeah, he's chasing it down.
I wonder if he's expecting him to go all the way around though. Looking to head him off.
Oh,
Almost.
very nearly. Looked like it was going to be a mid-air.
Memphis is being relentless with this pressure. Staying on him at all times. Danger is Luke just got that mega, so he's going to be nicely stacked up. He's not going to be as vulnerable if he gets caught off guard now.
Approaching the halfway mark to this round now. Luke with a stable lead, but Memphis could pull it back at any minute.
Oh, that's a good start. No doubt Luke would have seen that. At the very least, it's going to keep Memphis a little bit timid from pushing that mega. We're seeing Memphis play a heavy sort of defensive runaway style. It's almost as if you'd think that he has the champion lead here. I think he's just looking for his moment.
The problem is, I don't know how much longer he can afford to play this way. Oh, he's trying to go aggressive now.
Double
And it's going to work.
Double back with the die roll, but it wasn't enough. We were just talking about how he's playing a very sort of runaway style game, looking for his moment, and that was the moment he was looking for.
That makes complete sense. Playing patient until it's time to go all in.
Sorlag with that bunny hop passive, she is nice and nimble.
Once again, though, this is a matchup that we haven't seen go so well for Nyx so far today.
Another fight, but definitely not in the favor of Luke, with Memphis having so much health. Looking to take the armor as well, tries to pepper the ground with acid, and he does get it. That's a weak Nyx, but he's taken so much rocket damage. The chase with the LG. Luke back on form. And now he needs one more frag.
Right now, this is interesting. 1 minute warning again. Memphis has the health to shred. This is a ghost walk potential for Nyx. Are we going to see Luke run away for 50 seconds now? Are we going to see him avoid fights?
Well, he's got Ghost Walk, so the second he sees that dual wield, he's going to be able to get out of that for free.
We're going to have time for one more health and armor pickup in this round before we are done.
That's 40 seconds, almost 35 already. This is a fast minute at the moment. There we go. Don't even take the risk, just get out of there. And unfortunately, Memphis not correct with the prediction of where he's going to reappear.
Went the wrong way, but I mean, you have to try, right? You have to read one of the ways.
Especially in the situation when you've only got 20 seconds left. It's definitely possible, but he needs to find him right now. But to be honest, no one really tends to go in that hallway.
20 seconds away from Ghost Walk, he doesn't have that option to escape.
Memphis looking to chase, but he's got 5 seconds.
I think that's probably it, unless Memphis can find him straight away. No, that's
That's
going to be it. That's going to be it. Now Luke finds himself on match point with another timeout.
Timeouts are your best friend. If you have the advantage and you can play that runaway game, the opponent can't find you. They have to really listen out. And if they can't listen out because you're standing still or because you're walking, they just need to make that read.
Fight.
Where would I be if I was hiding, you know?
And Memphis lost his Anarchy quite early last time. You have to try really hard to keep hold of it. So he gets the rocket launcher taken away from Anarchy. Can be huge.
Oh,
In the air!
Minimal tracking on the LG, though. Memphis gets away.
Oh, he still jumps. I don't know if I agree with the aggression there.
Not only getting that rocket launcher ammo back, but making sure Memphis can't pick it up if he has to fight up close.
I've seen it, right? The only weapon that Memphis is shooting at with is a shotgun, which might work out well here if he's this close. Yes, it will. Memphis gets the frag. Don't underrate the super shotgun, even though he did
Look
survive
at his
with
health.
5 health.
He was almost dead, 100%. That was a really clutch execution there. LG forcing out the Ghost Walk. Luke unbelievably weak. And the prediction! That was just rude. That was just rude. That was just, hi mate, I know you're there. Bam, dead.
It never hurts, right? I mean, what's the cost of potentially wasting one rocket? The reward is a dead Nyx.
Exactly. 100%. Luke's popped his barrier.
Oh, thought he was going to knock him off the edge there. Oh, runs through the heavy armor.
Gameplay-wise,
Jesus.
it definitely seems like gameplay-wise, Memphis is waking up. Like in this round in particular, like he's just been on point, his movement's been good, his predictions have been good, his accuracy has been phenomenal. It just needs to matter, it needs to count. He's so weak here though. Luke is on the verge of death, going in for the suicide.
Wait,
That's
what?
it. He just blew, I mean, he just blew himself up.
Interesting.
I'm not quite sure why.
Yeah, Memphis is a bit confused as well. I see.
That's it. I don't know why. That was such a casual suicide. I didn't even think it was a big deal. But he lost the round on it. Well, thank you very much for that.
Took me a few seconds to process what he had actually done.
That was the last thing I was expecting. I'm just watching it and going, he gets the suicide. It's like, wait, what?
And once again,
What if he loses the map because of that?
but this is still match point for Luke. If he can take this round, he will be in a much better situation. Well, i.e. he will have qualified for regionals.
Exactly. Nice rocket. Looking to get more.
Memphis desperately needs this just to stay alive in the Quake 1 Championship, and that's a good way to start things off. He's going to take out Luke's Ranger, this champion that's probably been doing the best out of his lineup so far.
And Luke once again has gone in for that Nyx.
Looks like Memphis is spending almost the entire game at maximum Anarchy speed, just running around being a general nuisance.
He's dangerously low on rockets, though, which I think is why he's turning towards the right to get some of those back. Right behind. Yeah, no doubt Luke would have heard that one.
Wow, and that's a good return frag for Luke. A clean kill onto Anarchy, but once again, Nix and Sorlag. This matchup hasn't worked out well for Luke before now. He's going to have to change that now, or he's going to have to take an entirely new map.
Oh, managed to
Respectable
catch.
damage.
Yeah, managed to catch him on spawn. And again, this is Nix versus Sorlag, so if he gets hit by the ticking damage, he's not going to be completely vulnerable to it, but it's going to force him to use it at a situation that he might not want to use it in, so. We saw Memphis play Sorlag last time. It was very slow and calculated. The second he realized he could go in for the massive burst, that's the only time he would go in when he wanted to get the frag 100%. Other than that, he would just run away and get stacked up.
Oh, I thought that was going to connect. Another direct to follow up, though.
That one definitely did.
But Memphis, he is in the church, so there's going to be a ton of extra armor and health in there.
Memphis didn't catch that. Oh. Here comes the rockets. The acid immediately using the invisibility to deter it, but not much you can do to get around it. Still a little bit of health left. This chunky lizard is still alive. Memphis on the back foot, and that rocket, I'm inclined to think that's going to be enough, and it will be. Memphis's tournament life in the World Championship lies on the Blazkowicz. Is it enough to do it, though?
I'm not sure. If he uses the dual wield to take out Nix, he's going to have nothing to deal with the barrier. At the same time, he can't let Nix survive.
Will he even have the chance to deal with the barrier? That is the question right now. Plenty of time left in the round, but going in for this mega, a little bit risky, but Luke actually conceding it, letting him take it instead. He'll get the heavy armor. But now he's got heavy armor and
Ghost. Pick up both, he'll be okay, and he's managed to stop that at least.
Second Luke catches sight. Uh-oh, that rocket just hurt big time. Undid all of the mega.
Oh, that was a good shot from Memphis.
Really good shot. Didn't see him going for Ghost Walk though. Memphis, he's one good rocket away from going out and his life in this tournament being done.
He has a few pickups. Those defensive rockets trying to stop Luke from following him. Has already managed to get himself back up to full health again. Memphis is doing good for himself to keep him alive. Heavy armor though again.
Luke has the heavy.
Oh,
now
the chase!
He's in danger.
Oh,
That's
that chase! Memphis biting off a little bit more than he could chew in that situation, and at the same time, he had to make a play at some point, but unfortunately, he was just waiting for him. And Luke is able to finish him off and advance through to the regionals over Memphis.
When you're in that situation and the pressure is on your opponent, I think you start to acknowledge that. You realize that, right, the ball's in my court. They have to make something happen here. Otherwise, they're going home. That is a stressful situation. That's a situation not many people know how to deal with. That's a situation not everyone has actually been in themselves. So if you know that they're feeling the pressure because they are this close from elimination, you can start to very easily bait those, not mistakes as such, but you can bait the aggression because they kind of have to be in that situation. If they make nothing happen,
well,
you don't want to go out to a timeout.
Let's quickly weigh it out. One champion away from losing his tournament life in the Quake World Championship. One round away from losing it. Down on maps. The map that he chose and the clock. He had like 1 minute and 10 seconds left or something like that. Like very much the odds stacked against you. So what do? Do you continue to do what you've done up until that point, which, if the map is still going on and you're not winning it, currently probably isn't working as well as you'd want it to, or do you do something rash to just try and desperately just cling the match back into your hands, which we see people try and do, but unfortunately for Memphis, it just was not going to work that time.
So once again, it's going to come down to, we're going to see more clutch players move on, which is always good with this sort of champion sort of coming out of the woodwork at this stage. That was, I actually heard when you mentioned that behind the scenes, people really like that one.
I'm just going to sulk in the corner now. You take it away.
So, we have another match coming up next. Huge congratulations. We'll be moving on and once again qualifying for the EU Regionals. But while we get this next match underway, we're once again going to go for a quick break and I'll see you later. Hello everybody and welcome back. This is the 4th and final week of the EU qualifiers for the Quake World Championships, and we have another series ready and good to go. It's going to be Luminous, the return of Luminous in top 16 versus Latromi. Now we recognise some of these names through our Sacrifice qualifiers. Many of these players have been playing in Sacrifice and Duel, of which the Sacrifice qualifiers are already finished and done for a couple of weeks now. But Luminous is quite an interesting one to me this week because we saw him in week 1's top 16. That was the same week where Zoot featured in top 16. And this week, Zoot was able to qualify. Will the curse of the week 1 top 16 be lifted again? Or will it sort of stay where it is and Luminous might not make it this week?
We'll find out soon. But regardless, like we keep saying, this is the return of a lot of new faces. A return of a lot of familiar faces, more so than new ones. Because ultimately, this is a lot of people that have been, like you said, they've been doing Sacrifice as well as Duel. So for the last 4 weeks, they've just lived and breathed Quake champions. Because they really want to qualify for the World Championship. There's $1 million prize pot, which is, I mean, if you're a Quake player, and you've been playing for as long as loads of these guys have, you now have that level of money in a game that is new, that everyone's really enjoying right now. You want to be able to get a piece of that. And that is why they have just invested so heavily into Quake Champions in both game modes right now. Some of them already qualified, some of them yet to. But ultimately, I mean, we are in that awkward situation where only one of them can. And this is going to be one of those 2 familiar faces, but only one of them is going to make it, which is unfortunate, but that's just the way it works.
That's the nature of tournaments, I think. One will lose and one will move on. That's just the way it goes, and there's nothing you can do about it. Whoever plays better on the day, whoever's going to be more prepared. Speaking of preparation, these guys at this point know that this first map's going to be Blood Run because every single match we will play, the first predetermined map at this stage of the tournament is 100% going to be Blood Run. So you've got time to, especially we've gone quite a few series in so far, that's a lot of time to understand that, right, we're going to play on Blood Run, and I need to be as ready as possible. So just to read a tweet right there, Quake to me is what soccer is for other people. So I really enjoy all the high-level Quake World Championship matches. That sweetens my Sundays. And I think that's, I agree with that. Like certain games that, if you are as involved in a competitive game as a lot of other people are to competitive sports, like basketball, football, whatever it may be, then you can really get behind these guys. You can get behind the teams in Sacrifice, but if it's 1v1, you get behind individual players. So I'm going to put you on the spot. Who's your favorite player that you've watched so far?
In all of Quake?
Yeah.
It's hard, because earlier on,
I think I know what you want to say.
my favorite player to watch is Cypher, but
Yeah.
we haven't had the opportunity to see Cypher because he qualified early, so we haven't actually had the chance to see him for a while in you know, at least the World Championship stuff. I think recently, I really have quite enjoyed watching Evil. I think his clutch is just really in what is effectively now a sea of clutch. Like there are a lot of clutch players going right now. I think his kind of stands out the most right now, just because of how he plays it particularly. But I also like Toxic because Scale Bearer is my favorite champion, and I think Toxic has the funnest Scale Bearer to watch.
For me, it's Agent. Agent, for me, I'm a big clutch guy. I played clutch before he was cool. Day one. Just to get
That's
that
what
out
they all
there.
say when they can't play him. When,
The classic is,
Now,
where were
that-
you day one?
No,
That's
no,
the
no,
classic.
No, that is the classic, and you know why? Because back when Clutch wasn't so good and no one played him, you felt like you were good at the game because you played a champion that no one played. And now people have a reason to play him, players that are better than you are. Now you got to cling on to something, right? You got okay. Well, you know, I played him before, even though maybe not now so much because other people.
But for me, it's Agent because he was there since like the very beginning. Like the second Clutch received those massive changes.
Agent got those buffs.
Agent got those buffs. That's not what I'm saying. Because there's 2 weeks in a row you've accidentally insulted Clutch players all around. But anyway, yeah, I know. But Clutch in general, since he got those buffs, Agent was like there in the forefront. Like week 1, he was straight in there.
I think he might have actually been the first Clutch player we saw.
I feel like
I think he was the first.
I feel like he sort of defined the champion, or at least the champion as we know him at the moment. But that's what Quake Champions has done so far, in that players are currently able to really put their mark on specific champions using maybe previous experience or just the champion fits a game plan that they really like. You know, so we saw earlier on, like we saw Galena specialists go to town with Galena on every map, and it was Galena gameplay that we hadn't really seen in the World Championship before. I remember, I believe it was in week 2 when we saw Toxic. There was a big discussion about Slash, and it's like, well, why does no one use Slash? Does Slash have a place in the game? This and that and this and that. And Toxic brought out the Slash on Ruins of Sarnath, and being the Quake 4 legend that he is, used the Quake 4 champion and was just zipping around the map and was a huge factor into why he won that map, because he had the movement that Slash brought to the table. And that's just one of many, many examples. You see Cypher with his amazing LG. We saw his Blaskovich put in mad work in week number 1. It just takes a game plan that you do really well, and the champions and their abilities really sort of put an exclamation mark on that, I think.
You need to play the right champions for the way you play the game. If the champion is good at emphasizing what makes you best as a player, then that is a match made in heaven, and that is just going to naturally synergize. On that topic, we have some players here that we haven't seen since week number 1. The game, or, we keep saying, quote unquote, the meta, I suppose, of how the game is starting to develop right now, has changed a lot in the last 4 weeks. So what do you expect to see? Do you think we're going to see a lot more of the tried and true of the week? Like a lot of, Clutch, Ranger, Nyx seems to be like the most popular 3 we've seen so far, bar none. I know a big part of that is we're obviously starting on Blood Run, so we're seeing a lot more Galena than usual, perhaps. And some other champions, like for example, Ranger has always been a good pick on Blood Run. Do you think that's going to sort of remain true today, or are we going to see maybe a little bit of differences, considering there is it's a first to 2 maps, small series now, and what is every player's last chance here?
Truly, I think it heavily depends on what the player at the time feels they want to do. Because if you go for a pick that is not traditional at this stage, it might be a comfort pick or one that you're trying to almost catch someone off guard with. But at the same time, there is a lot on the line right now. Clutch at this stage is a very safe pick. Galena on Blood Run is a safe pick. It's picked so often because she commands so much of the map and can deny teleporters, which is a huge deal, and give herself health back whenever she needs. That's great on Blood Run, so her is a safe pick. I think that's another reason we see so much Galena, because it's just a map that she fits really well. Outside of that, it depends on how brave the players are feeling. I think they're going to play it safe, we're probably going to see a lot more of the traditional.
I think it's just important to have a diverse champion pool at your disposal.
Well, Zoot proved that, didn't he?
I was about to say, yeah, like case in point, Zoot every week leading up until this point had Ranger, Nyx, and Anarchy as like his designated 3 champions that he'd use as a team. Today, in his final map, he brought out Clutch instead and ended up doing well with Clutch, making enough of a difference that had he not done that, he might not have won his series. It's important to be diverse and to be unpredictable, and that is proven week after week after week. The closer we get to these regionals, the more that's going to become apparent, and it's very much have your favored champions for the maps as opposed to just one team that you want to sort of cover everything, because I just don't think it's going to work out that way.
There's a lot of diversity. There's no getting around that. The maps themselves bring diversity, the champions bring diversity, and they have their own place and their own effectiveness. And that's why we see things like BJ Blaskovich pick so much on Corrupted Keep, for example, because that's just a map that he fits like a glove. The meta of that map, he kind of goes against that because everyone picks tanky champions. He's a direct answer for that. It's close quarters. He's a direct answer for any champion with that damage output. Just to give you guys a quick update on what's going on. Currently trying to determine what server the 2 guys will play on, because sometimes there can be a little bit of difference between, there's a bit of distance between the 2 players. So we're trying to sort of find what the best neutral server is to pick, where it's like an even playing field for both players. So while we determine that, we're going to be up and running as soon as possible. To give you guys some games we're going to be playing shortly afterwards. Obviously, our matchup right now is Luminous versus Latromi. We have Cephis versus Hell, so we're going to see Hell playing again. Part of the bias in me wants to see another UK boy take it. I want to see a UK guy in the regionals. Well, more UK guys, I should say, because Zoot's already qualified. Proximo versus Backstein, and Karwick versus Jox. So out of all these matches, I'm actually really probably excited to see the Hell match the most, because this guy's been in the top 16 so many times already. He's been on stream loads of times. I feel like this is his time to finally make it.
But we'll find out soon. We now crossed the halfway mark already as well. So we're down 4 series. We have 4 left to go.
Just over halfway through at this point.
Indeed. So let's just quickly reflect. Who have we seen qualify already out of the 4? So we've just seen Evil do so.
Yep. So the first series of the night was Zoot versus Gaia. Although it was really, really close, Zoot was able to take that one. So we'll be seeing him again. Chronic versus Buckster. Now, talking of close, that one was as close as it gets. Last minute, the last possible champion, and 1 frag was in it between one person being out for good and one person finally breaking that barrier and getting into the regionals. Really super close. I mean, Buckster was on the verge of making a comeback. You could visibly see that Chronic was a little bit flustered about what had happened. You know, he lost 1 frag and then immediately lost his second champion.
Last map, last round, last champion, almost timeout. Like, I don't think it can physically become closer than that. And that was just our second set of the day.
But yeah, so Chronic moved on in that one. We did just see Evil versus Pavel. Pavel really had to work for his placement spot in this Sunday's playoffs where he fought on Thursday, and it was this close. I even believe there was like a disconnect in there, like at the worst possible time, and they opted to run the map back. So they run that round back. So that was like super close, and Pavel clutched it out at the last possible moment, and they reset into the next map, and Pavel took that again in
and
clean,
then Pavel had
close
to fight
fashion.
Evil today.
Yeah,
and Evil was able to take that.
In his first week, Evil's first week in the Quake World Championships, and he was able to come off on top. And we just saw Memphis versus Luke IE, where Luke IE took that as well. So that sort of marked our halfway point, and it's been a long day. I think some of these sets and series have been significantly longer than they have been before.
Well, you know, we started at 11 o'clock and we're now at 3, so 4 hours, about an hour per series, give or take. So definitely what we expected to see at the very least. We know duels can very dramatically, depending on how sort of quick they are and how fast they can be, depending on how the players play it, really. You know, if we have like particularly aggressive players, it can be almost as short as like 20 minutes to half an hour. But if the players are really taking their time, which we kind of hope they will be with what's on the line, it can almost go to like an hour time. But if you're playing for like an hour against the same person non-stop, that can be a bit of a test of your endurance, I think. Especially considering how close some of these rounds can be, and to have some of them go down to the absolute wire and to then lose that round, you have to have some next level composure to keep yourself together, to be able to then win the next round, and then the round after that, and the round after that. It seems to, and with the amount of concentration that Quake Champions requires you to have all the time, that doesn't really make that easier.
That can be quite stressful. I mean, you're playing for an hour in a series, and you've got to be focused 100% of the time because you've got to be accurate, you've got to be fast, you've got to have good execution.
Timers, audio, aim, positioning, map awareness, respawn awareness, champion awareness, cooldowns on abilities, cooldowns on respawn timers, like all sorts, and even at calculating damage, right? Okay, like how much armor do they have? What damage did I just do? How much have they got left now? Do I chase? Do I not? Where do I go? Like where do I be quiet? Where do I try and bait?
But it's all in the space of a split second.
Yeah,
like these are all decisions that you don't even have time to think about it. You just got to go with your gut instinct. You got to go with your game sense, and a lot of the time you don't have time to think about what you're going to do. You just got to do it, and either it's right or it's wrong.
And that's just fundamental decision making, which I think helps out a lot of players.
This is where experience comes into it.
Yeah, and speaking of experience, like from all the way to the start to now, we have so many just straight up like legends of Quake, especially in Europe, that have entered from the start until now, and they have years, and I'm talking years and years and years.
Some of these guys,
experience.
Some of these guys have been competing in Quake longer than some of us have even been alive, because Quake is such a legacy title. It's the original competitive FPS, right? Which means that some of these guys, they competed when they were this big, and now they're full-grown adults with all kinds of crazy stuff going on, where Quake was the beginning of all of it, and then here we are, you know, wind the clock forward, and $1 million over a course of a couple of months is quite an impressive turnaround.
But you know, to get to the bottom line, you do not play Quake for that long without picking up a few things about fundamentals on how to play Quake along the way. And that's what we see a lot now. You know, be it composure in competitive environments, be it learning a new Quake or, you know, multiple versions of Quake while the core mechanics kind of stay the same. Be it, you know, playing against people for the first time. How do you take to a new opponent? How do you remember how certain opponents that, you know, for example, a lot of these guys are playing in Quake Champions against other people they've played in other Quakes before. And do you remember certain things about those players? Do you still have mental notes about how they actually play themselves?
Does it even copy over the champions,
exactly.
or is it irrelevant?
And you've got to think of all this at all times while you're playing. And like you said, that can be like an hour or maybe even half an hour if it's being quite quick. And it can definitely sort of shoot by.
So while we get this match up and running, guys, once again, apologies, just sort of getting a server set up. Sometimes this can take a while. The guys are playing for as much as they are. You can't really faff around. You've got to make sure that you are as prepared as possible playing for $1 million. And once again, this is the 4th and final week. So if they lose now, they're going home. But while we get set up, just remind you guys to get involved on social media. You can follow us at ESL Quake. You can also follow Quake Champions on Twitter as well. Tweet at us using the hashtag QWC or Quake Champions. And let us know what you think of the tournament so far. Who's your favourite player? What teams are you looking forward to in Sacrifice? What's your favourite series of the day? There's been some good ones. How happy are you that Zoot has made it? This guy's quite a fan favourite, so it's good to see him make it through. Anything and anything, you know, make sure you let us know, and we'd love to hear your feedback. And sometimes your comments can feature on the stream itself, like I did just see earlier on. On the subject of Sacrifice, Duel or Sacrifice on the regionals? What one do you think has the scope to be the most juicy?
I'm just trying to think of how we were on the topic of Sacrifice before that.
I mentioned
Because
sacrifice.
I kind of think we're not on the topic of sacrifice.
I mentioned sacrifice in the tweet. I thought it was going to be more subtle than it was, but the question still stands. Juicy matches.
I've already forgotten the question. Please repeat.
The question was, sacrifice or duel, what matches do you think have the highest scope to be juicy?
I actually want to watch Sacrifice. I miss Sacrifice. It's already been 2 weeks and I really miss seeing it. The first time I saw Sacrifice, I was like, this is chaotic. Like, how do we follow this? But then the more we saw it and the more strategies, because the big thing about Sacrifice for me is team composition.
Yep.
And how champions make such a big difference on maps particularly. And, you know, Lockbox was explosive all the time. We had some of the closest matches we have ever seen in European Sacrifice. And when you get down to sort of those later stages and it becomes a match of all those sort of, you know, fundamental Quake things we were talking about are amplified in Sacrifice, because now you've got a team of 4 people against 4 people that are doing the same thing, and now you've got actual objectives on top of that to worry about and designated roles for champions, which I think is fascinating. And I think I'm looking forward to watching Not Too Fast the most, because they seem to have the most clear-cut kind of like jobs to do of all the teams we saw, in my opinion.
So, on top of Not Too Fast, of which it's a European super team, it's Miasma, right? It's off the top of my head, trying to remember it because it's a unique word, but the team with DDK and co, you know, those guys that...
Oh, they looked unstoppable.
They went in prepared, and they were confident on Twitter, they were confident on social media, and they're saying, guys, we are ready for this qualifier. You will see us at QuakeCon, and you're going to see why. But either way, we are ready to play another series of Duel. This is once again the final qualifying week. If you lose this, you are out for good. And look at this team comp. We have Sorlag, Anarchy, and Nyx on the side of Latromi, and Luminous has Visor, Ranger, and Nyx as well. So this is a little bit more of a traditional team comp that we've saw a lot of Galeno, seen a lot of Clutch today. This is where things get a little bit more old school, I think, and already a frag goes on the side of Luminous.
Wow, and that was all thanks to the nail gun as well. Look at that damage adding up out of nowhere completely. A lot of damage coming out. Is that going to tick enough? The final tick takes him down. Latromi with a return frag instantly.
Final
30
countdown.
seconds. Oh, and another one!
What is it with the first frags of the day? I mean, that's 3 frags in less than 40 seconds. That has to be a first of today.
Oh my lord, we might see our 4th. There's the Ghost Walk. Now they're going to be getting away. Oh, he sees him on the railgun. He hasn't seen him behind him though, and another frag! Wow, less than a minute and round 1 is already done. Oh my days.
So we've just seen really close matches time and time again, some of which that go well over 5 minutes into overtime. But here we go, into like less than a minute for the first round. If that's foreshadowing for an unbelievably fast-paced and exciting series, I'm very excited.
I mean, Luminous seems happy to just get this aggression underway. Or the Dirob doesn't quite connect. He's trying to get away here.
Good confidence there from Latromi, actually. At no point did he change his aim towards that Dirob. He knew Luminous wasn't going to do it.
Yeah, Latromi's really rushing him down now, though. Luminous could be in trouble here. Rocket's coming through. Yeah, Latromi realized that Luminous didn't have access to a rocket, so he just rushed him down.
If you're Anarchy and you're point blank and you're going to challenge that quick rail, if they miss a rail and they've got nothing else, then you're just going to wreck them during the downtime between shots, like Luminous just did to Latromi. If you miss a rail, the gap in between shots is so significant, you'll just get destroyed before you can fire again.
This is the most aggressive gameplay we've seen all day, but to sort of back it up, we actually aren't seeing almost like perfect accuracy in return, you know what I mean? Like if it was aggression and you're landing everything, then that's amazing, but it's almost like a bit frantic.
They're going to trade a rail for rail, but that trade is going to be in Latromi's favor 100% with that health and armor. Chasing it down with the rocket as well. Taken down already. Visor gone, Nyx left.
Always going to back the mega health. We've seen how dangerous Sorlag can be when he's very healthy, but goes down immediately. Super nail gun says hello. 20 damage per nail. That's going to add up very quick if you are accurate.
Especially if you've got that chunky hitbox. And Nyx mirror. Instantly diving forward. I think probably expecting a prediction rocket through that teleporter.
Mega health's going to be up soon. A big fight going to be playing out for this.
It's not up for a few seconds though, so I wonder who's going to... It's going to be Latromi who manages to take it. And that's a great situation, actually. The read of heavy armor. Ouch!
That one was not ready for that.
just don't even think he had time to react to that one. He saw it, and it's like he tried to move, but at that point he was already dead.
I mean, we've got very high quality headphones here, and I vaguely heard it get closer and closer until it ultimately connected.
It's like when you watch a movie in 3D and actually something flies towards the screen, you just shunder at it. A very aggressive start, but unfortunately Luminous actually fumbles his Dire Orb, so he's going to fall straight back down. He's not going to have that upward control, but did good damage to Latromi anyway, so even though he missed his Dire Orb, it's not really much of a punishing mistake. This is definitely a change of pace from what we've seen before.
Oh, but already, like, Latromi's trying to get aggressive, trying to get this fight really close proximity, but Luminous just has the most health to deal with it.
Unfortunately, I mean, now he's got the armor, so it's going to be better, but the health by itself really, it is never going to be enough. If you get caught off guard by a rail or a rocket of any high amount of damage with no armor and you're Anarchy, you're pretty much dead.
Well, the longer Quake Champions is going to be available, the more we're going to see direct rockets like that. You know, people are getting so much better at hitting those max damage direct, especially against people that are right in their face. And Latromi forcing the fight to be point blank every time, but consistently he is coming off worse in the trades. Like, keep in mind, he is always getting out of these fights on barely any health left, but he's still using his injection in the middle of them. You know, he's effectively going through 2 health bars, but I understand it. He's trying to catch him off guard and just force him to fight. At times he probably doesn't want to, but ultimately, I mean, just look at the health and armor that Luminous has.
One more rocket will do him. 50 health. Can he survive long enough? No, misses the rail.
And again, Latromi is kept alive. Latromi's doing a good job of just calculating when it's a good time to get out of the fight and when it's good to stay.
Trying to really pick off Luminous. Take the health down when you can get it. Fight later. But so far, Luminous has been so consistently stacked above him at all times. That said, it feels like in this round, Luminous hasn't really been able to close it out so far. He's done the damage, but he's not been doing enough damage.
And this, we actually do see this quite often, where it just comes down to that one final rocket, that one final rail, and it doesn't connect. This does happen. Latromi going down to Lightning Gun. Luminous is going to take him out. And already overhealed. Plenty of life left.
Haven't seen a huge amount from Sorlag just yet. Going in for the Dire Orb, not even going to go for the rocket jump to take unnecessary damage. Yeah, that 100 damage, but the rail missed. Missed again! Oh, that was a couple of rails that, yeah, definitely didn't want to miss.
Yeah, Luminous is going to be kicking himself for that one, I think, but he's going to go up to the visor. He's popped the piercing sight, he's going to know where he is.
They go back to back, but Luminous is more than happy to take that rail, especially seeing as he's just been able to secure the Mega. Going in for the acid, but unfortunately actually tagged by big damage right as he activated the acid, so he was unable to fire his weapon for that split second. I mean, yeah, he is able to see where he comes from, and somehow actually the acid's still ticking down. I feel like Luminous took ticking damage and then ran back into the acid pool or something.
Perhaps, but regardless, he is going to get the Mega Health, so he's back up to plenty full to work with. Show me a little bit of armor, but let's not forget, any armor is good.
Minuscule damage on the rocket so far, taking so much LG, and although Visor, I believe, might have got hit, no, ever so slightly missed him, so...
Oh! Tried to jump over the acid, but didn't make it to the armor in time.
A valiant attempt.
But fortunately for him, Latromi wasn't in position to punish him for that mistake.
And the Mega too.
Wow,
the gap between health and armor just got pretty significant right there. At this point, Luminous can just save his ability, wait for the invisibility to come through, and then use his piercing sight to find him.
Latromi's going to have to watch out, though. He has 1 minute to make a move. Hit one rail, hit 2 rails. One more rail and he's going to die.
I think he knows it. Running head first, but he hasn't seen him go invisible. That's a free shot. But he had the armor to tank it, and he had the armor. Even though he had 75 health, the armor was going to happily let him tank that final rail.
If it wasn't for the armor, had the jump on him, though. 100% had the jump on him. He came out of the Ghost Walk. The assassination was there, but unfortunately, it just didn't quite land on the mark. And once again, we see Luminous right there with the rockets ready to do max damage.
Even though Latromi seized that Mega, you would never have really guessed it looking at the health value. Luminous did such a high amount of damage in that exchange.
Oh, he thought it was going to come around the corner, I think.
If not, just covering his own base. No rail so far. I think Luminous thinks it might be a little bit risky with Latromi lying in wait, just like
as soon
that.
as he poked his head around, he did get tagged, so it was right to be suspicious.
Nice rail. Good shot. It's forced Latromi to run, and more importantly, opened up that space for the heavy armor.
Oh, he's up the top. LG going to start doing a lot of damage here. Oh, that's the truth.
Now, he's down to Sorlag again, but once again, we really haven't seen the Sorlag be able to do anything significant just yet.
Oh, he jumped down on him. Oh, that's 100 damage to Irob. No, Tripod was not going to be the right weapon for the job, but the railgun is.
Doesn't really matter, I suppose. Just like that, he's lost 2 champions already. He's down to his Nyx again. But he's had a hard time. And yeah, that's it. Even though he's used the invisibility, he is so weak now. Luminous is in full control of this entire map, as long as Latromi is low on HP.
Uh-oh.
He's right behind him.
Uh-oh. Oh, that quick defensive rail.
There he is, waiting for the die roll. Nice read, executed perfectly.
Yeah, Latromi was ready there. Almost fell victim to it, but he just had that caution on deck. Can bag himself the mega health too. Now, this won't be an impossible comeback. It's Visor versus Nyx, so the escape option won't be quite as viable, but if Luminous uses the piercing sight to find him and then fight, Latromi's still going to have the escape option.
You can tell Luminous does not want to overextend. The second he made his move, he's trying to deny the area with the super nail gun. Does manage to do it. Minimal damage for the exchange of the heavy armor. Perfectly weighted out by Luminous.
Oh, big railgun, 10 health.
Still in trouble though.
Yeah, looks like Luminous didn't have the piercing sight ready to go.
Even with 75 health, with no armor, it's still one-shot situation. Luminous hits a single rail. Seeing Latromi retreat, trying to get some of that armor. Definitely needs it. Now he's going to tank an extra shot. Very important. Plenty of time to make something happen. But Luminous has been so consistently in control of the health items that Latromi is always behind. Would have heard the mega health go, so he now knows, again, Luminous is going to be super healthy for this fight.
Oh, there's a ghost walk.
Oh,
the piercing
no.
sight. This is going to be a fight for sure. He's not going to get away. He's getting chased down. 18 health. Oh, the rail misses.
Very important that that rail didn't connect for Latromi to stay alive. The man just speaks Russian, you know you ain't getting away. It's a scary situation to deal with.
Latromi's looking for, no, Luminous, I should say, is looking for him.
Just being defensive as possible. The second he hears him not around, I think he's going to try and make his move, but now he's safe to move around for a split second.
He picked up 1 health. Oh no! Luminous must have thought he ran through the portal. God, listen to Visor. His movement noises are quite intimidating.
Oh! Oh! There's that reaction. Answering back. I mean, you can't get away. He tried to go for the heavy armor, but at the end of the day, you're essentially trying to seize a heavy armor with your invisibility, but you're not going to safely seize it because the second piercing sight is used on reaction to counter your invisibility. You're right there. You may as well not be invisible at all. You're not going to be able to defend yourself against the inevitable stream of lightning gun that he just took.
But it makes you wonder, just because you didn't hear him use piercing sight doesn't mean that he hasn't used it. And I feel like sometimes, when you really kind of need those resources to make that a bit of a comeback, I think when it's 2 versus 1, it's still a bit of a comeback if you do manage to take that one down. But if you do desperately need those resources, like the armor, the health, you sometimes have to make that read, like, has he used it? Does he have it on ready? And even if he does, if I pick it up in time, I'm going to be able to survive. But because he got caught by that lightning gun at such an angle, like, let's not forget, when you get hit by the lightning gun, you do sort of get pushed in the direction it's hitting.
Yeah, as long as you're generally like what is considered airborne.
So if you're
up there, you're going to be airborne if you're so far away.
If you're being pinned against a wall, you're not just going to be able to run away. And if you've just used your ghost walk to get it, as Nyx, you ultimately have nothing left to get yourself out of that situation. Unless you kill him before he kills you, when you just have that much less health. Maybe he thought he could take the fight because he did just pick up the heavy armor, but ultimately, I mean, we know that Visor is quite a deceivingly tanky champion by his own merit, so unlikely to happen, I think.
So the only big body we really saw in that match was Sorlag, and in that match in particular, Sorlag wasn't really able to do a huge amount. It was just nice spacing, keeping away from the acid spit, so we didn't really see the acid spit achieve a whole lot. When we did, it was minimal tick damage that was sort of rectified by either a pickup or an ability that kind of counteracted it. We've consistently seen people go to Corrupted Keep today, but I think that's because we've seen a lot of Clutch. We haven't seen Clutch pick the tool in this series. So is the chance of Corrupted Keep nowhere near as prominent because some of these Corrupted Keep champions haven't been picked on Blood Run?
I'm not really too sure. I mean, we have already seen all 4 maps today, just in varying different amounts. We've seen like Ruins of Sarnath once, Blood Covenant once. For the most part, it has been Corrupted Keep and Blood Run, but ultimately it's going to be Corrupted Keep once again. Do we see a lineup change?
We'll soon find out. The Sorlag gets selected once more. Luminous going with... Yeah, so again, a couple of very sort of traditional team comps where we've got Ranger, Anarchy, Visor, Nyx, the usual stuff.
However, for the first time today, Corrupted Keep with no Clutch and with no Blazkowicz, which is a bit of a change.
Quite rare, really, to see that, but... This means that we're likely to see, I think, a bit more of a traditional duel matchup, where it's not going to be so much about making sure that on spawn, don't let Clutch near the rocket launcher. On spawn, stay away from Blazkowicz because he's got dual wield or use an ability to counteract his. There's going to be elements of that as always, but I feel like, you know, we're going to see a lot more just traditional Anarchy, fast movement, trying to make sure that he plays a hit and run, fast-paced style. Nyx is going to be much of the same, where it's try and catch people off, and then when you're in danger, use the Ghost Walk. All stuff that we've seen a lot of times before. We just so happen to be on Corrupted Keep with no rail. It's going to be a similar matchup with just no rail.
The rail was helpful in the last match for sure though, but I actually think a lot of the damage actually came down to Lightning Gun. Lightning Gun and Rocket were kind of like the true real weapons in that first map between these two players, particularly. Obviously both of them are back here. Whether we'll see them fight for the Rocket at the start, I think it remains to be seen. Luminous getting a bit of an interesting spawn, unfortunately kind of put not really super close to anything, but Latromi once again, Latromi being super aggressive and 1 bullet away from taking the fight, but died first again.
Matching the super nail gun at the very beginning was a bit risky, but even with the Mega or something else... Oh, no! Lines!
Oh, hello!
That was just...
Where did you come from, friend?
Lizard out of nowhere, in your face, double barrel. There comes big damage, but again, Visor can't really escape. Misses the acid, but doesn't matter, because Latromi again gets that frag. This is going to be an advantage Latromi will have. In these up-close confrontations, he's got a champion with a massive health and armor pool. And I feel like after that round, that might be foreshadowing. Every single time Latromi caught him point blank with a tanky champion, he just out-survived him.
Maybe that's why we saw Latromi go to this map, because you have very little room to run away. And Latromi very clearly seems to favor just rushing you down in your face and trying to kill you as fast as possible. And you see him going straight to the Rocket because he knows that's his key.
Well, he's going to know that Luminous has prioritized going in for the Mega Health instead. So going for heavy armor and then Rocket with the speed of Anarchy is quite almost guaranteed.
A little bit more stable this time though. Luminous is able to sort of keep that distance on him. Oh, nice big 70 damage Rocket. All behind him, Luminous goes down immediately. Latromi ready with it. And the Mega Health seconds away from spawning as well as the heavy armor.
Nice trail, forcing out the Ghost Walk, but very late. If he can get a good read on when he re-emerges, which is right there. Wow, Luminous can't compete. What a turnaround. You can see why this map was selected. Luminous is having a really hard time.
And again, the shotgun is all he has. Luminous consistently trying to fight with just a super shotgun.
Without a rocket launcher, his options are... Without a rocket launcher, his options are quite limited here because Latromi is controlling the LG so well and consistently.
I mean, this map looking all Latromi right now. Luminous just doesn't seem to be able to get into the groove that Latromi is just forcing on him.
Trying to go in for the Mega, but unfortunately mistimes it. There was still 3 seconds until the Mega spawned.
Been in less than 5 minutes on this map, and we are already 1 round away from it being evened up.
This will definitely be the fastest game of the night if it's a straight 3-0 like this.
I think it all comes down to this first frag. If Latromi can get that first one down with Anarchy, then it's very hard to stop him, I think.
And with
straight to Rocket again.
It's exactly the same start.
He got there first.
And he's beat him to it, so it's going to be even harder for him to recover. Going in for the injection, still got a little bit of armor. He's going to be nice and quick going in. The reaction on the invisibility. But he's not going to have that for quite a while. Just look at how weak he is. Latromi has been off to a flying start on all three. Catches a rocket. Will it be enough for it? Minimal damage on all three of them. Luminous does connect his.
I like how Luminous actually opted to start with Nyx this time as well instead of the Ranger. So if he does get himself stuck in that sort of sticky situation with that Anarchy to fight with first, he has got the access to that Ghost Walk. So if he does get sort of pinned against the wall, he can escape for free.
He did lose Anarchy last time. Nice trail on the LG.
Connected though.
Oh no, Sorlag just picked up all that health. Chasing it down was a death sentence with the amount of health that Sorlag had. And
he's still one hit away from death, basically.
Yeah, 2 to 5.
Luminous can find him now. He's definitely going to go down, but waiting for the heavy armor. Yeah, he got it. Right, Latromi once again, alive.
Latromi made a massive sequence comeback in that first round with Sorlag. It was just non-stop. It was like a light switch. Wonder if he can do it again. Surprise.
Oh, very low. Trying to zone him off with the acid.
I think he used the acid there as well, because I mean, if I get killed, then I may as well die having it used rather than die with it. Now the mission needs to be to heal up. He's going to have to concede that Mega.
Goes down, heavy armor he's probably going to get. Yes, he does.
Doubles back. Luminous really doesn't want to give up that high ground. That's where, if he's on the floor, that's going to where that's acid spit and rockets combined. A much more dangerous situation to get hit on the ground than up top. I feel like Latromi's done a good job of just sort of stacking back up, really. Here comes the acid to deny it. He's going to take big damage if he wants the Mega, and he doesn't even manage to get it. Unfortunately, Latromi gets it again, and now he is going super fast. Oh, he is going way faster than Visor can possibly go in the midair, and absolutely destroyed. That was a good map choice.
I can't believe it's over already. Good lord, one map apiece instantly.
Latromi did not even need his Ranger at any point.
No, he did not.
Throughout that entire map. That was a 2-champion map.
That was without a doubt the fastest map we have had so far today. Like
I
without
agree.
a shadow of a doubt. And it makes you think, when you've got no space to move and you're forced to fight, I mean, that clearly seems to be the way Latromi likes to play. He likes to just get the nearest weapon that he can mess you up with, find you, and then just do everything he can to kill you straight away.
It was pretty much an exact same game plan across both Anarchy and Sorlag. It's just with Sorlag, he wasn't going to get there as fast, but he had the health to make sure that it counted more when he was point blank. And when it was Anarchy, it was just unbelievable aggression. He got a couple of really good starts. Respawned right near heavy armor and then made the quick run all the way to rocket launcher. So that was a fantastic start for him. And he immediately would then just go in. The only adaptation we saw in that third and final round was when Luminous opted to go for Nyx first instead. And it actually worked out because he got caught off guard in the third round the exact same way. But because he was Nyx, he was able to use Ghost Walk to survive, and it let him survive just a little bit longer. It just wasn't enough to win the round.
But we even saw Latromi do that in round 1 when the nearest weapon he started with was the nail gun. He still stuck to the game plan. But looks like Blood Covenant is going to be our final map of the series. Latromi going back to these first two again. Luminous, yeah, that tried and true pick for him. So that reliable 3, and Latromi has Visor as well now.
Blood Covenant. It's a great map for Visor. He has so much vision on everywhere on the map, while at the same time, it's very easy for, on Blood Covenant in particular, you're going to see a lot of Anarchy, you're going to see a lot of Nyx and Ranger, champions that can navigate anywhere they want to go easily. If you're going to be Visor, then having that vision whenever you want to either make a play or go for a certain item, having those eyes is unbelievably important, because your opponent can be anywhere at any given moment. Being able to see where they are at any given moment is a matched tactic, I think.
Especially if, you know, someone's bringing the Nyx. Well, we have already seen Visor do really well versus Nyx today.
Yeah, because it doubles up really, doesn't it, in utility?
Yeah. So you have just the general awareness where they're going to be. Or if you have it for a fight and Nyx wants to Ghost Walk away, pop Piercing Sight, follow her around. So it's kind of one of those multi-layered things. But it also means that you can't obviously have it ready for all situations. If you use Piercing Sight to find one and then they get away, you can't chase them down. Or vice versa. If you just don't have it, then obviously it's not going to work out for you. We're going to be starting things off, so it's going to be a Ranger start once again. I assume Latromi is going to be going with Anarchy as always. Yes, he is. Also, Latromi has decided to skip on the Sorlag this time.
No Sorlag at all. Opted to, I guess in some ways, exchange the health pool for extra utility.
Maybe, but Luminous taking a bit of a hit there. Now has a rail of his own, but might be a little bit too late. No, he is able to get away with his life.
Luminous still quite low. But that said, think about a change and exchange the mega health for the heavy armor. They completely swap it around. Wow, here comes a Atromi though. Point blank, but considering they were so close to each other, minimal damage exchanged.
Quite surprised to see that, actually. They both had rockets.
Oh, misses the rail. Misses a couple. Missing those rails against Anarchy can be quite costly, especially if he's the one that's actually returning fire back at you, but not so far.
Oh! Let's get hit by that rail on the way up. Interesting, the Atromi doesn't quite seem to be rushing the same way. Maybe it's because he's just got more space to work with, or... Oh! Big damage coming through, but there's the injection to keep himself alive.
That's such an important tool for Ranger, is that unlike most of the champions, he is able to somewhat negate the gap in between the rail shots, where he can fire his rail and then immediately throw his dire orb in between the cooldown of the rail shots. So it's almost like a three-piece combo where it's rail shot, you know, rail, dire orb, rail. And it massively increases his ability to do damage. You don't really see Rangers go for it a lot, but when we see it,
It's
so
very punishing, I suppose. I mean, it's already quite difficult to hit Anarchy with a rail from most distances. Oh, like that.
It's because the
So
rail.
close.
It's because the rail hit him first. It just knocked his aim up ever so slightly. Oh, here comes Atromi, going in for the kill. Will he chase it all the way, or is he just trying to sort of command the high ground of the stage? This is the air rail, so Luminous is going to try and press the advantage a little bit. Meeting him face first into a rocket.
Yeah, the Atromi going to lose Anarchy first. First casualty of the game.
Goes to show that if you get caught slipping in the smallest amount of time with Anarchy, you can just get deleted. Doesn't matter how good it feels like you're doing. If you get hit by one rocket at a bad time, you're dead. That's why you see Anarchy players, they're so careful while at the same time making sure if they do navigate around the map, they are going as fast as possible. Getting hit by those mid-airs is a lot more unlikely, but still possible.
In a dramatic change of pace though, 3 minutes into this round.
I'm fairly certain 3 minutes was the length of the last 2 rounds that we saw on Corrupted Keep.
Basically, but every second that goes down though, Luminous is going to be in the lead as we approach the timeout potential. Oh, especially now though, 3-1, Atromi's forced to make this Visor comeback.
Basically a minute and a half at this stage. That's a tall ask. Unfortunately fumbles his rocket jump, which is going to let Atromi kind of maybe capitalize, but with how stacked Luminous is it enough? Gets caught airborne with 15 HP to spare. He gets the first round, and Luminous is back in it.
If Luminous died there, that would have all been down to that fumbled rocket jump. Makes you think just how punishing certain seemingly minor mistakes can be, but fortunately he's able to stay alive. That's going to take the first round convincingly, 3-0 champions.
Round 2, fight.
Luminous, another really good start for Ranger. Spawning near heavy armor and your 3 vital items all together. I mean, Ranger with the armor, rocket, rail, all together at this stage. It's one of the best starts you can have on this map, I think. And he didn't even need the dire orb for it too, so he's still got his ability.
Atromi starting off with the Anarchy once again. Not a big surprise.
It's one rail, but they trade. But at this stage, Atromi is the one that can't afford to take one more. Scratch that, now he's got heavy armor. Almost a minute in and no real conflict so far. But hang on, there's the jump pad. Anarchy's going to have the bonus of that increased air mobility, but yeah, there's no way he's going through that teleporter. Far too obvious.
I wonder if we're ever going to see a tri-bolt kill.
Whatever.
Yeah.
I doubt we'll see it today. Maybe a last-minute resort, but I feel like it's so easy to get the weapons that you need. Manually going to the tri-bolt for a frag is so unlikely.
Well, a lot of weapons kind of have individual utility, right? Like even nail gun gives you a few jump potential. Super shotgun is situational but has a place. Machine gun, same thing, especially on Corrupted Keep.
I feel like tri-bolt is pretty much a rocket launcher if you don't have a rocket launcher. And then you get a rocket launcher and you never have to use the tri-bolt again.
That makes sense. Latromi's going to try and top himself back up again.
In my opinion.
I believe I heard him use his injection. It was taken down quite low.
How often will Latromi be able to use his injection? Will he be able to maximize the increased health? Because he's taking minimal damage so far. He's not really being forced to, but neither player wants to overextend. It's a level of passiveness that they were playing really explosive and fast-paced in the other two maps. However, we're now on 1-1. Whoever loses this map is out of the championship for good.
I mean,
and I think it's starting to set in. You can see it.
Latromi dominated map 2. Corrupted Keep was his map 3. But this was Luminous's choice, and Latromi is clearly not looking anywhere near as comfortable on this map.
I think that's because he just looked so unbelievably good on Corrupted Keep. It's going to be hard for any map to make him look as strong.
Especially when he is currently down.
Latromi, though, got him down to 58 HP. If he can get him in 3 seconds, he might be able to get him before the Mega. Overextending a little bit, but missing rails for days. If even one of those connected, he would have not only have taken the lead, but he would have been able to steal away the Mega Health. Very unfortunate that he missed those. He hasn't been punished with a frag yet, though, so it could definitely be worse. But shades of the last round mustered 3 minutes in, and not a single frag. Barely even a fight this time.
At least by this time, last round, one champion had been taken down, but now we are still dead even. We might find ourselves in that position where we just have one frag for the whole round, and this will be the matchup we see.
It's going to be hard to top a close overtime scenario since Toxic versus Ron. All the way back in week number 1, top 16, where it went on for seemingly a million years. And it was a close game. But that was even in week 1. We haven't seen anything that close since.
Oh, nice mid-air shot. Latromi in trouble now. Popped the injection, trying to juke back and forth. You can see him making himself as hard hit as possible.
And it actually worked, taking minimal damage. Is he going to get headed off? No, Latromi doubles back. A good read. Just like that. 1 minute warning.
1 minute warning.
Now, health all just zips past. You can see it though. I mean, both of them, they just want to make sure they're as stacked as possible, but sooner or later, they're going to have to fight. Who do you reckon's going to be the one to start it?
It's more likely to be Luminous if he manages to land a good rail on Latromi and he forces him to run, especially now he's just picked up that Mega. If he hits anything significant on Latromi here, I'm willing to think
Latromi
he's
ran
gonna chase
away.
it. I think Latromi doesn't want to fight unless the fight is on his terms, especially seeing as he hasn't got as much health or as much armor.
Yeah, this is looking like a one frag round.
I'm willing to say it will be, for sure.
Oh, nearly good shot from Latromi, but he immediately runs away. I think he saw that the heavy armor was there and didn't want to overcommit to a fight that he was going to be massively down in resources for.
He's tried to trade it for the Mega, but yeah, no doubt Latromi caught sight of him there, trying to sort of deny his entry with those rockets onto Mega, and he does manage to take it. 5 seconds away from sudden death. This is going to be a one frag round, and it's a round that Latromi undoubtedly needs. Now, sudden death at the last possible minute! Latromi gets the rail he was looking for all game.
Perfect timing as well. Like as soon as we went to sudden death, he got the frag, and it was indeed one frag round and round 2 complete. Are we going to find ourselves with another last round situation on our hands?
There is nothing I would like to see more in this set. These two guys have been playing out of their minds so far. The second map was super dominant for Latromi, and he was on the verge of taking some good momentum and running away with it, but Luminous denying that momentum with his own map of Blood Covenant. With what's on the line, I definitely saw a 100 damage there, and I think Latromi saw it as well. I think he's turned the dial up a little bit.
There's the mid-air.
He just needs to breathe on Luminous now.
This is the Latromi we're used to seeing. The die roll comes out.
But he had no LG, but it didn't matter. I was a little bit worried for a second he didn't have the LG.
Yeah, and out of nowhere, Latromi just goes back to the tried and true. That's the aggression we saw from him earlier on, especially in map number 2 from Corrupted Keep, but there we go. And in 30 seconds, he bags his first frag of this next round.
That does mean now that the pressure is on Luminous. He's used his Ghost Walk already.
And Luminous is trying to fight. He has a super shotgun. Oh, goodbye. Punk's not dead, but Anarchy is.
Oh, the super shotgun has the absolute best sound effect in the whole game. 3. 1 minute left. Well, on the board, I should say. Definitely not 1 minute left.
Not quite. No 2 minute rounds here unless we're on Corrupted Keep. And Latromi's in the driver's seat.
Both of them with Nyx. This is going to be quite an interesting exchange, actually, because it's quite slow-paced as is. But now, when Nyx is in a spot of bother, she has that Ghost Walk. So I feel like it's going to be a very similar sort of general game plan with how they're establishing distance. They're not fighting unless they're ready. But now, you've also got the extra element of having to get the Ghost Walk out of them before you can do anything else.
But as is usually in the mirror, when it's like the same champion versus the same champion, it's almost like a game of chicken. Who's going to pop the ability first?
The fight's definitely going to be in 2 stages. The first port of call is going to be, get it out, get the invisibility away. Oh, almost didn't have the chance.
Direct, but Atromi is going to get that point-blank rail. That would have been death if he'd missed that.
That was a brave rail to go for that exact reason. If he missed that, he was over. Staying true and keeping his aim. No matter what's on the line, making sure your execution is as on point as possible. A very important element if you're going to qualify for regionals. You've got to prove that you can keep it together and prove that you have clutch. A couple of rails. Luminous can't afford to take a single more. And here we go. Oh, he reacted. Nice insurance policy with that piercing sight. Don't let yourself get snuck up on.
That is something we don't see often. When piercing sight is used to defend yourself from a Ghost Walk, he popped it just to stop himself getting followed, and it made Latromi run away. Oh, yeah, can't be following this too much. I've actually seen quite a surprising lack of lightning gun this game. I think it's because that rocket and rail, most of the damage is coming from that sort of mid to long range distance.
However, with 2 minutes left, Latromi with that champion advantage means he can be patient if he wants. There's the read on the armor. Managed to get 1 rail, but you can see Latromi does not want to overextend. As much as he would like a second rail, he doesn't want to get tagged unnecessarily and chased down.
Oh, he popped the piercing sight. He knows where he is. He's following him, but can't commit too hard. Probably putting himself through a corridor in the face of a rocket launcher. A minute and a half left to go. Latromi has the champion lead. Oh, but a big shot coming out from Luminous.
He's in danger. He's only got 74 health left. That's a rail he cannot afford to take.
Yeah, notice he seeks out the armor before health, because what use is having full health if you still die to a 1 rail?
Here comes the chase with the double back.
Oh, cheeky!
That was...
Latromi just played him hard.
That was. Ran rings around him. Uh-oh. That's the piercing sight.
Latromi knows where he is, but he's going to have Ghost Walk to escape even if he does start to fight here. And Luminous tanks 100 rocket.
Does he even need it with 100 rocket, putting him so close to death? There he is. He's going for the chase. He understands that he has to. Hasn't seen the invisibility. Oh, catches him mid-air. Now he's in trouble. He goes in for the teleporter. He has no rails left. He had no ammo.
Wow. What a terrible time to run out of ammo.
I don't think any of us expected him to have no rails left. That's the last thing I looked at.
Uh-oh, behind him. Luminous is chasing him down. 20 seconds left to get this kill. Oh, and he gets it! Wow!
All because Latromi had no rails left to go. If only he had 1 single shot, this round would have been so different.
We've already talked today at length about how you have to think about a million different things at once. Ammo count is one of them. Not every day you have to see that.
And, speaking of which, Luminous also 3 rockets left. He hasn't got much left either.
Yeah, Luminous had to fight desperately to get that fight, but losing all of his rocket ammo is going to be quite a disaster unless he can top himself up. Can he get it? I mean, doesn't look like Latromi is quite in range to stop him. Okay, there we go. Gets himself another 10.
He hasn't got piercing sight, so he hasn't seen him. He took a free rail now. He's going to go in for the armor. A nice rail. Latromi, if he gets a couple more, he's going to be good. There's that piercing sight activated. Luminous no doubt heard it.
All right, it's the match of 2 very evil sounding Russian machine men. Oh, there's a piercing sight. He's hunting him down.
As you can see, Luminous trying Latromi, I should say, trying so hard to cover his bases. The second you hear it, but you can't see it.
Oh, he jumps down with him.
That's going to be enough. Oh! The exchange.
I mean, that was a vicious fight at the end there, but Luminous is going to be able to come off ahead, and now he finds himself on match point to advance in what has been, I think, the definition of a back-and-forth set from start to finish between these 2 guys.
Yeah, many of our series today have gone a very similar way. People have, I mean, they're playing like a couple of people that desperately want to qualify for the championships, and this is their last chance. Well, they're pulling out all the stops.
Let us not forget that Latromi, he really likes establishing that early aggression. If he can get that early frag, he will start to run rings around you, but kind of needs that crucial frag early to make it happen.
Luminous unable to detect Latromi so far, but he's nice and loaded up. With the exception of Lightning Gun, he has everything he needs. Now, he has got everything he needs.
Especially to deal with a squishy Anarchy. There we go, yeah, trading him out again.
Caught sight of him. I think no doubt they clocked each other there. It's going to be a little bit easier for Anarchy to use these jump pads as well because of his air movement. He's not going to be as vulnerable to the guaranteed gravity that a jump pad brings. Nice try of LG, going in for the kill.
Yeah,
Catches the injection, but it's not enough!
As soon as Luminous heard him pick up that heavy armor, he immediately went around the corner and started to attack. He was just waiting for that audio cue. Oh, that's bad news. For Latromi.
That is bad news. And he's staying there. He's staying put.
I thought she went up to the rocket and could not be more wrong. Latromi kept alive.
That was a very gutsy read to just stay put, but it worked out. He heard the armor. No doubt he's turning around to finish the job.
Ghost walk. This could be death, and it is.
Oh,
Latromi forced to make this full comeback with just Visor. 3 champions to take down. This is not a good situation for him to be in.
If Latromi wants to stay alive in the Quake World Championships, he has to earn it right now. There is no other option. 3 champions straight, or you're done. And with Luminous as consistently stacked as he is, he's going in with the LG, misses the Dire Orb, so that might be a lifeline. Is it going to be enough though? No, he still has so much health. He set that back.
Yeah, Latromi running towards the center room. He doesn't want anything else to do with this fight.
I don't think Latromi wants to fight unless he is completely stacked up. And I don't blame him. Because not only do you need to survive this fight, you need to then survive the next one and make sure you have enough health for that too. It's not just going to be this fight. You've got to think of what's happening next. You've always got to be thinking ahead. What happens next after this play? There's the rocket
Always
jump.
Surprises him. There's a 92 damage. That's going to hurt a lot.
Latromi forced to run. Luminous looking to head him off, trying to predict where he's going to run, listening out for the sound cues, catches an air rail. Latromi's in big trouble. He teleports towards it, goes in for the rail. There we go! Luminous manages to take out Latromi, and he will be moving on to regionals as well.
He just hunted him down at the end there, and he got that kill for his trouble. Really good series between the two of them. Let's not forget, map number 1 was very much an exchange between the two. Map number 2 was the complete opposite. Latromi absolutely dominated in what was the fastest map we've seen all day so far, hands down. And map number 3 was very much a bit of a mixture, I think. But all in all, well played. And we'll be seeing Luminous again at regionals in a few weeks' time.
So, in fact, did manage to sort of break that week 1 pattern where you'd make week 1 and then week 4 and wasn't quite able to do it. So far, if you've made week 1 and you're in this top 16, you've made it through to regionals.
Hey man, 4 weeks of practice. That is a clean month of practice time put to good use. And now both players today that we had in top 16 for week 1 so far are both qualified after playing very well, changing up the lineup a little bit here and there, and ultimately just playing very clean.
But this was the change in momentum when Latromi went for Corrupted Keep, and we weren't 100% sure at first, but we saw the Saw lag and went, well, he has a lot more speed on his side because he's got Anarchy, he's got a lot more health on his side because he has Saw lag, and this was just destruction. This was by far the fastest map we've had today, and at no point did Luminous even stand a chance, but then the map changed to Blood Covenant, which was Luminous's map choice. So it clearly was not as much of a dominant map for Latromi, because I think it would have been hard to beat how strong he looked on Corrupted Keep. But at the end of the day, Luminous just closed it out. There were a couple of really clutch exchanges there at the far end, and Luminous just had more of what it took at the last minute, I think, and we will be seeing him at the regionals later on in a few weeks.
Indeed, and this will be sort of near the end. I believe this was almost, yeah, that was the first kill of what was the final round. And Luminous just taking it down to that lone Visor. Just ultimately just didn't have what it took to make a full comeback. We keep seeing that a lot today, that people are forced to make a clean 3 champion kill comeback. And we see it a few times, but it is difficult, and it is very situational.
And when it really matters too, like in the last minute when you've got to win the round, we see it at the start of a game, that's quite consistent. But by the end, as the pressure starts to add up, I think it becomes a little bit harder to stay composed to pull something like that off. But, you know, never say never. This game is full of unpredictability. Rounds can be 5 minutes, rounds can be 10 minutes, or they can be 30 seconds. It just depends on how the map goes. Well, we get our next map and series underway in this qualification process. We're going to go to another quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you've been enjoying the games so far. Once again, this is week number 4 of the European qualifiers for the Quake World Championships, and our next series of the day will be Cephis versus Maestro's Hell.
So Hell is one of those players that we've seen a lot over the last 4 weeks, once again through both Sacrifice and Duel.
Quite consistently as well. We've seen Hell regularly throughout these broadcasts.
Yeah, we do. We see him all the time, and this is no different. Truly, we saw him on Thursday playing super well. I believe he had Clutch in his lineup for, I think, the first time, at least on the streamed games we've seen from him, and I kind of assume that will reign true today. But again, you know, Hell being, I believe, is a UK boy, so going to try not to be too biased. Always want to see those UK players do well in esports, and obviously this will be a little bit no different. But ultimately, he's against Cephis, so it's going to be a good series regardless. But I think we've seen a lot of interesting developments in sort of just champion lineups today, and I kind of don't expect that to change.
It's pretty much what we see every single week, where it's a large variety of champions get picked. So once again, guys, this will be the predetermined map, which will be Blood Run. So Hell goes in for Nyx first. A very safe pick, a very consistent pick in Duel. Speaking of consistent, doesn't get more consistent than Ranger and Nyx together. Hell's final 2 champions.
They're like the best friends composition. Yeah,
Speaking of which,
see what I mean? And that's going to be Clutch. How about Cephis? Oh dear, this right here is the meta at the moment, it seems, because this composition of 3 exactly. Normally, it's kind of like a mix of a few, but this is probably one of, if not the most efficient team comp you can have.
I told you,
it has everything.
Anarchy's old and busted. Clutch is new hotness. It's as simple as that.
But this is a composition that just ticks all the boxes. You have the jack of all trades Ranger, who's got a decent health pool, good mobility. The passive is so useful for getting around.
And the dire orb on this map is almost unrivaled in its usefulness for getting him where he wants to be, because the middle is such a focus point for that map, where he can go from the bottom and go up to heavy armor if he wants to, without having to rocket jump. That's the important thing. Sometimes you have to either use a nail jump or a rocket jump to get the heavy armor. So to get the heavy armor, you're taking damage. If it's likely that an opponent is waiting for you to take it and you're trying to get in and out as fast as possible, you've already done a little bit of damage to yourself to take it. If you've got the dire orb, you don't have to do that.
This is one of the most reliable compositions, I think, in the game also, because these 3 champions are good on basically every map, it seems.
I can't really think of a map where they don't work well together. They've got mobility, they've got damage, they've got utility. I mean, they have it all.
Oh wow, Hell, make that good read. His only weapon for fighting here is the railgun, though, so he doesn't have anything better. Now he's got the rocket.
I think Hell was just completely content waiting out the shield and then acknowledging that he's just more stacked up than Cephis is at this point in time. That's the Mega. The next fight's going to be for the heavy armor, but Cephis took a lot of damage trying to get it. We talk about how much of a risk it can be going for heavy armor. Well, how about almost all of your damage? You'd never have guessed Cephis picked it up by looking at his stats.
Cephis has already taken so much damage. It's just his ability to top himself up immediately has been amazing. Just keeping himself alive. We know that stuff's going to be up very soon, though. Oh.
Surprisingly, even though we've seen a great amount of damage come out of Hell, we are yet to see a single frag. Hasn't been able to quite finish one just yet.
That's Clutch, man. When Clutch is fully stacked, it takes a lot to bring him down. Oh, and Hell's found him. Nowhere to run now. Barrier's popped.
He's on top of him with his own barrier. This is madness. Oh, the rail missed ever so slightly. On the flip side now, Cephis is the one that has a little bit more health, but I'm not even sure if he knows it. They've exchanged to be quite even. They trade rails again, but this time Cephis has not got the health to take it. Hell with the Mega is more than he needs to win that exchange.
It's like a raid boss. Look at how much damage Hell had to put out of this 1 minute 45. It's almost been non-stop damage to Cephis, but Cephis has just been keeping himself alive constantly.
Down to that Ranger pick. So in this instance, Hell is going to have that bully style that we know Clutch can do really well. Against another Clutch, it can be a little bit hard because of how much health and, you know, elements of invincibility with the shield that Clutch himself has. But if it's Clutch versus someone that doesn't have that amount of defensive tools, then...
Oh. A bit of a pause, but going to be able to pick it up anyway.
Ooh, yeah, he got hit right before the teleporter come through, so a little bit of free damage for Cephas. Already halfway through this in terms of time. That barrier's popped. Does he have Dire Orb to get away? Does he even need it? Ooh, the detonation of the Dire Orb. Hell, just standing straight on it. I was just about... Yep. Yeah. What? That is a very unfortunate spawn. I mean, they must just know you're going to spawn there. They always stand just in that doorway and look over there immediately. There has to be an element of consistency for sure. Because that is a very consistent spawn. People get the frag, they look right there. They always spawn there. And they just take you out accordingly. It's a very unfortunate place to die. Cephas trying to survive a little bit longer using the Dire Orb to prevent getting railed, but cannot prevent the inevitable. Hell does manage to get a frag on the board, and just like that, they've almost completely evened out their stats. Make that extended with the heavy armor. Every single champion these guys are playing has had its own mirror in some way, and this is no different. Hell. Tanked out indeed. Indeed, I was just about to say. If it's a mirror situation, you just have more health and armor, then it's a great comfort zone to have. Sees the rails miss, so now he's going to try and push the advantage, but doesn't want to push too heavily, just in case Cephas has access to a rocket. Eating those defensive rockets with this health, even though you're fully stacked up, as Nyx, it still hurts. There's that 1 minute warning once again, the offensive invisibility. Oh! One shot, not quite enough. Straight through the teleporter. Going to be kind of hard for Cephas now, especially as Hell just collected that mega. Who's going to be the first one to fall down here, though? Cephas very low. Oh, still staying around to fight. Just got the heavy armor, but isn't going to save him with that low health. Now he's got a couple of health items. A little bit risky in some ways, because we've seen, even if you've got loads of armor, if you've got no health, you'll still get one shot, but Cephas staying true. Hang on a minute, point blank. That's invisibility, is Hell using it defensively. He gets it! Oh, dearing me! Hell, do you want to know why that was so sick? Before he re-emerged, he used the wall jump to give himself a double jump, so he re-emerged higher up than Cephas was looking. That was smart. That was very smart. Higher up than the line of sight. Shouts to the Caco Demon. Little things, man. Little things like that. Now we're back to this clutch mirror match once again. Probably one of the most long and drawn-out mirror matches I think you can get at the moment. Yeah. Just down to that sheer amount of health and the amount of time you have to hit each other. I'm inclined to think probably the longest. Oh, 100 clean, that will do something, but clearly got into the health path, not much. You know, if you hit most of the champions and you see 100 damage, you look at the top and it's really significant. With Clutch, he just laughs at it. Point blank, trying to get the splash damage behind the wall. A good idea, actually, but still minuscule damage as a payout. Yeah, but Hell knows the heavy armor's up and he just wants to bag that for sure, giving himself a bit of a lead here. You mentioned it yourself, where we're seeing these players that are starting to use the terrain splash damage as a means to hurt Clutch instead, shooting the walls behind him. Right there is exactly what Hell just tried to do. He went straight forward, hit the wall behind, got a little bit of damage, but unfortunately not a huge amount. But the important thing is that he demonstrated that he has the knowledge to do damage outside of the shield. At the same time, that's why we saw the Dire Orb land a frag on Hell earlier on. The explosion going through the shield once again. Now Hell's in trouble, got to heal up. Oh no, Cephas messed up the jump. He didn't get the heavy armor. I wonder if that means Hell can get it himself. Nah, he gets this time. I think Hell just assumed he'd got it. Fair to assume, to be fair. It's quite a little error to make, but the opponent just isn't ready for it. It means you can almost just try again for free. Cephas with that mega also. Now he is very dangerous. That's still defense. Yep, exactly. Still defense, really keeping him way healthier than he normally would have been. Heavy armor's back, but yeah, we all just heard that get collected. Hell, particularly. Mega's about to spawn again, but it feels like also Cephas is about to collect. As that, you just look at how long it's actually taken Hell to stock himself back up again. Cephas is just starving him over the pickups. Oh, couple of good rockets, but not dedicating, actually. Cephas, I feel like he might have been able to really push the advantage on that one. Gone back up there, forcing the shield wall. Hell has to get away, which means Cephas is no doubt going to collect that heavy, and he does just that.
Mega health up in a few seconds too. Looks like Cephas is going to bag that as well. Yes, he does. Cephas is in complete control.
A little bit more of a timid approach coming out of Hell. He's not really fighting for any of these pickups just yet. He's kind of sort of just sit there on the sideline.
Because he hasn't actually been on full health and armor for a while. Cephas is just keeping him away from all the pickups he needs.
And at the same time, I doubt Hell wants to over-exert himself. 3 minutes and not really much has happened so far. Minuscule fights. Getting 91 damage after Mega gets collected. That's why Hell can go in, but still, not a huge amount of damage. Misses the rail, so no doubt he's going to get out of here. Oh no!
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he was not looking towards the right there. Cephas lying in wait, and Hell just didn't see him.
That's just that awareness. The one time he wasn't ready to check.
There's a rail.
Oh wow, 2 rails.
But, I mean, the damage he took definitely wasn't worth getting the heavy, but Hell's accuracy has been on point since he's been at Ranger.
Wow, he was ready for him to come around the corner straight away. Is that going to be a kill? Yes, it is. Hell goes down. This might be a one champion victory at this rate.
Definitely
Hell
could
down
be.
on this next.
20 seconds, he's going to be able to see Nyx through a Ghost Walk, so that's not going to be an escape option, even though it will be element of a survivability option. He's used it before, which means that now, when he fights Hell, Hell is going to be in big trouble if he's point blank.
Cephas just has that raw health advantage, man. It's just going to be so hard for him to get taken down.
But again, the danger isn't really having to deal with clutch point blank without Ghost Walk. The danger at this point is the 35-second clock that remains. Cephas probably going to make this a timeout, I think. 30 seconds to survive against a Nyx that you've just tagged with a rocket, and you've got a shield wall ready to go. The chance of this comeback is extremely unlikely. 20 seconds left to take out a clutch that is this stacked with a shield. I'm not sure.
15 seconds is getting less and less realistic as this clock ticks down.
Well, it's not just getting clutch, it's taking out what's left as well. Hell has to push it. There's not much else he can do here. Cephas just trying to run away, and that's going to be it. The round goes down to a timeout, and it's going to be 1-1.
There we go. All ball down to clutch just not being able to be taken down. Even, I mean, actually, I think, if anything, it's truly reinforcing how important it is that that first frag goes your way. Because we've already seen that that's how effective Cephas can be when he's playing this champion, though.
Round 3.
It's always a mirror at the start. It's always clutch versus clutch. So this truly is a battle of who's going to survive longer. Whose clutch has more clutch?
I knew you'd say that eventually. It was only a matter of time. But again, I think we're going to see very much so a repeat of what we just saw in that first round.
Perhaps.
The danger is that Cephas hasn't got a rail, and that is going to be a disadvantage. I feel like, I wonder if Hell's going to try and control that. If he's going to try and keep Cephas off the rail for as long as possible. Those rockets, Hell gets a couple of good hits, activates the shield, a shield in retaliation, but Hell collecting the Mega. Cephas forced to retreat temporarily. He just took big damage going for that heavy armor, a big risk that Hell punished accordingly.
I mean, Hell was patient. Hell had no interest in going to pick it up himself. He just wanted to wait until Cephas made the move, and he did. Wow, good damage. Oh, another good follow-up. Still alive, though.
It's quite funny, really. The one individual tick of that blood pool actually allowed him to survive the rail if he got hit, because it put one 84 HP rather than 79. Here comes the aggressive shield wall. Hell going in once more. Reads the teleport. Actually is successful.
Oh,
No!
another fumbled rocket jump. Both players are kind of messing that up quite a lot. Oops.
There we go, gets it now. Definitely another Mega that it's likely Hell's going to be able to take uncontested. Ranger's pretty far away here. I think Cephas just trying to concentrate on not getting caught off guard, let alone trying to control these pickups. How fast he goes in, gets one of the rails, the teleport at the last minute to get out of there, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to retreat. Chasing it down, Hell now with a 3 champion advantage versus 1 with Nyx.
Yeah, and Hell massively struggled to make this comeback last round. Now Cephas has to do the exact same thing himself. Oh, he knows the armor just went.
But I'm not sure if he cares. If he gets the invisibility out, of which it actually is now, and he's seen her on the re-emerge, tries to go in for the telefrag. I actually respect the attempt. If he got the telefrag right there, he would have undone every ounce of health that Clutch had. That would have been an easy answer for getting rid of him.
Worth the attempt for sure, but Hell's not going to let it happen. Takes this down to round 4. If Hell can take this down, he's going to win this first map and put himself in a much more comfortable situation moving on for the rest.
Fight.
Now, we've already talked about how important it is to have a good start to this match so far with how this mirror seems to be getting played out.
That's the tale of this map, though.
Whoever gets the first frag ends up winning.
He who loses their clutch first will not win the round. That is the prophecy of this game.
Which would, you know, if you think about it, that exact wording would still be relevant, even if there wasn't a character called Clutch.
That's true. I agree with you.
A competitor, one must have Clutch to be a competitive player.
And that really applies in any game.
Exactly.
Right now, Hell, as long as he's sitting on all of that armor, he's going to be much more of a threat to Cephas than the other way around. Even if Clutch has 100 armor, combined with his default 150 health, he is still unbelievably hard to take down.
Oh! There's the interception, but Hell still has significantly more health than armor. But Cephas there with a nail gun trying to stop him.
He took a lot of damage. Goes into the air to control.
Oh, no! He gets knocked away! That was Cephas with the outplay.
That was unfortunate. He just got knocked a million miles away from heavy armor. And he's caught the respawn on Hell. There's no way Hell's going to teleport
But the
towards
thing is,
that
that's actually how Hell killed Cephas last game. Is Clutch. You know, Cephas went for the armor, and Hell punished him for it and didn't let him pick it up. It's the exact same thing that Cephas just did to him.
Oh, gets the trail. Big damage on the LG. Hell's in a lot of trouble. Goes in for the jump pad. Away for a little bit, but not long enough. Initiating kill function. Absolutely.
And once again, this very dim situation for Hell to be in. Forced to make this full comeback.
It's coming down to whoever loses their clutch first. If they lose clutch, then they lose the round.
Unless Hell can change the tide now, it will be difficult, but I don't want to say it's impossible.
The danger is that when you score a frag and Clutch gets a major pickup, particularly a health pickup uncontested because you're too busy being dead. Like right now, he's hit a rail on Hell, and Hell is in so much danger at this stage. Anything he just collected has been undone completely. Clutch sitting on all of that. He can tank one more rail and he can still survive.
Pretty sure Hell just waited until Barry was over for him to go to walk there, so that was smart.
It's definitely a matter of having to wait out certain moves, and if you can outrun and outlast that barrier, then it can be a changer.
Oh, what a shot!
Almost clipped him with that one right before Mega. Would have seen him in the middle of the invisibility. Caught him halfway through. There we go. Cephas reverses exactly what just happened to him.
Indeed, final round. We're going to go back to this Clutch start. I can't imagine either of them going to have any reason to change.
It's just coming down to a matter of who gets the first frag. But when they both get the first frag, they win the round. So I think they're honestly really just trying to... I'm not going to say roll that dice, because it's a complete matter of skill. There's no luck involved here whatsoever. It's just that they're betting it on, I'm going to kill your Clutch first, and that is how I'm going to win.
Which has actually reigned true for every single round so far. Whether it will continue to happen, I guess we'll find out over the next few minutes.
Oh no, Cephas did not see Hell there, but he answers back with a 100 damage rocket. And now he's going for the chase. Hell does a bunch of damage to himself.
Oh, Hell's in a desperate situation. Oh! A defensive rocket's going to chase Cephas away. Hell protecting himself.
It's now going to be risky. Going in for the kill. Cephas looking to secure it, but he himself has taken big damage. They are both vulnerable to a single rail. It's looking likely they're going to try and heal up, but Hell does manage to get the heavy. Now, big advantage for him. They're both going to have their shield wall again.
Once again, Hell sort of winning this war of attrition so far. Way more health and armor to work with. Cephas significantly less. Yeah, you can hear the heavy armors going the way of Hell once again.
And that does mean Hell's stack is looking unbelievably intimidating. Lots of armor, lots of health. And with a Mega just about to spawn, likely we're going to see a fight soon. I don't know if Cephas is content letting Hell stack up that consistently, but he has got an amazing read on the Super Nail Gun. He got so many successful hits. During that sequence, he just undid a minute's worth of stack.
And just in time to bag the heavy armor, Cephas has turned the tide with that one sequence of nails. One read has made all the difference.
Very good for Cephas to actually completely turn the tide on this. Now he has more health. Now he has more armor. If the fight breaks out, Cephas is now the one with advantage. That's one rail charged into 90 as well. That hurt a lot. Hell's in big trouble now. Especially seeing as Cephas actually not even interested in the heavy armor. He's looking to fight this right now. Hell knocks him into the air with a shield wall, though. They trade it back and forth. Hell's just trying to get out of there, but Cephas won't let him go down without a fight first. Going in for the heavy armor, does manage to take it. Hell giving it up, conceding it. I think that was quite important for Hell. He really doesn't want to overextend himself.
He's being careful, and
Yeah.
it makes sense. If he hasn't got the health or the armor to take the fight, then don't take it.
Well, if he attempted to stop Cephas from taking that at the last minute, but then Cephas grabbed it anyway, Hell was guaranteed to die.
Yeah, Cephas trying up the nails again. Didn't work this time.
Yeah, I think fool me once, right? That's going to be one of those situations where Hell does not want to fall for the same mistake twice. I mean, he had loads of health and almost died, let alone when he has no health. That will shred you with a Super Nail Gun. Nice prediction,
good read,
rocket.
yeah.
Great
Cephas
read.
walks right into a rocket.
There's the Mega, but minimal armor so far. But it's going to be more than enough to soak up sufficient damage. The rockets failed to connect, and Hell actually beyond all of the stack that Cephas was able to build up. Hell
I think it was
to get the frag.
Cephas just really wanted to wait for Hell to, almost like waste all those rockets on the barrier, but Hell was somehow managing to get through it. Cephas just wasn't able to protect himself in time. And the 1 minute warning just mere seconds away from triggering. Do you reckon Hell's just going to be careful for a minute?
I think Hell knows that, but he has actually been caught off guard in the middle. He took a bunch of damage. Still with over 100 left, though, so he's not completely vulnerable. With 50 seconds left to survive. Activating his shield wall. Oh, wow! He just
walked into the Dire Orb.
I was just about to say, he walked into it. I think he was looking to maybe just reappear, expecting him to go for the heavy armor and it'd catch him out, but because he didn't teleport to it, the explosion came through and just did enough damage to kill him. That may have been a fatal error if Hell decided to go through with that. He was confident he was going to teleport to it.
That's just one of those predictions, right? He was just sure he was going to teleport, but chose not to. The explosion did more than enough.
That was, to be honest, an exchange I really didn't think we'd see. I didn't expect Hell to take that risk. But of course, cannot count either of these guys out, especially Hell. He's been here many times.
Sudden death.
We've seen him plenty of times in this top 16, and you know he's wanted to make this through.
And here we go. Sudden death starts. The next frag will take the map. Whether it will be Hell or Cephas, we'll find out in a few moments. This could be it. A little bit of damage going through, but Cephas still very much overcharged on health and armor.
Likely to both have their abilities as well.
Oh!
Couple of really good rockets now. They're trading the Dire Orb through. Hell doesn't want to overcommit because he definitely saw that get collected. And now he's got the Mega.
Cephas timed those pickups really well, though. After taking so much damage, he still ended up fully stacked.
Yeah, if you take all that damage and then collect these major items, you pretty much just undo all the work they just put in. Now Hell is really weak. He's got to be careful here. He is one minor shot away from going out. Sudden death as well. Cephas
He's merely near a 25 pickup too.
Hell just managed to completely slip away. No, he tried to reappear, but he wasn't able to, and Cephas, just like that, wins the first map. And I really think that came down to, Yeah, that's the one. I think even Hell knows, like, it wasn't a mistake, right? Like, it was a mistake where he must have been just confident that Cephas was going to teleport towards that orb. But because he didn't, the orb detonated and did more than enough damage to take him out. It was definitely a mistake, but it's a mistake that he's going to know better than anyone is rectifiable, right? You got to just make sure that you just don't make those kind of mistakes in the next map, because this could be his absolute final chance.
Of course, but he's going to have his choice on the map now. What do you think we're going to see him go for? Because fundamentally, they ran the same composition. And if they do the same thing again, then obviously no map is going to greatly benefit one over the other if they have the exact same champion. So this is going to be a case of comfort. What do we expect that Hell might prefer to play?
It will come down to the map they just think they will do better at, because you said it yourself, they've got the same team composition. They might rock the same team composition again, so you're not going to go for a team or a map that will work with yours and work against theirs, because that's not really likely to happen. The safe bet wants to just say we might see Corrupted Keep, because if people play Clutch, they're probably going to pick Corrupted Keep if they lose.
It does seem to be the go-to.
It's the running theme, but to be honest, we haven't seen a lot of, I guess, what you can consider major errors today, but the ones that we have seen have been punished quite heavily, and I think that really shows in Quake how careful you really need to be. So I'm kind of worried, you know, it's the kind of loss that, as a player, if you lose to a fault that was made by you and not being outplayed by your opponent as such, it's quite a mental break, you know. You've got to make sure that you shake it off. You've got to make sure that you're not thinking about it. You're focusing entirely on the next match.
I think that's just a generic statement that applies to almost every single competitive game, but because it is true, and it always will be true, if you make a mistake in a competitive setting, no matter what it is, and it costs you a win, it doesn't cost you, like, the whole thing, but it costs you, like, basically puts you quite far behind, like in this situation. That one mistake potentially could have put Hell one map down in this series. You need to be able to shake that off. You need to be able to advance and maybe not just forget about it, but, you know that it hasn't cost you everything and learn from that. You know, use that mistake to further the rest of the match for you, which I hope we see now going into this. But that's a little bit harder when it's just down to you're playing the same champions. When you have the exact same lineup in the same way, that Clutch mirror at the start does seem like a bit of an endurance test. It takes a lot of fire to put Clutch down, even as Clutch. And obviously, Clutch can escape from Clutch quite well. He pops barrier, you pop barrier. He chases, you run. That kind of stuff. It's very much you do the exact same thing as each other, and it takes you a long time to take the other Clutch out, because it takes them a long time to get you.
And he's definitely not the kind of champion that you can kind of just sort of pick off with rails bit by bit if you both have the same health pool.
You also can't just rush him. You can't just run straight at Clutch at the start of the map and go, right, well, I'm just going to get rid of you straight away, because he's probably going to outlast you and kill you.
Unless you
have a rocket and he doesn't, and he has like no weapons.
If you catch him on spawn and he has just starter weapons, but this far down the line, it seems like a very uncommon scenario that when you bump into a Clutch, he's not going to have something that he needs, because when you spawn, it's quite easy to get a weapon that can benefit Clutch. So you will often spawn close to a rocket launcher. And even on your default health and your default armor, if you go for a rocket launcher first, you know, that's all you need. So if you catch Clutch on a spawn and he's got a rocket launcher, you still can't press the advantage. I think he's definitely one of the strongest champions in the game, you could say at this stage. That's why we're seeing so many people use him. He plays the game in a very unique way. He can play fundamental Quake, but at the same time, he's got this really kind of out of this world, out of this norm ability that you're just not used to having to deal with. It's fully invincible. It keeps him alive while he's dishing out damage to you. It's offensive, it's defensive. And we've been talking about Clutch loads today. It just doesn't stop becoming more relevant.
It's because he's in basically every set so far. I think bar one, maybe he wasn't in it at some point, but it seems to be that in one map somewhere down the line in a series, he's probably going to be selected. And I think a big part of that, especially for Europe, is because Sacrifice has been decided for a few weeks now. Sacrifice is kind of like, we all know what's going on there. It's given these players time to really explore Clutch and get used to him. And it looks like Blood Covenant's going to be the pick. I assume we'll be seeing the same team comps back to back from both of them.
We'll see.
Looking
consistent so far. It's going to be consistent from Hell.
Oh, no.
This time, Cephas answering back with... Now, I'm actually really interested to see how this one goes, because the Clutch was a game changer throughout this match. On both sides, the Clutch was the most prominent champion. So now Cephas doesn't have that if it's Clutch first for Hell, and now Cephas physically cannot pick a Clutch first, I wonder how it's going to go. We're on Blood Covenant, so you've got Nyx and Ranger that are both, they can both have fantastic starts as well.
One thing that concerns me, I should say, is Blazkowicz's inability to keep up with Hell's lineup on this map particularly.
He can't move.
Yeah, so Clutch has those crazy rocket jumps, the strafe movement. There are a lot of just long straights on this that you can just build up that speed almost straight away. And a big part of the Clutch mirror we saw going Cephas's way last time was just mobility and being able to tank damage. Cephas was taking loads of damage earlier in the match, but was still able to survive because of Clutch's natural pull. Blazkowicz is significantly weaker and a lot less mobile, which is going to, I hope, not hurt him too badly.
Well, mobility is key on Blood Covenant. We did see that earlier on, though, with Buxter's Galena in particular. She suffers from weak movement, but on this map, and by the way, Hell just got sent miles with that rail. Part of me thought he was going to fly off the map there. Like I was saying, we saw Buxter with his Galena on this map. Now, although she couldn't move around, there was a lot of tricky places for her to plant her totems, and we saw how much work those totems will put in. Now, that's Galena. With Blazkowicz, though, it's harder to call because he's not really utility. He's not speed or agility. He is pure damage. Is he going to be able to get the clutch early?
That was a close shot for Hell, but he's going to bag the heavy armor at the very least.
Yeah, Hell was definitely at least able to bully Cephas away, and he manages to get first blood and that. Now Cephas, does he go Blazkowicz or Nyx? He's going to go Nyx next. We'll see what he does.
I've already seen how the barrier can counter the Ghost Walk, but at the end of the day, this is Nyx. Ghost Walk used, barrier not up yet.
Gonna heal up nicely though. Now the second Clutch gets a hold of that heavy armor. He just became a lot harder to deal with by Nyx in particular. Got all of his major weapons. Hell has the lightning gun, rocket launcher, and railgun, so he can basically fight in any circumstance. Gets two of those rails. Lovely shots. Cephas forced to run.
Also means that no matter how stacked you are, that's going to mean that Nyx is very close to death. But Cephas has managed to pick up a lot of pickups on the way, so he's stocked himself back up again already.
Goes in for one prediction rocket, but there's the invisibility, but he can clearly still see him. He gets away anyway, gets the rail regardless, but so far he has landed so many good rails, but unfortunately still unable to get the frag. Cephas surviving with a slither every time. Cephas' survivability has been very well played so far. Hell's put in so much work, and he's still only got one frag on the board.
I think Cephas' survivability skills are just incredible so far. His knowledge on where the pickups are and how to just instantly bring himself back up to full has been incredible. Right now, though, Hell is on the warpath looking for him. Trying to control what he can.
There's that barrier just to guarantee. Would have seen the Ghost Walk, so unlikely Cephas can get away. And there we go! Nice reactions on the re-emerge there. I feel like maybe it would have been harder to predict if Cephas wasn't seen going into that, but
I actually think Hell had the sort of last bits of his barrier up, so there's a chance he might have actually seen him as he came out.
Yeah, he could have. But now it became a little bit harder for Cephas to really make a comeback because he's down to Blazkowicz, but there's the shield wall.
Oh wow, forced to dual wield. But the barrier is just going to chew it up completely. And Hell with a much more convincing first round.
Dual wield is a great answer for Clutch if he hasn't got his shield. Yeah, and that really is. It's like when he's got the shield, he beats Blazkowicz, and when he hasn't got it, Blazkowicz beats him. It's a matter of you just got to get the ability out first. Cephas again going back to that Ranger pick. We've already seen how useful it can be that a Dire Orb does damage through the shield. I wonder if Cephas will try and enforce that in any way. Another rail. Ooh. Hell's rails on this map have been on point. He's really only missed a couple.
And this map was his choice. Clearly he's comfortable with it.
Cephas fresh off the Mega, plenty of health.
Cephas Cephas already trying to be careful because he really wanted to go up. There was that hesitation. He was convinced that maybe he wasn't going to be up there, but went up anyway.
Minimal damage payout, so I think they're probably going to trade Mega for Heavy again. No, the patience there. Cephas opting to go for a rail first and then try and take the Mega.
He did manage to get it. Can't imagine he'll be coming up. No real need to.
There's that Dire Orb just to navigate, but not going towards rail. Doesn't really need to. There's the rail. Gets a couple, but not enough to land the kill. Going much more back to the classic of what we've seen already. Very, very slow paced until we see that first frag.
It makes you wonder, like, Cephas really can't start any of these fights. Hell is just always right on top of him.
Hell clocks him.
Oh, this could be a good situation for Cephas. The barrier is popped.
Yeah, when this barrier runs out and Clutch is still down there. Opting to stay there. Really interested to see that Hell, Cephas didn't follow through with that. Might have expected Hell to have more health than he had left.
Or maybe he was expecting Heavy Armor to come up. He was like, you know, maybe that's why Hell is there waiting. But no, Hell was just there. He'd already picked it up.
Fighting near Heavy Armor again. And now he's going in for the barrier, trying to push the advantage, but just couldn't get the job done. Cephas using that Heavy Armor to tank any of the damage there, and he manages to get the frag.
Oh, it's been caught out. Only has a machine gun.
Stopwatch.
Hell again having to concede. Got a feeling we might be able to go down to a final round situation again. Although that first round was unbelievably fast.
Indeed.
Not quite sure the rest of the map will follow.
Right now we can see, again, Cephas now has a lead. Already 3 minutes down. I'm thinking with the pace this one's going, maybe we're going to go down to another 5 minute.
Well, there's 1.5 minutes left of this round and only one frag on the board again. We'll see.
Oh, his rail's not quite on the mark.
Oh, that was a great exchange. 100 damage and then you teleport to Heavy Armor. That was well played.
But Hell, though, already managed to top himself back up again. Yeah, he can catch him in the corner. This is going to work. Takes the Mega Health away from right under his nose. Cephas stealing that one away.
Yoink. Now it's going to be Ranger versus Ranger, but with 50 seconds left. It's hard to really... I mean, these comebacks, we haven't seen them too much today. Players are just playing simply too defensive to be cracked open easily.
It is kind of working. Cephas is probably just going to play as lame as he can for the next 35 seconds. Just keep that distance, win on that timeout, play on that champion lead. Let's not forget, he is a map up right now, so that every round he can take is going to bring him one step closer to getting to regionals and eliminating Hell from the Quake World Championship duel.
And at this stage, it's not just Ranger he needs to take out. Hell also needs to get the second champion too.
Hell kind of has to fight here, but he's choosing to go heal up. Unfortunately, kind of wasting precious time. I mean, there's very little he can do here.
There is no way. Even if Ranger goes down right now, factor in respawn times, and that's it, game over. Got the frag, but I mean, you have to factor in like roughly 5 seconds for a respawn, right? So that was it. 1-1.
Indeed. Now Hell still looking at that round, so looking okay still to tie things up. Let's not forget, this is the map that Hell picked, and he was looking very strong at the start, but Cephas just slowed it down. As soon as he got rid of Hell's clutch, he was just going at a snail's pace. Oh, wow. Ooh.
Oh. Yeah, thought that barrier
That would have been disastrous for Hell.
absolutely necessary, but Cephas lying in wait. Lays the ambush. Another rail. Dies again, but no trade either. Hell loses his clutch immediately in the first 30 seconds.
Right, though, because that was such a quick frag, Cephas is not going to have the ability to run the clock now for the rest of this. He's going to have to maybe try and still go for this kill.
We questioned did question the lack of clutch. Will it be different? Because the clutch was so prominent. Here comes
Oh wow,
Hell.
yeah, Hell appears right in front of him with a super shotgun, but doesn't quite get the damage on the board. Ooh, that's unfortunate. Hell, you know he wanted to go in for some damage there. He had the right tool for the job, but the super shotgun can be difficult to land big shots sometimes.
Definitely a change of pace from the last round that we saw. He's going to try and deny. But unable to stop Cephas from taking that heavy armor.
Oh, wow, gets shot from behind. Hell, his rails have been on point, but Cephas is just healing himself up, and there's the follow-up. Wow, Cephas knocks him into the air with a follow-up kill. And there we go, match point to Cephas to move on.
It was looking so good. The change to Blood Covenant seemed to fit Hell so cleanly, but these last 2 rounds, one convincing timeout,
Fight.
and that was a quick round. Hell needs to be very careful. Losing his clutch this early on is going to be disastrous. It's been his star champion from start to finish. We doubted the lack of clutch from Cephas, but clearly the start with Ranger. I mean, it's on Blood Covenant, right? This map is so strong for Ranger. The mobility, the fact that Dirorb is in some ways a direct answer to the shield. He's going to land one rail.
At the very least, you're just avoiding it. Let's not forget something that you were always kind of able to do versus clutch, even back before the buff, was hit pop the barrier, you just Dirorb away.
Here comes Hell. He's been knocked into the air, getting shot from underneath. Hell is incapable of protecting the bottom.
That's kind of like worst case scenario for defending against that LG, is when you get stuck with someone who is like standing below you and just keeping you suspended in the air. This could go from bad to worse. Is Hell going to be able to get away? He's trying. Cephas in the right direction. We know Ghost Walk is down. Oh no, Hell has to make a full comeback with just Ranger.
It's gone from bad to worse. Unfortunately, he had such a good start to the map, but he's been unable to recover ever since that second round didn't work out. Cephas does fumble his Dirorb, but with a 20-second cooldown that comes back almost instantly, it really isn't that punishing.
Hell trying to keep him away. Just picked up that mega health, doesn't want to lose it. Oh yeah. Cephas with plenty of armor to work with. Almost full health.
The danger here...
Oh, nice.
The danger here is that Hell needs to make a comeback here, a 3-straight comeback, not even to win this map, but to stay in the map. And he needs to win this map to stay in the tournament and make it 1-1, let alone win the set. There is still an entire map to go if he wins. This is such a big ask. Here he comes, Cephas.
We were talking earlier about just endurance tests, right? And how you just have to play non-stop and just be concentrated the whole time. Just depending on how long some of these rounds can go. Cephas is now riding the momentum. Cephas is feeling like near the end of the line, whereas Hell still has a bit of a marathon left to run.
I fear that Hell might still be thinking about that error on Blood Run too. You know, this entire situation is because of that one mistake.
Well, maybe not directly, but, you know, starts things moving.
Well, it put the map down, right, into the map selection. Snowballing and all that, but we'll see if Hell can pull this one off. It's going to take such a high level of mental composure, but if he can do this, it will be truly remarkable.
Just going to try. Cephas, though, securing himself mega health. Oh.
Missing those rails just by an inch. And Cephas really, he can afford to play this defensive game. He has the advantage. He can play as defensive as he likes. And that's one rail. They trade it back and forth, but still. Cephas securing the armor, making himself all the more harder to take down. There we go, 2 minutes left to take down 2 champions at a bare minimum.
Every second that ticks down, this is going to get more difficult for Hell for sure. Now less than 2 minutes to go to defeat all 3 champions.
They trade LG, they're both relatively weak. The rail misses, right!
Okay.
That Dirorb almost exploded on him as well.
This could be it though, Hell.
He needs to make something happen.
Start of it, catches him on early spawn. Ghost Walk is used. If he can make the read away, she's gone.
He's got to watch out for the super shotgun. He does not really have the health to deal with a super shotgun. A minute and a half to deal with Cephas now. When he's trying to play that defensive game, Cephas does not want to get caught off guard. If he wins on this timeout, he will make regionals.
1 minute and 20 left potentially in this. There's the rail, knocks Hell down. He's going to have to go get some more armor just to keep himself alive. Decides teleports to it, right in front of the rocket launcher, 11 health left. Hell has to be so careful.
Cephas was just waiting for him to teleport to it. Unfortunately, Hell did commit. Maybe he expected Cephas not to really look towards it.
No, Hell very low on health, very low on armor, has to be super careful. We can see Cephas up there. One below. Oh, one more shot, he's gonna die. Oh!
He's got to be so careful. Now he not only has to stay alive and get stacked back up, but he has 45 seconds to actually get a frag himself. This is a horrendous situation, but it is possible.
Hell has to desperately get this frag. He found him. Oh, there we go!
He gets it! The suicide combined with the point-blank rocket. Hell is still in this.
Cephas just got instantly killed. That direct and the Cephas point-blank damage to himself. Hell is still very much in this series after looking horrendously out of it.
I mean, Ranger does less damage to himself. That point-blank rocket just tickled him.
I mean,
Man
Hell
spent 20 years in the Quake world. I don't really think he cares too much about a rocket anymore.
Oh my lord, Hell. He was looking really strong earlier on, but Cephas has just started to really command the pace of this bit in this final round after Hell being down swiftly 2 frags. He is dragging this comeback back into the match.
He's going to drag this map in his favor, kicking and screaming if he wants to take this, but it's definitely possible.
5-minute warning.
Okay, we are now in overtime. Sudden death.
And now he actually has a much healthier stack above Cephas at this point, but Cephas with the dual wield, that's the danger. All Cephas needs is one lightning gun and a respectable stack, and he can delete basically any champion in the game.
I mean, if Hell can make this happen, if he can start this comeback, win this round, and then win the next, and then take us to a map 3, can you imagine the momentum people going in with? But he's stuck, he's got the heavy armor. Yep, Cephas took a hit there.
Doesn't really want to go for that rocket jump. I don't think he wants to take the almost guaranteed rail if Cephas was lying in wait.
Now this is going to be a bit of a different change of pace for the 1v1 though. He's gone from Ranger and Nyx that have those good defensive abilities. Oh no!
Uh-oh.
Dual wield.
Oh no! He's got to watch out! He's got to watch out!
Oh! And there we go. That swift rail Cephas, as soon as he popped that dual wield, was dedicated until the kill. And he got it, and Hell straight away. That was unfortunate. I mean, he started such a good comeback as well. He got so close. He did so much work, but it just came down to that last final fight.
He went for the Dire Orb, and I believe it must have been a dual wield on reaction to seeing the Dire Orb as well. Well, if he's going to push here, he's either going to teleport to the Dire Orb and start fighting me then, of which my dual wield would chew it up. He might have thrown the dual wield, expecting me to look that way, and then he'll come in through the doorway and try and get a free rail or a free rocket or something like that. Or he's going to run away. He took the read to go in for the dual wield at the last minute. The read was successful. Unfortunately, Hell went right into his hands, but that could have been an amazing comeback, and Hell played really well throughout this entire series. It's just unfortunate that a couple of bad calls here and there, I think, really cost it. I think the big mistake was on this first map, unfortunately, where Hell actually had the complete advantage, and there was a few seconds left. He opted to, right here actually, he opted to maybe bait. He tried to take the heavy armor and catch Ranger as he reappeared.
He was like clearly going for the heavy armor in that situation. It's just unfortunate that the Dire Orb, the explosion still was able to hit him, and that kind of started that downward spiral that ended on that map. I mean, Hell
detonated before the heavy armor appeared.
Hell had some moments of absolute greatness in that series, and unfortunately, it just wasn't meant to be. I was really, just biasly pulling through for him to make that comeback at the end, because after losing his first 2 champions so quickly, it looked like a tall order for him to make that comeback, and he just got so close, but it came down to one hit on that rail, and that's what it took.
Well, we saw Hell many times, and unfortunately this is where his journey ends, but I'm sure we'll see him in Quake for, the foreseeable future throughout Quake Champions. So that does mean that Cephas will be moving on again to join the rest of the competition in the EU Regionals. We have 2 more sets or series left to go. So don't go anywhere. We're going to go for a quick break and prepare our next match. Hello everybody and welcome back. This is week number 4 of the European qualifier for the Quake World Championship Duel Cup. We have 2 more series left to go. Our next series is going to be Proximo versus Backstein. So some of these players, as always, we have seen throughout the top 16s across each individual week. And again, to remind any of you guys that are watching that may be new, this is their final chance to qualify. We've had 4 qualifiers in total for Duel, and as we mentioned earlier on, this is the final one of those. And that means it's people's last chance to make the regionals. Now, we've talked about the regionals a lot today, and I think it's about time that we explain what is the regionals, how does it work? You know, to those that may be new, let's break down what the European regionals actually involve and why they're important.
So the regionals are what you qualify for. The top 8 of every week, these past 4 weeks, the top 8 for Duel will qualify for regionals where they will then play against each other. So you play against the other weeks of top 8. The best places there will qualify for the Quake World Championships, where they'll be sent to QuakeCon in August, where the Quake World Championships will be taking place. So it's all worth it. And it's all about just getting past that big stepping stone, which is place top 8 in one of the 4 weeks of qualifiers, play well in the regionals, and then once you've done that, you will then go to the Quake World Championships, which is where you play out for that $1 million prize pool. And that can be for Sacrifice or for Duel. Our teams for Sacrifice and EU have already been decided. This is now just down to Duel. So we've had our top 8 from weeks 1 through 3, and this is our final 2 matches for the final 2 members of this week's top 8 who will make to the regionals.
So, if you're one of these 4 players, and you've sat here all day,
and you've watched people after people after people, and you've watched what's been going on. They've been here for a while waiting for this to happen.
But now it's your turn. After all this time, across all the weeks, and right now, but you've got to play on point immediately, because there's no room for error here. You can make one mistake and it can cost you everything. So if you're in that position, what do? Do you essentially just ignore the pressure? Do you focus on it 1 round at a time? So we see Ranger immediately. And I think that's a very common Blood Run pick. We see Visor as well. Nyx, I mean, this is a very classic comp. The Blazkowicz is going to throw in a little bit of a mix-up there. But for the most part, that's a traditional set of champions that we see all the time in Blood Run.
At this point, based on what we've seen today, I'm used to seeing Ranger, then Nyx, and then Clutch. That's been like the tried and true most popular 3.
Visor's been pretty popular today as well.
Visor, not as much, but definitely still a common pick for sure. Blazkowicz, though, however, is a bit more map dependent. We only really saw Blazkowicz on the end of Blood Covenant there, which we actually got to saw him once, I think, in the whole series.
At the very end.
And then we saw Blazkowicz picked by Evil on...
Oh, you're talking about Corrupted Keep.
Corrupted Keep, yes, the name escaped me for some reason. But very map dependent. Blazkowicz, super popular on Corrupted Keep. Saw him last a little bit on Blood Covenant, but I don't think we've seen him on Blood Run yet today. So that's the first time we've seen him picked from the start.
Again, it's a really strange one because... besides dual wield for the damage, again, Blazkowicz is not going to be navigating Blood Run as efficiently as most of the champions.
But Blood Run has a lot of fighting, a lot of just straight up brawling 1v1, and that is what he thrives on. You know, you pick Blazkowicz because you want the dual wield, because you want that increased DPS. If you have good tracking with things like the heavy machine gun, the lightning gun being a big one, that really is what you pick Blazkowicz for, is to get that just absolute nuke down damage, to just shred someone from 100 to 0 as fast as possible.
One big thing about Blazkowicz as well, which he does have held over a lot of the other champions in the game, is that when he goes in for dual wield, he becomes dangerous with almost any weapon he's got, including even the starter guns. So if you go with the starter SMG, it doesn't do a huge amount of damage by itself, but even if you dual wield the starter weapon, he will still have a really high DPS. So he's one of the few champions that the very second he spawns, his damage can be really scary. So the amount of confrontations we see at the very beginning of Blood Run, where the 2 players will spawn opposite ends of Mega Health, and they meet.
And they fight immediately.
And they fight. And
if you fight Blazkowicz, and he's got that starter machine
gun, and he dual wields
gun,
immediately, he could very easily kill you there. And that's something that most champions might not be able to do that early because they haven't got the weapons.
That requires you to start with Blazkowicz, and that requires you to do that straight away, which some people might be a little bit, especially when you're in a situation where it's first to 2 maps, 3 out of 5 rounds per map, when you have obviously 1 life for each champion that you've picked, you attack each other until you have no champions left. That is how Duel works.
Well, if you have a Nyx and a Ranger, it's unlikely you'll go Blazkowicz first.
Exactly.
It's definitely just like, you know, one of the many examples of how traditional situations can be a bit more dangerous if you've got Blazkowicz behind the wheel because of just the sheer DPS.
But what can make that dangerous, that strategy of just rush them in immediately, is obviously you're going for a power weapon. I was going to say a big weapon, be it LG, rocket launcher, railgun, whatever you want. And obviously it means that you're not focusing on heavy armor or mega health, which is the safer thing to do. So in this situation where any mistake, and we've already seen little mistakes today have started disastrous consequences later down the line. We've seen that plenty of times today already. Do you think it's almost a bit too dangerous to go in for such a risky strategy of just put Blazkowicz first and just go in for that dual wield?
It's hard to say because there's a potential large amount of rounds per map, So it's first of 3 rounds, potential of 6, and it's like, well, or 5, I should say. But essentially, it's will you risk trading one of those rounds? Probably. If it wins you the round because you get an amazing start, it'll be worthwhile. But obviously, it will take a confident decision to do something like that. But we haven't seen much Galena halfway through today.
We saw a lot of her
early at the very beginning.
Yeah.
It's almost like we got all the Galena players in first, and now they've all been shifted. But it does show the difference in the way people are picking these champions and they're approaching different matchups a little bit. But with this being the final week, Proximo and Backstein. Proximo, we definitely recognize him through previous weeks of taking part. I know Backstein would have been entering as well, like many of the players. But realistically, this is the final chance. So we're yet to see how every single one of these players approaches the stress of the situation.
We'll be finding out soon. Like you said, there's just 4 players left. These guys are about to play, and then we have 1 more after that. So we're getting nearer the end of the evening now for EU. 4 weeks of trying in the making, and we have 8 from week 1, 2, 3, and now we have 2 left to decide today. And after a bit of a wait, we are ready to actually get started. So it's going to be Ranger starting off versus Ranger on both accounts.
Makes a lot of sense. Amazing start for Proximo, being able to command both rail and heavy armor at the same time, and he's going to use that rail to great effect. Backstein to lead immediately. Now he's going to get that spawn.
And they know that must be something they're trying to manipulate spawn-wise. They always stand there and they always get ready there.
And you've just got Visor saying, I see you there. I see you looking at my spawn.
But he gone to the gauntlet, not quite sure what he's waiting for here.
Potentially looking for a Visor to drop down, I think.
Yeah, Backstein, it sounds like he only has a super shotgun.
That's going to be good data for Proximo, that's for sure. And now Proximo got that early frag. Could easily go back to the classic. He doesn't need to be the one that's overly aggressive here.
Oh, a little bit of damage coming out. Let's not forget this is Visor.
Visor's pretty much,
yeah, quite as good.
Visor is pretty much stuck here. He's going to be able to see where Ranger is. Oh, wow. The direct 100 damage.
Quick mild rocket jump, just to get a little bit of height. We can hear him. Oh, big damage coming through now. This could be the decider.
Trying to actually surprise him with a super shotgun, but not amazingly rewarded for it. That point-blank super doing 120 damage. If you get a good point-blank shot, it's definitely going to be worthwhile. More damage than a gauntlet, which is traditionally the weapon you see used in that ambush situation.
I actually don't think Proximo's missed a rail yet.
Yeah, his accuracy so far has been superb.
You can see Backstein just being very careful, not wanting to commit to anything that will get him killed. And again, Proximo favoring this mega health heavily. Really doesn't want to give up control of this.
Oh, just catches the rail there.
Yeah, Backstein is kind of just confining himself to this corner of the map.
He's doing a good job of not getting caught out, but the problem is, it's a defensive style that you really can't afford to make when you're down on champions. I know 2.5 minutes is enough time to really sit there and be careful, not overextend yourself too heavily, but I think that's why Proximo is not really pushing the advantage. He's quite happy keeping Backstein pushed back there while he can control both heavy armor and mega health. As long as he's here, Backstein really isn't able to push safely. Now he's got that heavy armor. That's going to be a start, but undoes a lot of that armor by landing the rail.
Oh, misses that one.
He does teleport to it. Backstein capitalizes.
Now Proximo find low on health for the first time. quickly tops himself back up to max.
Only one rocket left. Now it's gone.
He is super low though.
The important thing there was definitely just making sure Backstein didn't get it, rather than him himself having it.
Now this was a thoroughly dominant start for Proximo, but Backstein has just forced this to slow down. Minute and a half left, but unfortunately he's still down on champions.
I think just the way Proximo is happy to play as well. Ooh, see an exchange. Was not ready for the visor to be lying in wait there. Is he going to push it? No. Deems it a little bit too risky, no doubt. There's that piercing sight.
Oh, wow. Big damaging sequence, but Backstein still has a lot of health left after that somehow.
Because he took the risk to go in and take that heavy armor and it paid off, but no, the missed rail! Proximo still alive now with the 1 minute warning. Pressure's on for Backstein to make something happen.
Backstein's waiting.
He was not ready! The patience from Backstein to just wait for him. And now he himself has the spawn.
Now we're tied up. He's gone for Blazkowicz.
Yep, he wants the frag. He doesn't want to survive. He wants the frag. If you've got someone that's picked Nyx and Blazkowicz, and they pick either of them, it's pretty much they're pretty much telling you how they plan on taking that next champion.
What, Nyx to run away and Blazkowicz to just kill you?
Exactly.
Right, the piercing sight is down. He's not going to have that for a while. Oh. There we go, mega health for Backstein, and a little bit of armor too. Oh, he's chasing him down. Proximo is quite low on health. Oh, the dual wield, but wow, instantly taken down.
That was a really nice turnaround, especially after such an amazing start. But, I mean, when you think about it, the patience is what really benefited him there. That second frag that we saw, where he sat there for so long. Backstein was sitting by regular armor, just near Mega, and he was there for like a good 8 seconds. And he just lied in wait, ambushed him with the LG, and that was more than enough.
Let's not forget though, Proximo had a really strong start to the first round, and Backstein ultimately not letting him do the same thing again.
It means that Proximo is going to have to be a little bit more careful about how he approaches certain areas. He got fragged by Backstein because he didn't cover all of his bases. The one place he didn't look was where Backstein was waiting for him.
But Backstein had like committed to that ambush as well.
He got 100 damage rocket. I wonder if it's enough.
Oh,
misses the rail, Proximo. Is he still trying to fight? No, he's just trying to run. Wondering if Backstein knew that Proximo was as weak as he was. He got 100 damage and then some, and Proximo was unbelievably weak, but he didn't chase it down.
Proximo desperately waiting on this armor to respawn. He knows he needs it. But Backstein is just, every time he takes any damage whatsoever, he's just making sure he is as full as possible at all times. Proximo once again taken low. Whoa. Another miss. Proximo was perfectly on point for these rails at the start, but now not so much. He's getting chased, and there we go. The frag goes to Backstein immediately.
Kind of seems like his accuracy for the time being is failing him, but on the flip side, Backstein's been able to reverse it, and he's gone in for the dual wield, but Backstein was way too stacked. We talked about how an early dual wield on spawn can be really dangerous. Not so much when you have lots of armor and health and an LG.
Oh wow, he chased him down. Is this going to be a clean round? Not quite. Proximo very close. Oh, he mustn't have had more than like 5 health left at the end there.
Also, that's a killing spree. It's been quite a while since Proximo actually managed to get a frag on this Ranger.
Indeed, that was a dominant round. Whatever Backstein's adjusted to, it is working out for him. I think if anything, it's just absolute control of pickups.
Sometimes early starts can just cause you to wake up. If you have a bad start, it kind of makes you go, right, okay, well, that didn't start well. Now I'm going to start playing properly. Not to say that's what's happening here, but
sometimes it can be a bit of a wake-up call. When you have that rough start and you realize, okay, well, you know, clearly I'm making XYZ mistakes. Oh, good shot coming out from Proximo. It's been one of Proximo's downfalls so far, is not really hitting these rails now.
He definitely hasn't seen
hello.
Proximo. Proximo actually appeared in front of him and not behind him, just for that extra element of surprise.
Clearly that's the thing that Backstein just wasn't ready for. He is back on this visor that we saw do a lot of work in round 1.
Absolutely.
Once again, Backstein's just keeping his distance.
Ooh, he's been managing his walk, or his lack of noise, really well. He's been consistently hard to pinpoint exactly where he is. These ambushes have been helping him so many times in these frags, but here comes Proximo with a chase. It's not going to matter. It doesn't matter
Just
that he can
picked
see
up
him
heavy
coming.
armor as well, look. But this armor won't save you with no health.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, we may see a potential comeback here.
Maybe.
Nyx is a comeback machine.
It's going to be Nyx versus Blazkowicz and Ranger. So Blazkowicz with that shred potential, but Proximo seems to go for Ranger first.
Definitely don't count them out. 4 seconds left on that heavy armor. He's going to be up there waiting for it.
Oh yeah, he knows.
If you catch someone on a read, you can do so much damage. But right there, it didn't matter. I was convinced he was going to get fragged there, but actually, right as he collected the Mega, he had like 108 left. He could not have been any weaker in that situation.
Yeah, would have had about 8 health. So well managed by Proximo. He might be able to start this comeback a little bit now. I mean, he has to obviously get 3 rounds in a row, but
That was just good aim.
That's what I
Really
mean.
good aim.
But when Proximo's aim is on point, he is a monster.
As that Dire Orb to stay a little bit safer, not taking unnecessary damage, but here comes Proximo again. He's jumping down, he's being aggressive. That's Backstein, I should say, because Proximo's Nyx.
Oh, Rail not quite connecting.
Respectable rocket there to try and deny it. Gets
Oh,
another
big
one
damage.
after the Mega gets collected as well. Backstein is playing on the back foot a little bit here now. Here we go. Here comes Proximo. He's dead. He is so dead.
Oh, wow. That was self-damage on a Ranger too. He mustn't have had any health left at all.
Really masterful play there, going in for the rocket jump so he can cover all that space with the invisibility. There was no way Backstein was going to be ready for that. And that's one thing we haven't seen a huge amount today. The invisible ambushes that Nyx consistently goes for. We haven't really had them seen much at all, because when a lot of Nyx players are going for that invisibility into ambush, they're essentially visible when they go into it. So they're not able to actually surprise people at all.
People are also starting to be a lot more careful
Yep.
when they see a Ghost Walk.
But the main thing here with Proximo in particular is he's really establishing a huge amount of space before he goes into it. He knows where the opponent is, but he uses it so far away, you can't possibly see him activate it. There is no way you can possibly be ready for it.
Mega health just went in the way of Backstein as well, though. Backstein, this is what he did in round 1. As soon as he lost his first champion, this Visor, he just slows the game down to a crawl. And clearly it works out for him.
Oh. They both clocked each other, but a little bit slow on the draw.
Because Backstein has a lot of time to work with here. Just exercise the extreme caution. There's that mid-air rail. Backstein looking good. Oh, there we go.
There's the counter. He knows exactly where he's gone.
Hunted
No
him
reads
down
required.
completely. That's the spawn as well. Oh, misses the follow-up rail. That could have been another kill.
Dire Orb's going to be gone as well. Important data. Backstein, nice and healthy to fight for this Mega, and he knows it. He goes in and gets a couple of rockets, and that's all he needed. That's going to be a free Mega as well, and another good spawn.
Backstein finds himself 1 frag away from taking this first map. Has to just take out Blazkowicz now, but we've seen how much this character can shred down. Hasn't got any armor, so has to be very careful. No armor versus Blazkowicz is just asking to die.
Now, if there's one champion in the game that can shred you fast enough to make a comeback, it's going to be Blazkowicz. Even with that 75 health, Blazkowicz doesn't really care about that. Here he goes! And that's why. You just have to be so careful. The preemptive dual wield, expecting him to come around the corner to fight for the Mega. He did just that. Proximo deleted his health.
If Backstein can take a fight before the dual wield comes back, he might be able to stand a chance, but he has to be very careful now.
Force him away from the heavy armor. That's going to be a great start for Proximo, actually. fact, he was able to force Backstein off it. Already low on armor, and now he can't collect the heavy.
This will be a crucial frag for how the rest of this map's going to play out, though. Proximo, if he wins this, is going to tie things up. Backstein wins this. He's taking the map. 1 minute left to go before sudden death. They're not really as important now. It's just one each. 45 seconds remaining before sudden death starts.
Dual wield on deck, but that does
Look
mean
at the patience.
Backstein.
Proximo, he's waiting for something.
I think he's looking to ambush him by Mega Health. He's even more likely to stay here now. He knows Backstein collected the heavy armor. The Mega Health is next on the list. And he's heard it.
Oh, she's behind him.
Not even interested in staying there too long.
Damn, yeah, and
I
after
think
holding
he's-
on to Mega Health all that time.
Ooh, I think he was more interested in trying to let her take it and then hit her with the rail to undo the damage that she just got back. It's a bit hard to call now. They've both got a nice amount of health and armor. They've both got their abilities, which means that one will have to bait the other.
Oh,
There's
wow,
the
well
prediction.
timed.
Oh, he gets it! And there we go. He's tied up, 2-2.
Do you think that Backstein got caught without Ghost Walk there?
Well, I mean, I can't think of why else he wouldn't have used it, so he must have. Either way.
He also dual wielded straight with a rocket launcher too. Normally it's sort of something a little bit different, but just the rate of fire on those massive damaging projectiles.
And it does go hand in hand with fast rate of fire weapons, but you do, I believe it's like 1.25 increase with machine gun based weapons, and then it's 1.5 with single shots. So 1.5 fire rate with a rocket launcher is still unbelievable.
There we go, got himself rocket launcher and a rail. Oh, big damage from that rocket though.
He's definitely going to know that Backstein is, well now, not so much. Backstein was too weak, or was not weak enough to finish off with the rail, but the second he got that second one, that's why Proximo was sitting there and hanging around. Oh, missed the rail ever so slightly. This is great for Backstein. Really good dodges there from Proximo too at the last possible minute, just shifting himself.
Proximo starting to hit a bit more of these rails on the target, but there we go, Backstein with the prediction of where he's going to go.
Backstein has been looking at that teleporter for quite a huge amount of this game in general. He's been looking at the teleporter, and that's one of the first times he actually got the reaction.
Man, he's sticking to his guns, starting to pay off.
They
Oh,
trade!
they trade. I think Proximo was almost going for the telefrag there, perhaps. Trading it out, so it's just going to be a straight reverse. Now Proximo's on the Ranger and Backstein's on the... Oh, hello.
Wrecked. Backstein is back to that visor. His visor has put in so much work throughout this map. He has to do it again.
I mean, wasn't Backstein up 2 rounds at the start of this? Is Proximo making a full comeback?
He is in the process of making a remarkable comeback. Going in for piercing sight, but I don't really think he cares that he can be seen too much, especially when he was in his line of sight anyway. There he is.
Oh, good rail. Backstein 1 shot away from death. Proximo missing these shots.
That was a nice,
Really counts.
nice turnaround from Proximo too. How he was able to use the die roll. There's the heavy armor, but he's still not particularly healthy. One more of those. There we go. Proximo with a turnaround.
Wow, that is composure you need. Proximo was significantly down in rounds. And even took himself match point against himself for 1 point there too, but was able to keep himself together and made a full comeback. Wow. Map 1 goes to Proximo.
The impressive thing that we saw there was that it really did come down to all three of his champions. There was no real individual standout performance. I think all three champions had their own individual place, even Blazkowicz, who you don't see very often. It was that last-minute dual wield during the sudden death where he had the faster fire rate rocket launcher. That was exactly the utility he needed in that exact situation. So, well played, and that's just one map. There's still potentially 2 more to go.
But think about it though, you know, we saw Nick's Ghost Walks used to secure kills by themselves in like effective and brave fashion. We saw some dire orb, we even saw a telefrag once, didn't we? Or at least, you know, a dire orb kill in that
Oh, it was
sort of
definitely a
point blank.
telefrag.
And then we saw Blazkowicz dual wield you. So clearly, Proximo has put time into all 3 of these champions and knows basically what to do with them in those clutch 1v1s, and that works out, which is something that we see a lot of times usually, and often we will get people that were kind of like, you know, they clearly have like a premier champion that is they have clearly the most comfortable with, and I really think this is a game where it is about being equally comfortable with all 3 of your team, just so you can make those comebacks, no matter who you are now stuck with.
So what we do know is that Proximo has a Blazkowicz for Blood Run, which is not a conventional pick. So when we see the map inevitably be changed, because the map is about to change to something else, do we see the same team composition, because he's clearly well aware of how to use all three? Or again, is it going to be map specific, and he just really wanted to use Blazkowicz on that one specific map? If we see a change, will he go with something different, or will he stick with the Blazkowicz?
It might be based on what we see them both pick anyway. I think it's going to be very map dependent. I mean, like you said, Blazkowicz on Bloodrun isn't something we see every time. Usually if we see a Blazkowicz, it's 9 times out of 10 on Corrupted Keep, because Corrupted Keep is kind of favoured for those big bodies. I mean, Clutch specifically is horrendously popular on Corrupted Keep. But even then, like, I wouldn't normally expect to see Blazkowicz on Bloodrun anyway, based on what we've seen today or even this week alone. So I'm honestly not really too sure. I think it just comes down to how they're feeling and how confident they are. Because, like we said, right, Proximo was clearly good on all three of those. So 2 of them, you know, being Nyx and Ranger, we tend to see on most maps anyway. So I really think Blazkowicz is the only one that we might see change, if at all.
Ranger and Nyx are both, you know, what you could almost consider like the basic, where they work on every map. There is no situation you find yourself in with either of those 2 champions where you're at a disadvantage, because they kind of have a tool for every occasion you tend to find yourself in. So they work all the time. For me, it really feels like the potential variable, where do we see those 2 picked on every single map, and then the final one is dependent? Because that's quite a running theme as well, where we see 2 champions that are always picked on someone's team comp, and the third is the one that will depend. It's not really an entire team. It's 2 that you always use, and then you have 1 depending on what kind of tools you want for the job, be it the map you're on or the champions that you find yourself against.
Well, we'll be finding out what map they'll be going for as soon as possible. I think we're just getting this next match underway. Let's not forget, this is Quake World Championship European EU regional qualifier opportunity, and the final opportunity for all of our remaining players today. Proximo is up 1 map, so he needs to win 1 more to secure his spot in the regionals in a few weeks' time. But ultimately, we could go down to a map 3, as we have seen time and time again today. But obviously, these guys want to be taking their time and make sure that they are 100% ready to go, because this is their last opportunity for Duel.
Well, we have had many games today, and it's been quite a marathon. I mean, it's been quite a long one with the amount of close games that we've had. And the close games are, to me, of no surprise, because we had a lot of 2-0s throughout all of the qualifying weeks, especially week 1 and 2. It was 2-0s left, right, and centre. Even when you write down the results you had, it's like, even though the maps themselves went close, the results didn't really reflect how close they were. Whereas now, the results are 100% reflecting how close the maps have gone. And with the pressure, it doesn't surprise me one bit. I think they're playing their hearts out because they should be. This is their last chance to do so.
This is the week we expected to see this for sure. And it's going to be Corrupted Keep for another time. And here we go. Now, what does Proximo do? Okay, Galena from Vaccine. That's already a bit of a change.
That's 1 variable.
Welcome back, Galena.
Back on the visor. Now Proximo's going to get the choice of 2. Scale Bearer. That's an immediate change.
But who does he replace with this? Ah, Nyx is replaced with it.
It's very rare that you see Nyx replaced. Nyx isn't really the variable a lot of the time, but I guess in this case, she very well was. We've got Ranger and Blazkowicz again, but it's Scale Bearer instead. Works really well on Corrupted Keep, so I'm not surprised.
We've seen Scale Bearer once today. It was on Corrupted Keep, and it was effective. I don't think it won the map, but it was efficient when it was in. I don't think Scale Bearer is the reason for that loss. And I mean, Scale Bearer is one of those champions that I think is kind of almost phased out as Clutch has become more popular. Sorlag's kind of always been
Scale Bearer is old and busted. Clutch's new hotness.
I mean, I suppose so. But that's what I mean, right? Like, earlier on, like a few weeks ago, Scale Bearer was ridiculously popular on... We'd see him in almost every match in one of the compositions between the 2 in these best of 3
I think early on, Scale Bearer was like the premier big body.
Especially in Duel,
If someone went with a tanky champion, it was always him, because he had the navigation, he had the sheer level of beef, his charge did massive damage, which was a great answer to the smaller champions that you can pretty much paste in a max level charge. And it's the damage immunity, where you can get out of a bad situation while taking half damage, and it's a great way to survive. It still works. That's the thing. Even though it may feel like Scale Bearer is being like replaced, quote unquote, he can still do the job he does very well. And right there, immediately Backstein is going to deny that quick access to the LG.
Hey man, at the end of the day, there is still only one champion in the game that can run at you at high speed and kill you on impact.
And already, we're seeing Backstein come off way better, and he's actually pushing the advantage. He knows he has done more damage than he has taken.
And at any point, he can run back and go back to this totem just to heal himself up.
Well, in that way, in that essence, the teleporter is just... And that was a great throw, by the way. Clearly, Vaccine is going to be aware of how he utilizes Galena on this map.
Right now, let's not forget, as always, there is no rail on this map, so if they want to get that sort of ranged bullet damage, it's going to have to come through this. The machine gun is your best friend for that ranged damage.
Immediately catches a rocket for 82. That's going to do a nice chunk. Point blank, challenging Proximo.
Yeah, Proximo is dedicated to this fight. Vaccine quite low.
That's definitely the sound of a charge that missed, I think. If he goes in for the teleport now, he's going to go for the Mega. Would he try and take the LG? He does indeed, and because of it, he loses well over half of the health he just had.
We're going back Steam once again, denying these pickups. We actually see him do that quite often. Let's go to those little ones. As soon as he sees that Proximo's taking damage, he just goes straight to the nearest health.
The useful thing about the fact that he ran into that totem after taking Mega was that it pretty much, the Mega wasn't, it essentially wasn't taken. It's just a 30-second countdown for no difference of health.
Oh, unfortunate, bit of a wasted totem. Oh, the charge. Using it to get to the armor, I think.
Yeah, he's going to take minimal damage along the way too. Second he grabs it, Proximo now looking nice and ready. The Mega, 20% off cooldowns. Even the Mega does work nicely within her passive.
Oh yeah, he's committed to the fight. Proximo is shredding him down. Oh, almost takes him with the totem, but Proximo just stays out of the range, I think. Vaccine sent to this Nyx, and Proximo very much on full health.
Big damage, and he gets 3 of them. Going in for the charge, probably trying to catch a respawn, so nice awareness. That's going to be a free Mega as well.
This is Visor, though. His escape options are limited. Oh!
Thing is, Proximo may be weak, but so is Backstein.
I don't know if Vaccine has actually picked up a rocket launcher yet. He's only got the LG. But he did just back off into some health. Oh! And he pops around the corner with a super shotgun.
Straight into Blazkowicz. Again, Proximo going for that early kill.
There's a rocket launcher now, though. I think he picked it up from Scale Bearer Body.
I'm pretty sure I just saw a silhouette dual wield. I could be wrong. Point blank, and a second point blank super shotgun. On this map, the super shotgun is such an amazing tool.
Vaccine, though, on the verge of a full comeback using this Visor.
This comeback has been very impressive. Just excellent management, excellent damage too. He's making sure his shots count, and he does it again. 3 straight champions in a row.
Cannot count Backstein out. That was insane. And all with the shotgun as well.
Straight away, 1 round up.
I mean, that is not what we expect to see. Proximo was looking completely in control at the start, but Backstein, you know, there's this Visor. He's picked it twice in a row, and this seems to make sense now.
I will not grant you that privilege.
Another early start. Backstein choosing to start with the Galena once more as well, but he eats so much LG. The totem, though, brings him up. Healthy enough to survive, but for how long?
Oh, dear. Turned into paste.
Not long enough, clearly.
Not quite, more just like nudged him over.
Shoved him, and he hurt his leg. And died.
Goodbye.
RIP.
But now, though, Proximo stacked up on health, 200 to work with. And a very generous cooldown on that bull rush, too.
Yeah, underratedly, one of the smallest cooldowns in the game.
Oh, doesn't clip the rocket. The thing is, though, even if Proximo is able to kill this Nyx, we already know that Backstein's Visor is more than capable of making a comeback by itself.
I think that's also really impressive that we saw the comeback come from Visor, whose ability in passive, it's not really a damaging ability. You know, it's a comeback that has to come from your own sense and your own accuracy. It's not like a damage-dealing ability or a mobility thing.
Wow, Proximo taken down immediately.
This is a good map for Backstein right now.
Backstein's, yeah, Proximo's actually spawned up near the OG twice now.
There's the dual wield shred. The dual wield gauntlets.
That's the power. I feel like we don't see the dual wield like instantly end a fight as much as we probably should. But the thing is, it really just enforces you to just commit to that fight.
There's the point blank, 100 damage rocket, but he's trying to finish it off. Denying the Mega. And I mean, Backstein kind of in that situation, he couldn't really get away. And expletives, these players need to watch their language.
It's almost as if I don't think they realize it goes on. It goes on the stream.
Well,
I think we
does.
must relay this information.
Round
Please
3.
stop swearing. Rel, it's 1-1.
I must admit,
Either way.
there is a significant. Oh, let's not talk about that.
I don't know what happened.
What happened?
I don't
Nothing
know.
happened.
Let's move on. Galena goes first again.
Oh, look at
Nice.
this LG tracking. That's a lot of damage coming out from Backstein. Stuck in the corner again.
Speaking of again, I think Backstein heard you. Keeping him at bay. And because it's Galena, she has no sort of like quick repositioning. She can sustain herself with the totem, but
Yeah, it's going to be very hard for her to get out of this when we don't have those mobility options.
it's going to be
Being
risky.
controlled. I mean, she has the totem to keep herself alive up there. Will Backstein use this time to get out?
Nice trail, but looking good for Proximo. Forced to run away though. Doesn't have access to a rocket launcher, so that's why he didn't swap to it. Doesn't let Backstein jump pad into his totem right there. If he survived for an extra second and landed, that fight might have been a completely different story.
Oh, there we
Teleports
go.
straight into his hands. That's exactly where Proximo wanted him to go, forcing Backstein to retreat. Now Backstein on the back foot.
Heavy armor secured as well. Proximo being a very chunky champion.
Gonna meet head on, but that rocket causing Backstein to sort of retreat. Second guess where he's going to approach this. Still 10 seconds away from the Mega, so the fight beforehand, there's not going to be... He does actually manage to get it. Must have picked up some of those hourglasses on the way.
Oh, that rocket giving away where Backstein is, but he's also managed to clear the space.
I think even if the charge doesn't manage to land a frag, it's doing a good job of allowing Proximo to keep up with Nyx. Doesn't want to fight too much, even though he's got all this health. Yeah, that's it. 2 good rockets. He's already got back down.
Though. Armor.
Oh, he gets him on 16 HP. Backstein at the last minute.
I mean, Proximo just managed those pickups brilliantly.
Visor saw him.
There we go. He's running towards heavy armor. This isn't going to be... Actually, I don't think Visor's going to be able to keep up with him.
That's completely uncontested.
Oh, he knocked him into the
no,
fire!
the floor is lava again! Oh,
That knockback straight into the lava pit.
ouch.
Through the fire and the flames.
Dun, dun, dun.
Scalebearer is dead.
Here we go.
Backstein, I mean,
players.
look how weak he is, though. He took a lot of damage in that exchange.
He did indeed.
Oh, he's seen him too. We know Proximo's got a dual wield. Is he going to do it here?
But he's contesting a dual wield with an
Wow.
SMG. Are we going to see another Visor comeback? He's sitting on the Mega Health, but it's down for 22 seconds. He's going to be here for a lot longer than I think he's ready for.
Is Backstein's Visor just going to be the comeback machine?
It's not really a champion you see loads of massive comebacks made with either.
I mean, because if you make a comeback with Visor, it very much is like, you just have to shoot them better than they shoot you. You're given the advantage, obviously, of knowing their position once every 40 seconds, but fundamentally, once that fight starts, you just have to outgun them.
Oh, 100 damage. That's going to cause Proximo to second guess his approach. And now the Mega... Oh, dear. He collected the Mega right as that die orb connected. That must have been on the frame.
Oh, LG damage coming out. Backstein's lost his armor. Proximo has some, but less health. Big rocket, that's going to be good for this fight. Okay, Backstein just trying to prioritize keeping himself alive, I think.
Laying a trap, but Proximo not biting.
Oh, another LG 1v1.
Staying away from die orb, but he loses the exchange. Proximo manages to take it again.
Oh, Backstein came so close to doing another almost unthinkable comeback, but gets snuffed out this time. Proximo now on match point. If Proximo takes this round, he will be advancing through to the regionals. And Backstein will be eliminated.
That's a great start for Proximo. He's going to grab that heavy armor. He's going to make the migration immediately onto the rocket, and this could not have been a better start for him. The one rocket as well doing huge damage, and a super shotgun. Backstein is hurting already. It's likely he put the totem down to the teleport onto his own totem. He's going to give him a little bit of top up.
Machine gun is doing a lot of damage. Oh, super shotgun from above.
A big part of that just came down to how much of an amazing start Proximo had, getting those weapons that he needed. Good navigation with the charge. Does manage to get the Mega, but taking big damage and forced to use the invisibility is not a good use of that Mega. But there wasn't much Backstein could do. Once he'd taken it, he was guaranteed to take that damage from the rocket.
Oh, he's going to know Backstein's going to have the rocket now. Goes up for the charge. Oh, no. Baxstein completed the circuit round, went towards heavy armor.
Yeah, definitely expecting him to be right instead of left. But it just wasn't the case. 8 seconds on the Mega.
Oh, Ghostwalk's not going to be up, and that's a clean kill. Proximo now finds himself one champion away from qualifying for regionals. Baxstein is again forced to try and make a full comeback with Visor, but he's not letting him do it.
He's gone in for the piercing sight, but Proximo is so stacked, I don't really think it even matters if he can see him. This could very well be the final life for Baxstein.
He's got the charge.
Uh-oh, that's it, I think. That's
He's got no run.
Pushed a
Oh,
little
he's been
bit.
careful.
Yeah, he pushed a little bit hard, but...
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, just about, yeah.
I mean,
Caught
Baxstein
midair.
has himself a shotgun again. We've already seen him do wonderful things with that so far.
Well, the shotgun is dictated by how many pellets land, and if you're a bigger champion, you are likely to take more pellets and therefore more damage. Here comes a full speed ahead.
Yeah, that was actually really good from Baxstein just to deter him from chasing him down. Baxstein, there we go, the heavy armor is in his favor.
This is a high-stress situation. Baxstein has to make this comeback. If he doesn't, he is out of the World Championship.
Does Proximo bait on the rocket launcher? No, not quite sure. Baxstein is content just sort of sitting in this mega health room, doesn't want to give up control of it at all. Oh, he's chasing him down.
He's committing.
Oh dear!
That's it! Is that enough?
No, not quite,
And
Baxstein!
100, a charge and a 100 damage rocket, and Baxstein is still alive!
That's because Baxstein is managing his health really well. Every time he takes any damage, he just tops himself back up to 100% as fast as physically possible.
Very rarely.
That saved him in that situation. But 2.5 minutes now, the clock is going to start to work against Baxstein as he has to take out 3 champions. Piercing sight is popped. He knows where he is. Does he go for the kill? He's going to see that Proximo just got himself the mega health.
He's going to try and head him off. They're going to trade LG. Oh, full screen charge! Baxstein gets turned into roadkill. And because of that, Proximo moves on, and Baxstein is unfortunately eliminated.
I mean, he tried his heart out. That Visor was doing wonderful things in every single map. I mean, the Visor really was the cause of all of his comebacks. Just playing Visor really well, which is, like we've said, an unconventional champion to make comebacks with, but you have to be on point, and he was for most of that. But Proximo, the scale bearer, just doing so much work, especially in that final round. That one champion win. I mean, the bull rush, what can I say? If your bull rush is on point, you will be a headache.
It's not just a matter of doing good damage, it's that you can go from Mega to Heavy Armor, or vice versa, in one bull rush. And while you're going there, you're probably going to beat your opponent to it, unless they've got something specific, like a dire orb or something. And if you get hit on the way, you're taking reduced damage. If they're standing on the point and you get that bull rush, you do the maximum amount of damage right either before or after they've picked up the thing that you're trying to go for. So all in all, it's just a great ability and a great champion for a map that fits him very well. And just for things like that, Galena, no mobility. She can't get out of bull rush if she gets hit there. Knocked into the lava, which just guaranteed the death. I mean, how many times are people getting melted by lava today?
More than I would
final
expect.
moment.
And there's that final frag, the bull rush to finish things off and send Proximo to regionals, which means we have one series left to go, and that is it.
It's going to be Quake versus Jox. Now, that's going to be the final series of the night. We're going to get that up and running as soon as possible, and we're almost there. Almost at the end of the qualification process. It's been a fast turnaround, but what a journey it's been for some of these guys. But while we wait and get that underway, we are once again going to go to one more break. So don't go anywhere. The Quake World Championships for EU will continue after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This is the 4th and final week of the EU qualifiers for the Quake World Championships. Now, it's been 4 weeks. It's been quite a long haul. Lots and lots of Quake. Many, many hours played. Many hours watched as well at this stage. And these players have been really going the marathon. But it's down to, before our regionals, one final set to determine who is the final player of our 32 that is qualifying for the EU regionals to play for the all-important spot at the Quake World Championship finals. The matchup is going to be Quake versus Jox. And to be honest, we've seen almost everything throughout these 4 weeks. What are we expecting to see here?
Based on what we've seen so far, we know it's going to be Blood Run first, because that's the predetermined map, as this is all round of 16 games today, and all of our winners will be making regionals. One left to go. We're about to find out who it's going to be between these two chaps. And considering it's been Blood Run, we see a lot of Ranger, a lot of Nyx, a lot of Visor.
I think at this stage,
a surprising amount of Galena.
I think at this stage, sorry to cut you off, by the way, but
I finished my word. I finished my statement. You may continue.
Gotta be polite, man. But at the end of the day, I feel like we're guaranteed to see Ranger and Nyx, at least. Because today, they've just been core, haven't they? They've been
Ranger especially. I think I would actually say Ranger's probably been the most picked champion of all of the whole day so far. I mean, there he is. Hello,
shocked.
Ranger. Welcome back.
I am shocked. Are we going to see another one? Oh, we are.
Oh,
Nice. That one's red. And a Nyx.
And Nyx.
Are we going to see another Nyx? He's thinking about it.
I want to see Nyx. Go on.
Ask. And will you receive?
Yes!
Now,
Go on.
what's the variable? There's always a variable. This one time it's Scale
Oh,
Bearer.
hello. We've actually seen a little bit of Scale Bearer on Corrupted Keep. And hang on a minute. Hang on a
Another
minute.
Scale Bearer. We didn't expect that. So we're like, Nyx, Ranger, that's like guaranteed. That's everyone's competition.
But that really has been how it's worked today. It's been Ranger, at least for Blood Run, Ranger, Nyx, and then variable third. Sometimes it's been Ranger, Nyx, Blazkowicz, Ranger, Nyx. Clutch has been a big one. Ranger, Nyx,
Galena.
and Galena has been one. And now, obviously, Ranger, Nyx, and Scale Bearer.
But match one Scale Bearer with another. That's what really interests me, how it's either the Scale Bearer is the answer to the enemy Scale Bearer, or they were both planning on going with this composition the entire time. I feel like it's not so much for Quake, because he kind of sat there for a few seconds before dedicating to his decision. It was Nyx first, and then after a small break, it was then Scale Bearer. So I feel like it was thought about. It wasn't like, right, we're on Blood Run, that's the team. It was assessing it at the minute and then going straight for it. We'll see how it works out. It's going to be two Scale Bearers, two Rangers, and two Nyx. This is our final series of the day for EU. Whoever
This
wins.
isn't quite the lineup I was expecting overall. I mean, the Ranger and Nyx is very predictable at this point, considering how things have gone this evening, particularly. But Scale Bearer, I mean, I was just saying last time how we basically haven't seen much of him at all, aside from we've seen him 2 individual times on Corrupted Keep. And it seemed to be a very map-specific thing. But we used to see Scale Bearer all the time. Now he seems to have been thoroughly replaced by a lot of Clutch earlier on. Solag has always been quite there, but seeing him again now, I mean, I'm expecting some good things.
It's already just trying to sort of, just the traditional, establish that distance, trade off Mega for heavy armor, but make sure you're harassing the Mega location so they don't get it for free. At the very worst, or the very best, sorry, they're going to take it and then immediately eat like 100 rocket, which will undo all of the Mega they've just taken. But Nyx versus Ranger. The question is, will we have a chance to see all of the Scale Bearer? Sometimes you see a performance that is so dominant, you never really see that third option. Here comes the
there's the
offensive.
aggressive one. Oh, he's caught against the wall, misses the mid-air, but gets the follow-up, and there we go. Jox gets taken down. Quake with the first frag, straight into the Mega health pickup.
Doesn't quite get the spawn.
I think maybe he perhaps could have moved a little bit too close to it, maybe?
Potentially. Already Quake with that advantage. But Jox going into Scale Bearer second, saving Nyx for last.
Interesting. I mean, Nyx is very susceptible to being ball rushed.
Already. Following. I'm not sure Jox was actually expecting Quake to follow that. And he caught him off guard with the tri-bolt.
Wow. 20 health remaining, that's a close one.
And Now he's down to Nyx again. I think when he caught Jox off guard there, he was trying to use the tri-bolt to make the jump towards the heavy armor, and because of that, he didn't actually have a necessary weapon to make the quick turnaround into damage to return back. He only had a tri-bolt on guard.
Oh, he knows he's behind him.
He's expecting invisibility though. There it is. Oh, use the teleporter right before the rocket. So she doesn't
Wow,
want to be.
3 rockets completely missing any form of damage.
Guess any one of those could have been mid-airs, so saved by a lot of damage using the invisibility now to try and secure the heavy, and it does manage to work out. No damage taken.
Oh, misses the rail.
Karwick's now to do a quick detour to get those rockets back, I think. Yeah, 7 now.
Pushing 3 minutes into this, though. Couple minutes remaining. Jox now down 2 champions. Really just trying to do that tried and true, zoning him away from the armor, but armor's not going to be up for a little while yet. Oh, there's the aggressive Ghost Walk.
Accidentally shoots one of the pillars, which again is going to take a little bit of unnecessary damage. You can definitely tell when an opponent sees the Ghost Walk or is aware that it's been used. Their level of just when they're looking at the ground and peppering the floor with rockets to prevent them from coming close, they just don't do that when they haven't seen them.
Oh, now rocket's not off the mark. It's going to give Jox away. Oh,
like
Ghost Walk, he hasn't seen him use it.
Just like that, right? Nothing to be found but great reactions. The second you take that damage, immediately pops the invincibility.
Wow, and a good choice from Karwick to sort of double back to the way Jox ran from. Jox wasn't quite ready for that option. Heavy armor already back, though. Which means Mega Health is soon to follow. Jox was able to secure them both last time. He's going straight back down again. And he does the same thing.
That's the awareness. You hear a rocket, you assume rocket jump. You go towards the rocket jump location. 1 minute warning though.
1 minute warning.
Now Jox needs to forego this passive gameplay.
Or he's trying to. But the defensive Ghost Walk is popped and Jox can't follow it down. Heavy armor now goes to Karwick. It's going to be a bit harder for Jox to get this frag now. He needs to take out 2 just to even things out, let alone win the round.
It's going to be a while before Karwick has an invisibility though. Jox catches him now, and that's going to be much harder, seeing he just ate a high damaging rocket for his trouble. Has no choice. He has to be aggressive, but he jumps straight into Karwick's rail, who is lying in wait through the doorway.
Definitely had to do something. You know, if he was going to continue to be passive and try and heal up after that rocket, he definitely would have ran the timer and lost some time out.
Well, it's not just taking out,
understandable.
definitely not a matter of just taking out Nyx, is it? You have to take out the
Oh yeah, of course.
next champion just to even things out. Karwick could have gone towards Ranger and evaded, or just gone for Scalebearer and used that raw life that he had ready to go.
Still though, Karwick not knocked off Nyx at any point during that round. So Jox is going to have to keep that in mind. Karwick has already been able to take out all 3 of his champions.
Like the awareness, as Karwick is maneuvering around the map, he's making sure that he wall jumps across the top. So if he catches someone around the corner, they're going to be ready. Speaking of not ready, only 18 damage on that super
Very
shotgun.
surprising to see it hit such little damage despite being shot so close.
Well, it's definitely... It's not as much range as it is about pellets.
Yeah.
You know, the more pellets that connect, the more damage is calculated. So if you're a smaller character, the chance of you being hit by every single pellet is actually much smaller. Whereas if you're against a giant champion, even from far ranges, you can get good damage with super shotgun. Oh, here they go.
Oh, Ghost Walk popped in defense.
They're actually both going exactly the same way, but Karwick opting to go towards heavy armor first, and he gets the rocket on Jox. Nice catch right there.
Gets the heavy armor, eats a rail, but doesn't matter. Loads of armor to work with. Ooh, a little bit of damage from below.
Opts to go for the flick into the quick retreat, not really trying to commit to that one too heavily. I think with that champion advantage, you can really afford to not stick yourself out there too much. Taking an unnecessary rail can be a bit costly at this level.
Once again, Jox, look how stacked up he is, but down on champions, but not even 2 minutes in right now.
Only one champion down, so if he evens things out now, it's going to definitely reset back to that normal situation.
Now this is something we actually haven't seen a huge amount today, is this Nyx start, this sort of almost back to this tried and true Duel hit and run style. We've seen a lot of clutch first today, a lot of sort of just getting in your face, rushing you down as fast as possible. We saw a little bit of that from Anarchy before, but really seeing this from Nyx, which is something we've seen week in, week out. Haven't actually seen it that much today.
It's definitely a strategy that was favored by many of the sort of higher level top Russian players that really favoured going with that Nyx pick first.
Nyx picks.
A little bit of a tongue twister right there, but the Nyx pick at the very beginning was a very popular method among those Russian players that were super dominantly, like Kula in particular, really forefronting that. In week one, breezed his way through because of it.
Oh, mid-air. Big rocket. Yeah, Jox runs away immediately upon taking that much damage.
Doesn't quite manage to beat him towards the mega health. I mean, I respect the attempt. If he got that mega health, he definitely would have not only stole it, but would have got the frag on Jox there.
But now, though, Karwick opting to go for a Ranger instead of the Scale Bearer second pick. I think he kind of prefers that match. Oh.
Yeah, they're trading super shotgun, sorry, the super nail gun for lightning gun. It's not going to be the easiest thing to match with.
There's those loud footsteps of Scale Bearer.
That's the footsteps of a galactic warlord.
Oh, there we go.
Charge.
Yeah, charge goes through, so only does 40 damage.
Oh, manages to dodge that one. No damage taken, really, trying to get the heavy.
Always drop down onto some LG, but he's got the health to take it. No armor, though. Wow, he actually is quite low.
Oh,
nice,
wonderful
play.
1-1. Very calculated game so far.
Okay. That was a good play, though. I mean,
Yes.
he knew he was going towards the teleport and was just ready with that rail.
Big part of playing on Blood Run, really. It's been a strategy that has existed for many, many years.
But like instantly, both heavy and mega health already gone.
Karwick is still pretty weak, though. Even after that. Here we go. He's not ready. Hasn't seen it. And that's it. That should be a free frag. But no, doesn't get the damage he needs. It's the escape. Completely uncontested rocket, but just couldn't do enough damage to make
Karwick
it count.
just simply had enough stack just to cleanly survive that almost max damage rocket. Speaking of which, though, mega health. Ooh, big hit, but he still manages to pick it up.
No armor, though. One little bit now, but...
Oh. I mean, they're both just running around, just trying to get that quick, almost like pokey damage.
I feel like this lineup is actually much more of a traditional week one lineup with the Scale Bearer, Nyx, Ranger, but you've got Nyx first as well.
Karwick losing a massive amount of health, though. Jock's going to try and seek him out. I think so. Oh, didn't quite see him. Mega health. Didn't get that important thing. Heavy armor almost to follow. Ghost Walk immediately.
They're on top, but there's no way he saw him, but catching the mid-air, knocking him safely out of danger right there. He needed to take 100 damage. Oh, now he knows he's around there.
Hasn't going to have Ghost Walk here. But he has to be careful. If he goes around the corner into a rocket, he's going to get taken down. Maybe like this. Yes, he will. Unfortunately, he messes up the lightning gun, and Karwick seizes back the frag.
I think that's because Karwick was exceptionally weak there. It really could have been anyone's life, but Karwick just playing a little bit better right there.
Wow, that was great. Picks up the mega health and immediately Ghost Walks. Doesn't want anything to do with that damage.
Dodges the rail. Important to not take any damage when you're through there. That double jump really does allow her. And that's another big thing on this map for Nyx, is that she can go for that heavy armor while taking no damage. She hasn't got to rocket jump. She hasn't got to be up top for that circle jump. She's up there. She gets it. That's it.
Oh, sneaky. Jox is waiting with the rail.
But he's lying in wait for the teleporter as well. Karwick doesn't manage to do any damage. Here comes Jox. Super shotgun as well. Does manage to steal it.
Yeah, Karwick missed a couple of shots there that really would have secured the frag, and Jox is going to make him pay dearly. Nice super shotgun seems to be a good, almost like option in that sort of close range. We don't get to see it too often, but when we do, it makes a big difference.
Couple of missed rails. Unfortunately, allowing Karwick to survive. If he caught those rails right there before Mega spawned, Karwick would have died.
Now back into the same situation again, all approaching 3 minutes.
Very much a complete mirror of what we're seeing so far.
A little bit of damage, but not quite enough. There's just a lot of defense going on right now. And I'm not really sure how else to really put that.
It just comes down to the fact that when they're in a situation they deem as unfavorable, they just don't extend at all. They make sure that...
But it makes sense. You know,
oh, yeah.
This is very much make or break. It all comes down to this for these guys. And if they overextend it, we've already seen how punishing 1 minute it can be.
Nice.
108 damage.
That was a really nice combo, but
Look at how
weak!
health.
Oh, he is so weak.
I mean, it is Ranger. He's going to top himself up quickly. Unless Jox can find him now.
There it is.
Oh, there we go. Jox got a lot of his frags in the first round that way with those predictions on the teleporters, and Quake keeps falling prey to it every time. Jox is positioning himself perfectly for that.
With the 1 minute warning. This is the rail. Yeah, staying crouched, remaining hard to hit. Does not want to eat a rail with this time left. This is definitely Jox's round.
45 seconds. If Jox can lame it out for this long, he will be able to take it down. Quake has no choice but to get this frag, but Jox is still trying to take some damage off of him.
Gone round. Is he going to take the risk?
Does he want it?
This
could be risky.
He's on 35. He manages to get it, but Quake a little bit too late.
All right, took a little bit of damage, but was able to secure the heavy.
It is going to take Scalebearer quite a while to get back up there.
I mean, heavy's not going to spawn for the rest of this round. Jox has taken that big sustainability away from Quake. This might be the round if he can survive.
He's running right into him. He goes in for the mega.
Oh, that was so close.
He ran out into the open.
He had to survive for 4 more seconds. I'm not quite sure why Jox took that fight.
I genuinely thought he was going to go for the Dire Orb. I thought he was going to stick to the wall. I thought he was going to throw the Dire Orb up top, and he was going to lame it out for 4 seconds. Gave Quake the opening. And now it's a sudden death. Round's going to be decided on this.
But Jox is quite low. Look at this health and armor. And there Mega goes. That is tank indeed, is one way to sum up Scalebearer with a Mega health.
And with the super nail gun, I'm not even sure he has the rail.
We'll see him below. Oh, the charge. Oh, the dash to avoid the dash.
I'll match yours with my own. And he uses it just to get out of danger.
This is just round 3. Round 3 of map 1. But luckily that low cooldown on that bull rush, he's going to have it up again soon. Because they basically traded the ability for the ability. They're both going to have it about the same time. Oh, that does connect. Plenty of armor to sponge it up though.
You can see the passiveness though. I mean, they're poking each other down. But neither wants to go in too heavily. Oh, there it is.
They're just running around the rosy each other. Oh, no, he gets baited. Oh, but all this health. Quake is taking so much damage, but is in no danger.
How did nothing come from that?
I mean, they literally ran in circles.
Here they go. The LG fight. He's trying to get out of there, but he can't quite get away. He is weak, but he's away. They're both so weak. Neither wants to overcommit. They're right next to each other. They're going in. The reaction. The mid-air seals the deal.
And there we go, round 3 complete, 2-1, just like that. I mean, sudden death. In all fairness, that sudden death shouldn't have even happened. That should have been a timeout victory, but a little bit of overcommitting until the final minute.
Fight.
The final second, I should say, to be a bit more accurate.
Well, I believe it was actually Jox who didn't go in for his Dire Orb, right? In the chaos of the moment, I forgot who missed the sudden death, unfortunately.
Still, though,
it was definitely a situation that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, we are starting afresh at the very least.
Yeah, but there was so much cover there. With 4 seconds left on the clock, he could have safely gone for that Dire Orb, called it. There was no way Scalebearer was going to be able to keep up with him and chase him up there.
Oh. You can hear the Dire Orb's been used. Jock's not going to have that for a little while up. Mega health is here, so we can't safely secure it. Let's not forget, if Ranger doesn't have his Dire Orb when those Mega Health or Heavy Armor power-ups spawn, then it's a lot harder for him to secure them.
and also safely get away if he chooses to go for it.
That's mainly what you use it for, just to add safety to what is quite an unsafe map to go for these crucial power-ups. Oh, a big fight spawning here. Ghost Walk. He's using it aggressively.
Can't quite catch him on the bridge, but the prediction rocket, lovely placement, 82 damage. He will take that all day. Just gone down the bottom. Going in for the fight. He's going to commit.
Oh, and there we go.
Yeah, doesn't quite manage to teleport towards his dire orb, and because of it, gets absolutely destroyed. Now Jox has gone in for that scale bearer, and not without.
That is one of those best case scenarios. Karwik, not only did he take the frag, but he also got mega health and heavy armor in the process. Secured everything you can need to secure just to get that momentum started. And now Jox is on the scale bearer. Oh, aggressive.
He's on the run.
One damage.
That is how much damage he reduces.
Again, the mega health, but Jox, because he had to use his bull rush there to try and get away from the assassination attempt, didn't quite have it.
If Karwik can seal a frag again, 2 in a row, the pressure really is going to be on. This back and forth game of playing quite calculated is not really something Jox is going to be able to do. He's going to have to be the one that presses the advantage because he has no other choice, but that's only if he loses this next champion.
Oh wow, and Jox just throwing a rocket up there just to be sure. Easily secured mega health for Jox. Can hear he's nearby. Oh, heavy armor. Ghost Walk just not taking any damage, and he's getting away again.
Just slipping out of there, making sure Jox doesn't get it. If Scalebearer gets access to that heavy armor in this situation, then he is very difficult to take out when you yourself have a maximum of 75 health.
And also
Karwik,
you know, he is Nyx. He is going to need as much armor as possible to not get completely crushed by that bull rush.
Definitely. I mean, a max charged bull rush does far and beyond what her max health is. Oh! Going for the shot
right
downwards.
Here. She wasn't quite ready for him.
Yep, Karwik must have expected Jox to be on the bottom rather than up by that ledge, but they do trade rail for rail, and actually Jox is the one that can't afford to take much more. Going in for the LG, that's going to be it. Can't quite soak it up, but because he loses the damage reduction after the charge connected, that's it. And now he's down to Nyx.
That's actually something we've seen. I'm not saying that's what happened there, but we've actually seen that a few times where players will opt to, when they know they have a big health lead over a scale bearer who they think is likely to try and go for a defensive bull rush just to get some damage on the table, they will purposefully walk at the scale bearer to make the bull rush connect at like the lowest speed so it does the lowest amount of damage.
I mean, yeah, the damage of a close range bull rush compared to a rocket, it's still one that you'd happily take.
Oh, the aggressive Ghost Walk used. Oh, no, just decides not to.
Oh, that was a lovely shot. And because of it, he's going to go up one map.
That was really well played, though. I mean, Jox, he had, I think, a few opportunities to take a fight, but because the fight wasn't 100% guaranteed to result in, like, a safe kill, he opted not to go for it a few times, which worked out earlier on. But I think as quickly as Karwik was able to sort of, like, adapt and get a little bit more damage on the table and get a little bit more aggressive, he started to really inch ahead in that map, and that lead would sort of gradually just improve and improve and improve and improve to the point that it was actually a very stable map. It took a while to get there, but ultimately, he's found the groove, I think.
Well, realistically, I think it just came down to the fact that it was Karwik had a complete mirror of each other's teams. I feel like Karwik just played that team more effectively. I think the way he approached the map, the way he managed his abilities, the way he chose to take fights when he knew he could get them, he was just a bit more on the ball across all of those different areas. The big one was when it was Nyx versus Nyx. Karwik would never be surprised and assassinated by the Ghost Walk from Jox, but Jox would consistently get ambushed by Karwik in the exact same scenario. So I think that came down to making sure Karwik, he used it when he knew it would be effective, and Jox didn't have the tools available to counteract it. Whereas on the flip side, he made sure that that never happened to him because he had his utility available in that Ghost Walk.
Okay, guys, though, just for the final reminder today, make sure to join the discussion on Twitter, #Quake, #QWC. Let us know what you think. We have potentially one map left to go. If we see Karwik take a second map back-to-back, who you think is going to win? How happy are you to see some of the people that have already qualified make it? Let's not forget, just today alone, we've had players like Zoot, like Evil, that have already managed to finally qualify after weeks of trying.
Let's list once again. So it was Zoot, Chronic, Evil, Luke, i.e. Luminous, Cephas, Proximo, and whoever wins out of this. So the final group of players, I think, is a very respectable list of players that have put in a lot of effort and they've finally been able to sort of...
A fine addition to those that have already done so.
They've climbed that hurdle. But what really excites me is the regionals, because it's going to be the absolute cream of the crop, like the best players in this region coming together to find out among the best who is even better than the best, to go all the way to QuakeCon, representing this whole part of the world, and see if, you know, we can take it home. It's going to be really interesting to see.
I'm actually looking forward to seeing the return of Sacrifice too.
Oh, me too.
I'm starting to miss it.
I miss it already. I really miss Sacrifice. It's fast-paced. It's fun to keep up with.
So
much goes on.
It adds an interesting dynamic, I think, because Duel is very entertaining for like how calculated it is and how mind game heavy it is, and just how mechanically sound you have to be to just really outplay someone in a Duel 1v1. Whereas Sacrifice, it's chaotic, it's fast-paced, it's team, right? And it's team versus team, and I've always enjoyed that. And I think Quake has always done that very well. And Sacrifice is just a very new take on a team game mode in general. But Blood Covenant could be our final map.
So we'll see if the team comp stays the way it will. I don't expect to see a Scale Bearer on Blood Covenant, but we'll see. No, he has gone in for it. So clearly.
We actually used to see this quite often, though, Scale Bearer on Blood Covenant.
I think it's because what we were talking about earlier on, where like if people go for a big body on this map, these days they generally tend to go with Clutch. Whereas Carwick in particular, he might just really like Scale Bearer. And that's the thing about the champions in this game, is that we've had conversations about, I feel like, you know, this champion may be getting slightly phased out by this champion in terms of like how consistently they get picked. But that doesn't mean that champions are straight up never picked. Scale Bearer can still do his job really well. It's just there are other champions that can do his job also. But it can still come down to player preference. Just because Scale Bearer isn't picked as much as Clutch recently in Duel, that doesn't mean that Scale Bearer can't do really well, because he's not been nerfed. He hasn't lost his effectiveness. People are just liking the same tools but used in a different way. So you can still go with Scale Bearer, and clearly Scale Bearer can still get the job done. I think it's quite promising for the game.
But Jox has swapped out his Scale Bearer for Visor, which is a champion we see all the time on Blood Covenant. And just map awareness, right? And I think he plays quite well on the Blood Covenant, because there's a lot of open spaces, a lot of open corridors, Visor with a rail, and it's quite easy to secure a rail on Blood Covenant. So I think overall, it's just probably going to work out quite well for him. And obviously, his Scale Bearer didn't quite look as confident as Carwick's before. And obviously, this was his pick, so Jox chose this map.
In the end game chat as well, he wasted no time. Like, the second he lost, he mentioned exactly what map he wanted. So clearly, this is the map he likes. Once again, guys, this could be our final map. Winner of this, well, if Carwick wins, he makes regionals. If Jox loses or wins, he's going to make it 1-1 if he wins it. If he loses, that's it. It's all over. So the pressure is on.
We've seen a healthy mixture of 2-0s and 2-1s today. Last round, last champion, last map. We've had it all. How are we going to end? How are we going to finish this 4 weeks of European Duel qualifications? It all comes down to this final match.
Carwick has had a very traditional playstyle, one that we're also familiar with. He has once again gone Nyx first. Nyx first on Blood Covenant. One of the most dangerous champions you can start with by far. She's got the mobility. She's got the early kill potential. She's got the hard to kill early potential.
Trying to watch off that railgun though. Try and get himself. There we go. That's some ammo to the count.
Already
All he's missing down. The LG. Oh, good shot. Carwick one away from dying.
Nice check there on the rocket just to get him out of it. Unfortunately, he teleports straight into danger. Carwick sealing that first frag quite effectively.
Taking him down to Visor now though. Visor into Nyx. We see this quite often. Piercing sight, chasing down that ghost walk can be crucial.
Jox already straight into Visor.
Always used the piercing sight, we can hear it.
But again, he's used it to find him, but this means that Carwick is going to be able to get away unchallenged.
I was about to say, surely he won't follow him down through the teleporter. Oh wow, and there's that follow-up. Just a second before the Mega Health spawned.
Now he's caught the Nyx on spawn. She's going to have Ghost Walk, but
as is that final champion though for Jox. He has to make this comeback. Has 3.5 minutes to do it. It's just going to be difficult.
Especially against Nyx with Ghost Walk. So now Carwick can once again just play very passively if he wants to. he gets caught in a bad spot, he's got the Ghost Walk, uses it already just to make sure he doesn't take any unnecessary damage. Although it's down for quite a while, plenty of hourglasses on this map, and the hourglasses tend to be in routes that players are extremely likely to navigate towards, you know? As you retreat between fights, like right now, you're just naturally going to come across these hourglasses, and before you know it, you're going to have it straight back.
3-minute mark, fast approaching.
Oh, yeah, that rocket jump just to get him out of harm's way. I think he'd rather take his own self-damage and be where he wants to be rather than just getting rained down on from top.
Oh, wow, all the way up. 80 damage
yeah.
too, that was chunky.
That was a painful one. If he uses that teleporter, he's going to be done. Oh,
Wow.
and if he uses the jump pad, he's going to be done. That's one round already. Quake off to a good start.
Yeah, Quake is looking good. Jox, unfortunately, constantly on the back foot there. I mean, this is definitely a game of momentum, but the team that Quake has, I mean, starting off with just Nyx, once again, not being knocked off it yet.
Round 2, fight.
Very much a repeat of what we saw last time so far.
Unfortunately, actually, because Quake didn't quite get his wall jump, he might not be able to get the rail here.
Nope, he's going to invest some health into a rocket jump.
Opting to take the trade, and really good invisibility, but he's got the rail now. Jox has to be careful.
That definitely could have been death, but Jock wasn't quite accurate enough. You can tell Karik really wants to go for this mega health blast. Be careful. Or maybe not. Thinking about just keep off heavy armor. No, opting to go back. Maybe he's just trying to get sight on him. Oh, wow. Narrowly missing shot for shot.
I think he really expected to get hit by that rail there. That's why he went for the preemptive Ghost Walk.
5 seconds. Oh, he's getting shot at. Needs to be careful for a few seconds before this mega health spawns. At the same time, Jox has just had some serious damage himself and is opting to run away.
I think going towards that
heavy armor.
Going towards that heavy armor was almost like a plan B. The second he took that rail, he realized he didn't have the health to try and challenge it. Oh, he laid his ambush, but was a bit slow on the uptake.
Oh. Wow, wall
that
jumps up to stop him from jumping up fully.
That was a disgusting play. It didn't quite work out, but the intention there, where he went in for the jump pad and immediately used the wall jump to stop his jump pad momentum, making the rail miss. That was really well played. Unfortunately, he died anyway, but... Shock's looking to take this momentum, keep it going. These are very important rounds that he can get on the board. This was his map.
Oh, wow, instant dire orb. It's going to work out. Goes to the OG. Is he going to finish him off? Has to be careful following him.
Oh, he gets at the last minute with 3 HP remaining.
That was really well played by Jox. Just complete prediction of how he was going to go back into the fight.
Oh, that
One
was
health.
That was quite risky to turn around there. The armor, it may as well not exist if he was on 1, but he has been able to get 25. It's a start.
Oh, no, misses the railgun.
He has indeed.
Again, we're going towards the later stages of the round. I mean, you can tell they just really don't want to overcommit to anything here. Oh, behind him, Quake has him. Oh, the bull rush doesn't connect at all. It's going to be a while before that's back again. 30 seconds when you have 2 minutes left to make this round. It seems a bit longer than usual.
Absolutely. This is only round 2. This is how slowed down the game has been put down to. These guys
Very much
are
reminding
really...
me of the first map.
Oh yeah, for sure. But unfortunately for Quake, as each second goes down now, the pressure really is on for him to start getting something to happen. Again, very much like the first map we saw. Scale Bearer, he's got the health to survive fights. He can rotate from one point to another quite effectively, but
ultimately it's quite hard to chase down Dire Orb, Ranger with Scale Bearer.
Exactly. I think that's going to be quite a disadvantaged situation here, where if Ranger decides to go for a Dire Orb from one part of the map to another, it's going to take Scalebearer quite a while to chase him. And right there,
wow, that
the
was
juke,
smart.
really well played. And it's just going to be ever so much harder, especially now he's got the heavy armor.
But it wasn't Duke into sort of committing to the fight. It was Duke into, right, you know, 1 minute warning. We'll get, oh, Quake. Unfortunately, blowing himself up.
I feel like that was...
wow. Jox with a sweet thank you in chat.
I feel like it was to end the round on his own terms. It kind of looked deliberate to me.
Maybe he went for a jump, but regardless, you know, you can't be throwing rounds away potentially. But I think Jox at that situation maybe just wanted to, or Quake, I should say, maybe just conceded and was like, right, this round's done, just move on to the next one. Let's not waste any more time.
Almost like a surrender of sorts. Just reset it, go, right, let's start again. Already hit by a rail, lost all of his armor. Plenty of health left, but heavy armor still left to take, actually. There you go, we're going to
Quake able to get it.
That does mean that there is likely to be a fight, almost in rotation, because they will not spawn at the same time with the mega health and heavy armor. Wow, surprise again, and Quake. Just that typical Nyx assassination. One of the strongest ways to annihilate someone in this game.
Do believe Jox is just popped his piercing sight. So he's going to have a rough idea on where he is now, but again, Ghost Walk isn't up for quite some time either. Oh, misses the rail.
Using his rocket jump to try and seize the rail, misses the shot, and he's allowed him to pick up the heavy. This is not a good situation. Visor can't do anything to escape that.
That really is Visor's weakness, though. Once a fight is being committed onto him, not as good of an ability to escape it. Speaking of which, though, Jox now on Nyx himself, so he can have a little bit of a better defensive capability, but less health to work with. Oh, there's the Ghost Walk.
Quake going in with his invisibility as a direct answer, making sure he is not going to be at any risk. And it goes back to what we talked about, where Quake makes sure that what he is doing with Nyx does not get done to him in return. Jox has been unable to ambush him this entire series.
But this is another one of those sort of same champion matchups where it all comes down to who uses their ability first. You know, we saw Jox opt to go for an aggressive Ghost Walk, and right as he was about to come out of it, Quake went for his. And then, you know, as he assumed, Jox came out of the Ghost Walk right in front of him, and then Quake had the option to get the jump on him instead.
Jox is hurting. That one rail, even that one rail, is going to be enough to put him in a bad spot. Make that 2. You would have seen him go invisible, but...
Oh no, Jox hung around.
Quake making that detour just to get some of that health back.
Yeah, Jox hitting that defensive rail was crucial for keeping him alive, otherwise Quake would have surely chased him. Oh, distance! They missed the rail on each other. Oh, Quake!
Crispy shot.
Narrowly avoids death and gets that return kill on Jox and brings himself to match point round. One more round to go potentially. If Quake is able to take this, he will move on to the regionals, and Jox desperately needs to get this back.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. The pressure is on Jox right now. There are 2 rounds for him riding on whether he's going to make it to regionals or not. And he needs to. He needs to just tie it up, let alone play the next map. He needs to tie things up.
To get to this point alone, he had to win a ton of games, you know, and this is the final hurdle before regionals. Oh, a lot of damage coming out. Quake has his railgun now, though. That's definitely been sort of his star weapon.
They didn't see him use it. He went way too high up in the air. And now Jox is so weak. Misses the rail. He himself is still incredibly vulnerable to rails at 75 HP. They're both got to be so careful here. Jox especially, because it's more than just a rail that can take him out at that health, even with the health he just picked up. But he should undo that with the heavy armor, because they're going to trade it out again.
Oh, uh-oh. More
Big
damage. Oh, that would have been a decisive rail, but doesn't quite hit the mark.
He's going to wait for the time, and then he's probably going to use it himself. No, that was just a good read. He was confident Jox wasn't going to try and fight. He was going to run away, so he knew he could just keep it.
He's going to let this mega health up.
Oh, he didn't know he was there to the left. If only he looked there for an extra half second, he would have seen him.
There we go, Jox finally able to get the jump on Quake and makes it count with an instant frag.
Missing the rail. That might be quite costly. Now he's in danger. Quake, in fact, did teleport to it. Jox now has heard it, but...
Uh-oh. Oh, all those pickups were very noisy. Quake knows where he is now.
Oh! Manages to tie things up. 1-1 again.
Quake, though, very low on life. If Jox can
Definitely.
find him early, he can definitely get this return frag, but...
If he can get this fight before he gets the Mega, but I think it's more likely he's going to try and get heavy armor again. which he does manage to do, which is going to allow Carwick to get way overstacked, and he's going to get a little bit of armor for his troubles as well.
And as long as the trades can keep going like that.
Stuck in a bad situation. Was safely knocked away, though. Here comes Carwick. Oh, it's one. Minimal damage to add up. He is stuck in a bad spot. Going in for the die roll behind. I don't think it's going to be enough. And he gets the 100 damage rocket. Exactly what he needed. And now Jox is down to his final champion. It's going to be Visor. Got to make this Visor come back. Catches him midair.
Oh, no, he missed the midair.
He tried to beat him to the mega health, but it just didn't work out. And now he's going in for the chase with the LG, chasing it further. Can he get it? He is still so weak to one more rail. He has to be so careful.
No, he's committing to it. He wants the frag. He's chasing it, and he gets the kill. Carwick with 9 health is able to survive. And there we go, Jox, after an entire series of a lot of passiveness, decides to just all in and rush down as much as possible, and came so close to getting the frag. You can tell it basically caught Carwick off guard. He was trying to run away and was constantly looking back, expecting him to not be there, but he was constantly chasing him. And if Carwick missed that rail at the very end, if he'd missed that shot, he would have been guaranteed dead.
It was a last-minute change, like a last-minute change of pace, and it worked out not so much, because at the very end, Carwick, he even stood there for a split second and just planned his rail. He knew that that rail was going to send him to regionals. He didn't rush it, and he got it. And that was exactly what he needed in that situation. This moment here was hilarious, by the way. And they go again. They just did the chase over and over. But it was a really interesting set, I think, because it was a complete mirror in that first map. Very slow-paced. The map went on for quite a while. But then when it changed to Blood Covenant, although, again, Jox had signs of life, Carwick just, it came down to the Nyx. The Nyx was the big one for me, where he managed the invisibility really well. At the last possible minute, right there, he just planned it, didn't rush it, didn't overthink it, and he did what he needed to do. But ultimately, I think Nyx really was the hero of his team from both maps.
I think that's definitely a fair assumption, and especially as like that first pick as well. Like a lot of weight. We noticed, like, I mean, if there's anything we noticed today, it's that there is so much weight put on that first champion that really sort of dictates how the rest of that round is going to go. You know, be it getting the majority of the work done, be it getting most of the pickups, sort of controlling as and where the fight's going to be happening. And a lot of the time, it does come down to that first champion. So if you can put that first champion up well, like in that situation with the Nyx, I mean, you're going to have a good series for sure, if you can establish that.
We saw first champions do a lot of work. You know, we saw Nyx, Galena, Clutch especially.
Ranger. Clutch was a big one.
Not so much Anarchy today, which was kind of strange in a way. You're so used to seeing that champion picked all the time in duels, but today wasn't really a day for Anarchy, but there's always next time, I suppose. But that does mean that we have finished all of our qualification matches on an EU side. We know exactly what 32 players will be at the EU regionals for both Duel and then the 8 teams for Sacrifice as well. It's going to be a crazy series of games. We've now determined who the strongest players in EU or in this region are for Quake, but now it's going to be time to determine who is better than best. You know, who are the ones that need to get sent halfway across the world playing for that life-changing $1 million pot at QuakeCon 2017. That is going to be everything from us. Thank you very much, guys. Make sure you're following us on social media at ESL Quake and Quake Champions. Make sure you're using the hashtag QWC and make sure you're tagging Quake Champions accordingly. Let us know how excited you are for regionals, what players you want to watch out for, what teams you want to look out for, because we have some really exciting matches coming up. It's in a matter of a couple of weeks. Time for the players to prepare, time for us to prepare what will no doubt be an amazing series of games. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you at the regionals.